Chapter 745, Hit and Run. Chapter 745, Hit and Run. A glimmer of sapphire light clung to Oxys's point, but quickly spread to hang over its entire length. If one looked closely, they would see the faintest hint of red that seemed to delineate between the blue and white. The farther it traveled, the larger Oxysis became, beginning at only a dozen meters or so to hundreds now. Anything unfortunate enough to be caught in its path was cut in half without thought. Tentacles that tried to block its path were severed, unable to stop the white sword from its single-minded purpose. SHHTK. The enormous banishing blade and all the murderous power it bore were buried in the progenitor's body, then through to the other side. When it emerged, a block crystal was impaled on the tip. It was only a meter or so in diameter, but the vital energy that surged from it was startling. Oxysis swung through the air, back to where it had come from. Meanwhile, the giant creature overhead had begun to move. It struggled against Luo Xianni's control and was gaining ground. In a flash of light, Oxysis disappeared. Lan Jue and the pharmacist were deposited back in the air. Both of them looked drawn from putting so much energy behind a single strike. Silver light emerged around the two of them, and in a blink they were gone. The pink hue that hung over the area also dispersed, while a streak of pink light swept through the air. Back and forth it went 3 times across the sky until it vanished entirely. Aragagur! The roar from the Herculean monster above rattled the earth. Its massive girth descended from the clouds as the beast vomited purple energy over the area. But there were no humans for it to accost. Still, it was an impressive display, empowered through the veins connecting it to the progenitor. Time returned to normal. With a loud crash, the progenitor collapsed to the ground with sprays of white energy leaping from its wounds. It sunk in on itself, caving under its own weight. The white light turned to blue, and though not as intense as its predecessor, the surrounding aliens were choked with fear. It consumed the progenitor's corpse by degrees. The verticar dashed through the air back in the direction of the human base. Everyone was on board. Lan Jue was in high spirits. Using teleportation to run away is probably my most favorite thing. Perfection, that was how he would describe their mission. Luo Xianni's battlefield control had been seamless, leaving just enough time for Lan Jue and the pharmacist to perform their task. Strong as the progenitor was, the pharmacist was stronger. Frozen in place, all it could attempt was to try and resist their charge. It had failed. If they'd attacked with technological weapons, it was unclear whether they'd have been able to pierce its defenses. But Oxysis was no typical human weapon. With Capta's help and the all-heaven lightning, the power was nearly godlike. In a blink they'd pierced to the monster's heart and stole away with its vital crystal. Although Lan Jue and the pharmacist could not employ the harmonious swords, their combined might was still terrible to behold. It had taken them practically no time to put down the progenitor, despite its strength. The silver light that had whisked them away in the moments following had, of course, been the wine master granting them succor. The second pink light was Luo Xianni. Against a Nirvana-level timespace master, the behemoth's attacks had been pointless. The clockmaker hadn't even had time to join the fight. She had been swept away to safety with Luo Xianni. Lan Jue's mother's voice reached his ears. "Run away, my ass. This was a strategic retreat. Don't open your mouth if you don't know what you're saying, you stinky brat." "Right, I'm sorry," Lan Jue hurriedly replied. Everyone was thrilled with the death of the progenitor. Its death was a great boon to the incursion team. At the very least, they would no longer need to fear the corrosion seeping from the earth. The possibility existed that another progenitor was hiding somewhere, but it was unlikely to be as powerful as the last. Killing it had been a true victory. "Mom," he queried, "do you think the crystal we got from the progenitor could help you and father?" "From what I was able to sense, it may have some use," she confirmed. "But at best it would heal the branch and not the root. When we get back, give it to your father. Let's see what he thinks." "All right." It was the first time they'd encountered a vital crystal this potent. It was a priceless treasure, to be sure. They might have been able to get a few more from the monsters in the sky, but conditions were too unclear for them to try. They had to retreat for safety. "Admiral Lan, are you able to see any difference in Monteur's color from orbit?" Lan Jue opened a connection to his brother. "Were you successful?" he asked. Lan Jue replied. "The mission was victorious. There are a lot of aliens on the far side of the planet, and it was difficult to get a clear read on the whole situation. We won't be needed the air support." "We know." "Oh. You know?" Lan Jue said. "2 of our fleets went to the far hemisphere but were unable to find a concentration of aliens. I had them await further orders, but as far as we could tell the main force had moved on." Lan Jue's heart skipped a beat. They aren't there? So what now? Lan Chang went on. I've already explained the situation to Admiral Kong Hui, we're waiting for his response. If my guess is correct, this doesn't bode well for us. The alien homeworlds may have already left. We're in the wrong place. We don't think they can transfer, but that doesn't mean they can't fly of their own accord, and fast. They could have fled while we were unable to get scout teams to put eyes on them. Lan Jue sucked in a breath of surprise. If his brother's determination turned out to be true, it would mean a great deal of trouble for them. From the time the planets had transferred into the north to the beginning of their assault, a good deal of time had passed. It had taken half a month for the alliances to gather forces and create a plan of attack. If the alien planets had completed their invasion and left, how far could they have gotten in half a month moving as fast as they could? And if they did but no one saw anything, what did that mean? It meant they had the ability to cloak themselves. We need to confirm this immediately, Lan Jue said. Lan Chang agreed. Yes. But right now we're still concerned with alien traps. We haven't been able to find the alien horde out here. We have to wait for more guidance from the Admiral. He's already told us to move around the planets and take a look. We should know more soon. The elation they'd felt after killing the progenitor quickly faded. Lan Jue's voice was low. Have you seen any change in Monteur's color? We're seeing it recede from up here, his brother responded. Your team was successful. Admiral, I request permission to put together a scout team and move into enemy territory. The enemy blockade seems much lighter and we need to know if the alien planets are still in there. Lan Chang was quiet for a moment. Be careful. Yeah. The Paragons had listened in on the conversation and their moods had soured just as much as his had. If it was as expected, things had gone south. What was the enemy up to? So many aliens had been left aside, but the planets themselves? If they weren't here to evolve, then why? And where? Wherever they went, widespread devastation was sure to follow. If word got out, it would undoubtedly lead to panic. All the planets would need to do is move through the north depositing progenitors, and the results would be catastrophic. The driver didn't need prodding. He urged the verticar to the fastest it would go and brought them back toward the base. Meanwhile, Lan Jue was giving orders. He told the remaining Amazons to bring Zeus 1 over to pick them up. Zhu Di was with them, so there was no need to fear for their safety. The other Paragons were left behind to assist the ground troops with retaking the planet. Zeus 1 arrived quickly and the verticar slipped into its cargo bay. Once everyone was aboard, the Sapphire ship pointed its nose toward space and fired its engines. The blinding stone was activated and Zeus 1 vanished into the darkness of space. Lin Guogua kept them hidden beneath a veil of psionic energy to protect them from prying alien forces. Now that they were over it, they could see the purple color draining from Monteur's surface. The progenitor's death had vastly weakened the aliens' control. Yet Lan Jue and the others were not pleased with the situation. They knew how cunning and lethal the alien planets were. What were they planning? If all of this was just to buy time, then the aliens sacrificed a great deal for an unclear objective. Lan Jue was burdened with these questions as Zeus 1 rocketed off into space. Make your way into the interior and start the scanners, Lan Jue told Su Xiaosu. Aye. She replied immediately, and before long their equipment was sweeping the heavens for any sign of the alien homeworlds. Don't get flustered. You have to maintain calm no matter the situation. Zhu Di had walked over to Lan Jue's side and spoke quietly with him. Lan Jue handed over the black vital crystal they acquired. Father, do you think this might be able to help you? It was a meter across and shaped like a hexagon. It flooded the cockpit with rich vital energy the moment he pulled it out, nearly staggering everyone nearby. However, interspersed within that energy was a twisted energy, something evil that thirsted for murder and destruction. 1. In Chinese medicine theory, they refer to the root and branch. In diseases, the root is the primary cause of the disease, while the branch is its symptoms and manifestations. For instance, in the case of a fever, the root is wind heat, a viral infection, and the branch is absence of sweating, high temperature, headache, and so forth. The underpinning theory of medicine in China is to treat the root of the disease primarily, dealing only with the branches tangentially or if they are serious enough to cause the patient danger. As an example, in the case of dysentery, you would want to stop diarrhea and replenish fluids before attacking the root cause of the disease, expelling the pathogen, because the symptoms can kill your patient. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746, I Know a Way. Chapter 746, I Know a Way. Zhu grunted and waved his hand. In response, a golden light hung over the vital crystal, isolating the toxic energy from its surroundings. The wine master walked over to them. He produced a dazzling blue stone and handed it to Zhu. "Take this, Your Majesty. Tear of Neptune, the S-ranked power gem from the depths of Lyr's oceans." By now these formerly disregarded gems had grown scarce. The East had used most of them for their research. Zhu smiled. "With this I'll be able to use the full scope of my power, at least a couple of times." He took the power gem, and as he spoke a pale blue light sprang up around the tear. The light grew and spread until it swallowed up the black vital crystal. The wine master looked on, impressed. Although he could galvanize the energy of the tear himself if he wished, he wouldn't able to do so in such a balanced manner. The vital crystal began to shake once the tear's power washed over it. Visible strands of black slithered out into the air around it, only to be neutralized by the tear's aura. It was the tear of Neptune's primary use, filtering impurities. Only once the tear cleansed the vital crystal would it be fit for use by humans. Zeus once soared through space behind Monteur. It was as Lan Jue had said, although their radars still picked out a fair number of aliens nearby, there were nowhere near as many as they'd seen during their approach. There were especially few stronger breeds. In fact, as far as they could see, they were greeted by nothing but empty space. Where the hell did these things go? Lan Jue clenched his fists and scowled. His disquiet was growing by the moment. Humanity's struggles against the alien offenders had been long and bitter. Could they really have left, now at this climactic moment? Or was this some trick? Suddenly, he sensed a great surge of energy coming from beside him. He swung his head toward Zhu and was surprised to see his father's eyes had gone pure gold. He felt his perception sweep out in all directions, disregarding the ship and any other obstructions. Zhu's whole body was covered in a dim golden shell of light, and the vital crystal he held was like a star captured in the palm of his hand. The vital energies from within it were swallowed up into the paragon's body, having been filtered by the tear of Neptune. Far sight? 1. Lan Jue didn't know the power, he just came up with a name. His father really was on the cusp of the immortal realm. After a minute Zhu's face changed. "Nothing. I'm sure of it, there aren't any aliens the further in you go. Even if the alien planets could hide themselves, they wouldn't deceive my sight. There's nothing out there, they likely evacuated long ago." Lan Jue sighed. He immediately got in contact with his brother and told him the news. Lan Qing's face fell in much the same way his father's had. They hadn't even thought this was a possibility until it was too late. "Admiral Kong Wei has ordered ships to move in to sweep and scout. It doesn't seem like they've found anything, either." Lan Jue was at a loss. "What now?" Lan Qing seemed to consider for a moment. It was Zhu who answered. "Let's go back to Middle Heaven. I know a way." Lan Jue paused. Zhu seemed to reconsider. "Never mind, there isn't time. I'll go myself." He stepped forward, and suddenly he was gone. Although he wasn't a space-time adept, when a paragon reached the level he had, their understanding of the fabric of the universe was vast. He was back on Middle Heaven in a blink. Lan Shang was waiting for him. Zhu appeared. "Father, what's your plan?" The enemy was so inscrutable even the god of knowledge was unsure of how to proceed. Zhu stood proudly before his son. "Before, in situations like these, we had that old snake oil salesman to show us the way. He's gone, but his apprentice is with us. Bring Ni Junior. I'll help her and we'll see if we can't find some trace of these things." "All right," Lan Qing replied. A short while later, Lan Chang led Junior to meet his father. When he saw her, his stern face broke into a fatherly smile. He dropped to his haunches. "Junior. I'm Grandpa Bupong." "Hello, Grandpa Bupong," she said. Junior was smiling, but there was some anxiety in her reply. Zhu seemed to sense it. "Do you feel something, Junior?" She shook her head. "I don't know, just a really bad feeling. Like something bad is going to happen." When she said it, even Lan Qing felt his stoic heart tremble. And for good reason, little Junior was the successor to the Eye of Tomorrow. Zhu's smile never faltered. "It's all right, Junior, don't rush. Let Grandpa help you see a little clearer. Why don't you call your master?" "Okay." Junior muttered a few sentences under her breath. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before her that coalesced into the image of the Eye of Tomorrow. She held the tiny image in her equally tiny hands. Her pretty face was lit by the undulating eminence of her master. Zhu placed his calloused hand on the little girl's shoulder. "Take it easy. Take your time, search your feelings. Tell us everything you see. Okay. Junior felt a flood of warmth pour through her body from the middle of her back. The gentle heat was very comforting as it flowed through her to her eyes. In response, the image of the Eye of Tomorrow sharpened. She shut her eyes. Immediately it was as though a dense fog had lifted. Purple planet. They feel scary. She muttered. Where are they? Zhou urged. So many tentacles. Wrapped around a planet. Many people are dead. It's so scary. So many people are dead, Grandpa Bupong. Don't be scared, he said soothingly. Bupong is here to protect you. You're going to be fine. 1,000-yard stare, but in English that's used for people with PTSD. Zhou doesn't strike me as a guy with PTSD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 747, Alien Plot. Chapter 747, Alien Plot. Junior's mood eased at Zhou comforting words. The purple planets are flying away. The one is purple now, too. They put something inside of it. Ah. The inside of the planet is burning, so hot. Ah. Junior's eyes popped open, her face was covered with sweat. Lan Chang and Zhou exchanged a look. Each could see the shock in the other's eyes. The Eastern Admiral rushed to a control panel and opened all communication channels. This is Middle Heaven. Repeat, this is Middle Heaven. All Eastern troops evacuate the planets immediately. Evacuate. Zeus 1 had been waiting for news from Zhou. When they heard the order come through their computers, they were struck with fear. Brother, what is it? What did you find? Lan Qing's voice was harsh. Get back now, close in on Middle Heaven. The aliens have destabilized the planet's cores, they could explode at any moment. They were waiting for us to close in and get caught in the blast. It's why they didn't have much of a presence. Lan Jue gasped. Suddenly everything was clear, and that feeling of dread sprang up stronger than ever. Star Division was still on Monteur, along with many of their paragons. All 5 Eastern fleets were in its orbit. Wait, don't rush. We can't act rashly in our retreat. Lan Jue said. He'd become strangely calm. Ha? Lan Chang looked at his younger brother on the screen, confused. Lan Jue patiently explained. They set this up according to how they expect we'd react. Somehow they're controlling how and when this explosion will happen. If they see us order a full withdrawal, the aliens will trigger the explosion. The North and West won't have any chance to get their people out. We have to be smart, get in touch with Admiral Kong, and let's do this slowly, together. Lan Chang was known for his intelligence. His reactions had been quick and thoughtless because of the shocking news. But his brother's quick thinking helped him understand. All right, I got it. Never mind the rest, you get back here and we'll talk about it. Lan Chang replied. Lan Jue smiled. Brother, you know I have to be with my people through this. I can't leave until we've safely gotten them out. Keep this quiet, don't tell anyone but Kong Hui. Let's take this slow. Lan Qing narrowed his eyes as he looked at his younger brother. They shared a look for a long time, before eventually Lan Qing nodded. It wasn't the time to argue, it was time to act. This is Admiral Lan Qing. I'm rescinding the previous order. The problem's been resolved, stick to your jobs. Fleet commanders. Lan Qing gave his amended orders, then told Kong Hui the situation. Everything continued according to their battle plan. With the exception of Monteur, the other planets gained territory and started building defensive structures. The alien forces were slowly pushed back, everything seemed to be going well. The 8 bastions began to move in. Their fleets parted, as though to give them passage. Powerful cannons hummed as they charged and pointed toward the 4 planets. Humanity looked ready to storm their former worlds. On Monteur, on the skull of the beast Lan Jue and the others had encountered by the progenitor, the Violet Prince and Princess stood. The prince's eyes were shut, and a small smile spread across his lips. It seems they've finally realized Monarch and the others aren't here. They're moving in, Monarch's plan was well considered. Our mission is nearly complete. He spoke with a dulled, detached voice. The princess answered. We should prepare to leave. Shall we trigger the reaction now? Her counterpart shook his head. Wait for a moment. Humans have learned, they are more cautious and are approaching slowly. The explosion will take 10 minutes to trigger, we'll begin once they've gotten closer. Everything is already prepared. Those ships that threaten Monarch, those bastions, they are also gathered. Our victory today will leave them with nothing to defend against our plans. Their lesser vessels mean nothing. The Violet Princess nodded. Then we wait. Uncertainty suddenly crept into the prince's eyes. In space, the bastion's cannons released their blazing payload. Dozens of energy beams tore through space toward the planets. The Violet Prince's brows furrowed as he considered. Their bastions have moved in for the attack? Their people are still on the surface. What is it they are trying to achieve? Suddenly, all of the aliens felt a tremble rush through their bodies, the prince and princess being no exception. They shook their heads, pain evident on their perfect features. Blasts of white light erupted all along the surface of the worlds and spread until they covered the planets entirely. Energy interference waves, used to counteract electronic equipment. It also had a distinct effect on psionic pulses. Psychic energy was how the aliens maintained information about their surroundings. As the interference waves spread far and wide, their ability to gather information was reduced to zero. The Violet Prince and Princess were essentially blind. They couldn't see the transport ships lifting off and blasting away. The ships couldn't use their radar or communication equipment either. But previous orders had told them what to expect and how to react. Kang Hui had concocted the strategy. However, not everyone followed orders with the precision they should have. Because not all the information was given, the West's withdrawal was slow. They weren't given all the information, and therefore were unable to react efficiently. It made no sense to pull back when their victory seemed assured. The allure of the vital crystal was strong. Although the military accomplishments of the West were not grand, they had acquired many vital crystals for the citadels to use, in order to grow their strength and influence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748, Middle Heaven's Protection. Chapter 748, Middle Heaven's Protection. Most military leaders were obedient enough to heed the retreat order. But the commanders of the citadels were thirsty for riches and chose to ignore them. We have our own ships. We'll stay and take out some more of these creatures, it'll be fine. The pontiff coolly gave the command. Satan, on the other side of the planet, cursed under his breath. Bastard! He dares to disobey my orders. Are vital crystals worth more than your lives? You have 5 minutes to get your asses back here. In contrast to the pontiff's citadel, Satan's people had not continuously suffered at the hands of Lan Jue. Though he was greedy, he was less desperate and more sensitive to commands. Despite his covetous nature, he understood that live was more important. That was an order to retreat, do you hear me? Satan's angry shout crackled through the dark citadel's communications channels. But, Your Majesty, the vital crystals. Idiot! Do you think the army strategists are stupid? Do you think they'd order a general retreat for no reason? I'm leaving, if you want to wait here for death then so be it. Satan screamed, his heart filled with a disquiet he couldn't put his finger on. It had only gotten worse when he got a message from the daughter he'd been estranged from for years. The note was simple. Run. Seeing her name on his communicator stirred a host of complicated emotions, but chief among them was unease. Without it he likely would have reacted much the same way as the pontiff. Satan relayed the order to Lucifer, telling them to retreat as quickly as possible. The Paragon didn't bother with a ship and instead shot through the air by virtue of his own power, and into space. Zeta. What are they up to? The Violet Prince shut his eyes and tried to penetrate the disturbance with his psychic energy. But he was thwarted by the scale of power of it, only succeeding in causing himself more pain. The princess was grasping at straws. Perhaps it is a precursor to their invasion? These are what the humans call interference waves. We mustn't wait, it's time to act. An ominous glint glinted in her companion's eye. You're right. Whether they're attacking or fleeing, we must react. They exchanged a look, then suddenly vanished in a tornado of purple energy. Zeta. Zeus I in Majesty blasted through Monteur's atmosphere at intense speeds, fleeing the battlefield. Moments after speaking with his brother, Lan Jue had alerted his troops. They were the first to gather by the transport ships in preparation to withdraw. Construction of the base and railguns had continued, though robot engineers were left the task. This perplexed the enemies and gave the humans cover for their retreat. When the EMP missiles struck, the ships were guided into orbit by pilot experience alone. They fled the area with exceptional discipline. Detonating a planet took time. No matter how strong the aliens were, a world that was the result of several millennia of compression wouldn't explode with a word. It needed to undergo a process. However, no one knew how long that process would actually take. If it was on the shorter side, retreat might already be too late for those on the ground. What's more, only heaven knew the scope of a planetary explosion. How far would its destruction reach? They'd never bothered to calculate how much energy these worlds contained in their cores, or how resilient they were. Every planet was complicated and unique. However, beyond all question the explosion would be catastrophic. Lan Jue stood in the bridge on Zeus 1, his hand wrapped around a metal rod. He continuously flooded the ship with his discipline to give it the energy needed. The light spat from its engines were a brilliant gold. Paragons on Majesty were doing the same. Star Division's commander scowled, his face dark with rage. Lan Jue's fury was not simply because of the loss of these planets. It reminded him of the half-healed wounds deep within himself, of the darkest period of his life. Hera had perished under similar circumstances, had she not? When that planet exploded, Lan Jue felt like his soul had been in the center of it. For years he was inconsolable, and the path to recovery had been long and difficult. These beasts, they were unthinkably cruel. If they had not discovered the alien plot, the humans' plans would have proceeded. Their ships and bastions would have retaken the planets and begun reconstruction. None of them would have been able to flee when the plants exploded. Perhaps the bastions would have survived, their defenses were strong, but the fleets and all their soldiers? How could they have survived the raging destruction of a planet at close range? Countless lives would have been lost in an instant. It would have been an unprecedented loss for humanity's military. Without a means to fight back, it would have spelled the end of their species at the hands of the alien menace. Although Lan Jue and the men and women of the alliances had learned a great deal about their enemy, their boundless cruelty and cunning continued to surprise. It was not easy to devour several planets' worth of energy so fast, yet they did. What's more, the energy required to detonate a planet was enormous. In order to prepare so quickly, it meant this had been their plan from the beginning. Lan Jue's first terrified thought was that they couldn't think like humans if they wanted to fight against these monsters. The alien planets were no longer here, and whether they teleported away or left by some other means, their target was somewhere else. They were exactly as intelligent as Lan Jue suspected, which was why it seemed so strange for them to choose such an indefensible position as a place to evolve. Humanity's armies were a threat, so they did whatever was necessary to stop them. Callously obliterating billions of lives in 4 planets was a passing thought, tools to use to their advantage. It was frightening how accurately these beasts were able to judge human reactions. They knew how the North would be forced to react if their planets fell into enemy hands. They would have no choice but to come with their full might. They even anticipated mankind would fret over their ability to teleport, and painstakingly kept that possibility alive in the minds of their prey. Were it not for Juner and Zhu Di's efforts, they might have succeeded. Even if only half of their ships were lost, a third of their bastions, humanity would never have joined together again in mutual defense. Leaders and politicians would have chosen to look after their own, to flee in the face of overwhelming adversity. But by then the alien teleportation abilities would make them invincible. They would hunt down and kill the humans with impunity until they got the DNA material they needed. With mankind's armies in disarray, nothing would stand in the way of their domination. How many humans would remain if that were to occur? Would it really spell the end of their species? No one knew. The universe was a dangerous place, and they didn't have any hidden strength to depend upon. It was all unsettling conjecture. Yet the heavens seemed to favor humanity. It had given them Zhu Di, Juner, the clairvoyant. Zeus 1 was moving so fast the view outside its windows were a blur. In an instant they were looking back at the rapidly shrinking Monteur. Majesty kept on its heels. Although the battleship was larger by a fair amount, it had its advantages. Its equipment was top of the line, and had several paragons as support to ensure it could keep up. However, the ships would need repairs after being so dramatically overloaded. The intense speed and flow of power damaged their internal components. Before long, Lan Jue spotted Middle Heaven looming nearby. It was easy to pick out, after all, it was a planet. Middle Heaven was also on the move, and Su Xiaosu calculated a trajectory to bring them around its far side. Once in position, they cut their speed and pulled into one of the bastion's docking ports. Lan Jue let himself relax, just a little. He was confident in Middle Heaven's defenses. So long as they weren't too near the blast, they would survive. But then he realized they were moving toward Monteur, and didn't appear to be slowing. After a moment of panicked confusion, Lan Jue understood. As he listened to communications passed along commanders, he discovered 5 others were doing the same. Only 2 of the bastions weren't pulling out to the front. The bastions were going to use themselves to block the blast. Bastions were the pinnacle of human construction, and that included their defenses. They had the best chances of surviving the blast of a planetary explosion. Although humanity's forces were in full retreat, the planets could detonate at any moment. The bastions were determined to deflect as much of the blast as they could to give their people a chance. It called to mind memories of Tyrannosaurus, when Admiral Kong had used the ship's bulk to defend his fleet from the alien asteroid shower. Now Lan Chang and 5 of the North's bastions were preparing to do the same. They tightened ranks and waited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749, Big Bang. Chapter 749, Big Bang. Lan Jue didn't know why the West didn't join the other bastions at the front. However, he did know it was the right decision. Middle Heaven's impressive speed was on full display. 20 engine fixed to its surface glowed red-hot as they pushed the planet forward. From the back it looked like a sun. It led the other bastions toward Monteur. The first set of ships to reach safety were the East's. They had been ready for the withdrawal order. Lan Xing could be selfless when the time required, but he also had no qualms alerting his people to danger even if it wasn't in everyone's best interest. He knew Kong Hui was going to give his own people more time than others. Lan Jue didn't leave his own ship. Through communications equipment and radar he observed what was going on outside. When he saw ships bearing the insignias of the East fly past Enluan and out into quiet space, he heaved a sigh of relief. So far the East only had 1 bastion, and 5 fleets it was meant to protect. But where this might have been a problem for a normal ship, Middle Heaven was so large its whole entourage could fit safely in its wake. Behind the warships were the transport vessels. They were ferrying Enluan's best, including the Blood Iron Khans. Middle Heaven was moving forward so quickly to ensure that transport ships got behind it before Monteur blew. And not a moment too soon. The 4 planets began to change just as the East's ships were getting to a safe distance. It started with their rotation, which slowed to a crawl. Even from out in space they could see the planet trembling. Thousands of acres of its surface collapsed into burning crevices that spat magma into the sky. It was going to blow. Northern bastions had started to slow, then stop. Protecting their bastions were their first priority. Interstellar fleets and the people on board were expendable by comparison. Luckily their reaction had been fast enough that most were already safely behind the moon-sized ships. Not so lucky were their transport ships, which were a few minutes behind. Despite the real risk of losing his soldiers, Admiral Kong Hui couldn't put the bulk of his fleet, and the bulk of the North's military strength, in the path of destruction. Not Middle Heaven. It surged forward like it was duty-bound to save as many lives as possible. In the face of the planet's imminent doom, it proceeded. Boom! A blinding light suddenly turned darkness into day as Dakar exploded. The luminescence from its death spread across the whole sector. The shockwave that followed was like something from a nightmare. Lan Jue found himself unconsciously clenching his fists. Monteur hadn't blown yet, but he knew that when it did the results would be catastrophic. It was the largest of the 4 planets, which meant its death would be the most destructive. Brother, you better have this under control. He didn't dare disturb Lan Xing in this moment because he knew his brother was piloting the whole ship. Now was not the time to trouble him with nonsense. The ships were getting closer. In the distance, Saki and Balan had also erupted, one after the other. Lan Jue could feel Middle Heaven being buffeted by the first blasts of the shockwave. His radar flickered and fought static interference. Only Monteur remained, but it shook so fiercely it threatened to pull itself apart. The cracks that snaked over its surface glowed like angry wounds. It was going to die any moment. Just then a white light sprang up before Middle Heaven, spreading out like a fan. The returning transport ships just made it just in time, vanishing behind the screen of light. Like clockwork, all of the bastion's engines shut off and went dark. Its forward momentum slowed, but the planet didn't turn around. Instead, an array of circular engines extended from the front of it and immediately sparked to life. It lurched perilously as the engines fought inertia. They were powerful enough not only to stop its forward trend, but also immediately thrust it backward in the direction it had come from. In the same moment a shell of orange-red light appeared around Middle Heaven. It covered every corner. Moments later Monteur gave in. First it collapsed inward, and time stood still for half a moment before it exploded out in all directions. Within Middle Heaven, silver light flickered as people were deposited into the control room. By the time it receded, the figures already had their hands on conductor rods and were pouring their power into the ship. They were the strongest men and women in the universe. In the middle was the first among them, Zhu Di. Zhou Qianlin, the winemaster, gourmet, pauper, driver, pharmacist, clockmaker, and Lan Jue. All of Skyfire Avenue's leaders, as well as Bai's, stood in solidarity in Middle Heaven's defense. When the impact hit, Middle Heaven shook like it was rattling from an earthquake. The humans' faces were dour but firm. Clearly the ship had been too close to the blast, but no blame was pointed at Lan Jue. He'd done it to save their fellow soldiers. Lan Jue knew his brother better than anyone, and he trusted him completely. Lan Jue wouldn't do anything he wasn't certain about, and if he flew in this close it was because he had faith in Middle Heaven's ability to withstand it. The universe around them was a tempest of frantic energy. The waves of destruction that came from the planets crashed into them, again and again. The East's fleets rocked and trembled. They were the only one who had been able to get all their transport ships behind their bastion before the blasts. For the North and West, the fate of their transports went without saying. What small ship could withstand the death of a planet? The answer seemed obvious. They would see who survived only once the dust had settled. The raging explosions lasted more than 10 minutes before they began to subside. Lan Jue felt like the East's bastion managed valiantly, perfectly in fact. Only the initial shock had rattled the planet-turned starship. By the end they hardly moved at all. It was evident Middle Heaven didn't sustain much damage. Sighs heaved through the control room. The Paragons staggered around like survivors of a disaster. If they had been closer to the center of the explosions, even with all their might they would have met their end. Only the wine master and the photographer would have had favorable chances. The gourmet's face was ghastly pale. These goddamn monsters are too cruel. They're evil. I wonder how the others are doing. The rest of his family was fighting with the North. Most importantly, the hope of the Chu family and their most recent paragon had led the ground assault team, Sheng Chang. The gourmet worried his nephew may not have survived the blast, though he didn't say it outright. Paragons were strong, but the northern transports had been left to their own devices. It was unclear how they fared. Outside was a universe of chaos. The fission of 4 planetary cores caused too much interference for any reliable communication. Lan Jue took a breath, his mind already calm. Detestable as the enemy was, it served nothing to spit curses at a distant foe. The aliens had suffered greatly as well. They'd left many of their number behind to confuse and bait the allied human forces. There surely were no survivors of those left behind. This was not to say humanity got away without cost. Many from the North and West, including their ground and mecha teams, had fallen. However, thanks to prudent intelligence and the help of the bastions, they'd kept their losses to a minimum. Nonetheless, a deep and abiding fear of their enemy would persist. Without early warning, the blow to humanity would have been crippling. But as it was, the losses suffered by both sides made it palatable. Lan Jue told the Paragons to rest while he himself went to go find Lan Jue. As he walked the halls, he was in awe of Middle Heaven and its first display of ability. Undoubtedly, the West and North were cowed by what they'd witnessed. Monteur was large, its blast intense, and Middle Heaven had been closer than all the other ships. And yet it had not cost them much to escape unscathed. Though it was not a contest, the East had escaped this tragic battle with the fewest losses and the most vital crystals. Brother! Lan Jue entered the Admiral's office to find Lan Cheng behind his desk, staring at his screens. He didn't raise his head. I told you, here you refer to me by my title. Lan Jue walked to his side. Relax, we've come out the other side of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 750, Analysis. Chapter 750, Analysis. From the side, Lan Jue looked as cold as ever. There was no sign of joy after saving the lives of their ground team. On the contrary, he was scowling at the data on his screens. What is it? We shouldn't have suffered any losses, right? Lan Jue asked. His brother nodded. But that isn't a mark of success. I should have known it was the enemy's intention to detonate the planets. That was my failure. If it wasn't for Junior and Father, we would have lost many people, maybe even all of Star Division. You know what that would mean. Lan Jue's heart skipped a beat. He was right. If they had been even a little late in discovering the alien plot, his soldiers would likely have been lost in the blast. His body broke out into a cold sweat. If that had happened, the blow to mankind would have been serious. If this battle proved anything, it was that Adepts were best suited for fighting the aliens. The Skyfire Paragons cut them down in droves. If these powerhouses had fallen, it would have crippled humanity's ability to fight back. It would have erased the core of Eastern dominance in an instant. Even if they somehow survived the aliens after that, the the East would have few deterrents against Northern and Western aggression. Lan Jue's face grew serious, and he nodded. Lan Chang went on. I'll learn what we can from this experience. We mustn't be caught in an alien trap again. What's most important for now is discovering where the alien planets fled to. The war has only just begun. Lan Jue nodded again, fully understanding the implications. Indeed, there was a long fight ahead of them. The first play of the game had cost both sides, and it looked like that was going to be the norm. Then we should alert any occupied planets to be on guard, and search for any trace of the enemy. If they're flying somewhere, it's the best we can hope for. If they teleported, there's a fundamental flaw in our understanding of the aliens. Lan Jue said, browsing it in thought. But Lan Qing shook his head. No, you and I see this opposite. If they teleported, it is the best situation for us. I trust in the pharmacist's information, and believe it costs the aliens tremendously to use their teleportation abilities. Father also said that they must be suffering from the restrictions of universal protogenia. The energy loss from teleportation and universal protogenia would be a vast burden to bear for these monsters. Teleportation would have been their best tactic for leaving the scene undiscovered, which makes it more likely. But 2 successive teleportations must be draining, and it's unlikely they'll make a third within a short period. Lan Jue's eyes lit up. So if we find them again, we can encircle and suppress them with no chance of escape. Lan Chang nodded in confirmation. Just so. What worries me most at this moment is the psychology of our northern and western allies. The loss of 4 planets and potentially thousands of soldiers is devastating. Right now, this has the potential to cause us the most problems. Lan Jue's face fell. He knew what his brother meant. A psychological schism could spell disaster for the species. No alliance had the strength to face these aliens alone. Only together was victory possible. If their allies chose to abandon the fight, the monsters would continue their path of destruction unchallenged. We can't let that happen. Lan Jue said. Lan Cheng agreed. I hope they hold up. The West didn't seem to get out in time, their losses will be the greatest. In a little while we'll be able to reopen communications and get a better feel for the situation. Lan Jue's brows furrowed as he considered. If it's just the West, then the loss is manageable. If it's the North, that's another story. Should I go see Admiral Kong? Lan Qing shook his head. No need right now. Kong Hui may be their commander, but he isn't the North's leader. These planets belong to the Northern Alliance, their loss was a disaster. Wait and see. That was the only thing they could do. An hour or so later, communications were re-established. When damage reports started coming in, the 2 brothers were shocked, though they had anticipated the worst. Most of the North's warships had made it back in time, but some had broken formation and fell behind. 3 capital ships, 5 dreadnoughts, and more than 20 battleships had been lost. Only a third of their transport vessels made it back. Luckily, the Terminator and Chu Chang were among them. It was a significant blow, but it didn't cut them to the bone. The North would recover. Things were much worse for the West. The West's 2 bastions refused Kong Hui's suggestion to move in, which directly resulted in tremendous losses for the Western fleet. The reason was well known: Western bastion defenses weren't the best. They didn't dare risk the pillars of their military strength, no matter the cost. They sacrificed their soldiers in order to keep their flagships at a safe distance. Because of this, only the West's fastest ships had made it back. Half of their fleet was destroyed and nearly all of their transports. Shockingly few of their people made it back in one piece, notably Satan and most of his people. For the rest, their avarice had doomed them. It was the Pontiff's citadel that suffered greatest. Reluctance to leave behind vital crystals forced them to stay until the last moment. They discovered something was wrong far too late, and only a handful survived. The Pontiff, Metatron and other archangels were able to flee by virtue of their own ability to fly. The Pontiff was injured so severely trying to protect his people it seemed unlikely he would fully recover. The fight was over. Looking out, the vista which had once revealed 4 beautiful planets was empty but for jagged remnants. No trace of the aliens remained. Lan Qing immediately opened a connection to Admiral Kong. He offered his plan to track down the enemy. I'm sorry, Admiral Lan. I've been given orders to return to Luo immediately. They have no appetite to continue right now. After a minute of silence, Kong Hui gave him the unfortunate answer. The North had succumbed to fear. 4 of their planets had been lost. What of Luo? It was the heart of the Northern Alliance with 10 planets in close proximity. If the enemy struck there, it would spell the end of their nation. Admiral, we would like to request you put all occupied planets on alert. If there is any sign of enemy forces, they should report it to us immediately. Lan Jue requested. Kong Hui sighed. I've already given the order. I believe the West will do the same, if they haven't already. But the areas we need to protect are too vast, and the enemy is only 3 planets. They can do what we cannot. What if they teleport the next time we pick a fight? We're stuck in a passive stance, waiting for them to make the first move. Lan Jue spoke up. But do you think we can fight the aliens with nothing but a passive defense? If they're still in your territory, what will the North do? Kong Hui was silent for a time before speaking. I know what you say is true, but this decision isn't mine to make. The North is in chaos, and it will only get worse once news of what happened here gets back. Already many of our important families have begun to flee into deep space with their own ships and all their riches. If this continues on a large scale, then... Lan Jue's pupils contracted as he stared at the screen. Then we don't have much time. Admiral, as soldiers our greatest responsibility is to our country. If we can't do that, we aren't qualified to call ourselves military men. If you agree with my determination, then I hope you can find a way to support us. Kong Hui nodded ever so slightly. Your analysis makes sense, there's a high probability you are correct. I will support you as much as I can personally. Be assured that I will continue to advocate for war. But I am just one man with limited power, I'll need more support if I am to convince our leaders. If you're able to convince the Terminator, it would go a long way. After all, he has tremendous influence out here. With him and I together, we may be able to convince the Congress to act. Lan Jue nodded. Kong Hui's promise had given them some measure of hope. With his responsibilities and status, they couldn't ask for anything more. The Western military didn't return their hails. Their bastions were already heading back toward the west with their tails tucked between their legs. Things were worse than they'd hoped. Instead of ridding themselves of their enemy in one decisive stroke, they'd ended up worse off than when they began. 4 planets were gone, along with all the soldiers that couldn't get away from the blast. This didn't only affect the North, the horror of their defeat would reverberate all throughout human territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 751, We Have to Go. Chapter 751, We Have to Go. Lan Jue looked at his brother. Right now we can only think about ourselves. The pharmacist has said that if we can recover Altus and lay out the banishing strategy, we have a chance to eliminate the alien threat. We faced with the unavoidable, your only choice is to face it head on. Lan Jue responded. We'll go back. We'll discuss it after we're safely in the East. He had his own pressures to consider. The East had worries just like the North did. What were they to do if the enemy showed up in the middle of their alliance? Middle Heaven, the strength of the East, was absent along with 5 interstellar fleets. It was imperative that they returned to defend their territory as soon as possible. Thus did the first joint military offensive of the human alliance end. Middle Heaven led the Eastern delegation back toward Skyfire. No one was in a jubilant mood. The aliens' cunning and cruelty were giving them the advantage. Their destruction was beginning to seem inevitable. Under constant attack, it seemed only a matter of time before humanity was reaped for their DNA. Once the Eastern government received Lan Jue's request for vigilance, they set about disseminating it at once. Planets quickly began returning reports as they searched for any sign of the alien planets. Thankfully, so far there was no sign the monsters had moved into Eastern territory. They appear to have dodged the proverbial bullet once again. However, it meant all they could do was wait for the aliens to re-emerge. Their history of clever and vicious determination meant they would certainly pick the most suitable place to show up again and strike at humanity. Once they knew more, they could build a strategy. Lan Jue didn't converse much with his brother on the return trip. He understood that he wouldn't be much help in the realm of strategy and tactics. Instead, he returned to Zeus 1 and set about cultivating with Zhou Qianlin. It was still important to consolidate everything they had acquired so they could succeed with their breakthroughs as soon as possible. Only once they did would the power of the harmonious swords be fully available to them. That was how he could help his brother. Zeta. 3 days later. Lan Jue, come see me. Lan Jue could hear the hurry in his brother's voice. It was a rare quality to hear from Lan Jue. He must have important news, Lan Jue thought, and he suspected he knew what it was. He stopped cultivating and left for the Admiral's office. He didn't bother asking for more information over the communicator. His brother would have explained if it was something he could discuss from afar. It was important enough for him to call Lan Jue over for a face-to-face talk. When Lan Jue arrived, there were several others in the office: his father, mother, and the wine master. None of them bore pleasant expressions, only Lan Chang maintained a measure of inscrutable composure. However, the chill in his demeanor was telling. "Did you find them?" Lan Jue asked. He knew the answer: it was the only reason they would be reacting this way. Lan Chang nodded. Lan Jue's next question was delivered with some anxiety. "In our alliance?" "No," came Lan Chang's answer. "They're in the west." Although he knew he shouldn't, Lan Jue was relieved when he heard. It wasn't the east, they were protected for now. Lan Chang heaved a sigh, then continued. 2 days ago the west's bastions were ambushed while returning home. Both were destroyed by the alien planets. Only a few of their fastest ships managed to escape. "What?" Lan Jue gasped. Lan Jue had known the news wouldn't be good. He hadn't expected this. The west had only 3 bastions. One of them had been taken by Poseidon Group and brought to the east. The only 2 they had remaining were now gone. What did it mean? It meant the west no longer had the ability to protect itself. The whole alliance was at the mercy of these terrible interstellar predators. A creeping dread filled Lan Jue's heart. What if the aliens had been waiting for them instead? What would have happened then? They wouldn't have fared any better than the west, and Middle Heaven would have fallen at the enemy's hands. Although Lan Jue liked to believe that they would have made them pay dearly. The North has also been informed of what's happened. Our enemy's target is undoubtedly the Western Alliance, their most populated area. Europa. Lan Jue blurted. Lan Chang nodded. That's most likely. We've told the West we're going there now. Lan Jue's heart skipped a beat and he scowled. Did they agree? Whether they agree or not, I'm going, Lan Chang said resolutely. If the West falls, who's next? It won't be the North, the strongest alliance. It'll be us. And, I suspect, they'll use the hesitation they suspect we must be feeling to undergo their evolution. It won't take them long, and once they do, what will our resistance mean to gods? So, no matter what the West thinks, we have to go. Zhu Di spoke up. I agree. The aliens have proven adept at psychological warfare. We have to fight toughness with toughness. If they aren't afraid, they'll just keep racking up victories. Their greatest advantage is their ability to teleport, but Xiao Chang and I agree they won't be using that ability in the near future. It must have cost them about as much as we suspect. What about this, Dad? Lan Jue offered. They spent a lot of energy, but they must have gathered a lot from the 4 planets they conquered as well. That might allow them to teleport again. If that's the case, they can just do exactly what they did before. Zhu Di shook his head. It isn't that easy. If recovering life essence was so easy, would I have the troubles that constrain my powers? I've had time to carefully study the Paragon-level vital crystal you recovered. It's remarkably similar to a human's core. Once it reaches a certain level, it becomes very difficult to simply support it by normal means. Teleportation requires their life force to galvanize the energy and complete the process. Creatures like the one you killed on Monteur can restore life essence, but the situation must be different for the alien homeworlds. Even though they did consume 4 planets worth of energy, it will take time to convert it into power they can use. I don't think I'm wrong in this. Lan Jue was suddenly reminded of something the pharmacist had told him. He nodded. Then teleportation is no longer an option for them. If we track them down, they'll have no choice but to fight. Just so. Of course we'll need more intelligence before we make a decision, Zhu Di cautioned. Lan Chang cut in. We aren't going in for a direct confrontation. First we need to confirm what they're up to, and what condition they're in. If we can be sure they're in the process of evolution, then we must attack right away and thus destroy them. Does the North have anything to say? Lan Jue asked. Lan Chang calmly replied. I've already alerted the Northern Congress, Admiral Kong Hui and His Majesty the Terminator. Right now things are not going well in the North. Lan Jue smiled bitterly. I can imagine. The North has suffered terribly and they'll want all their strength centered on Luo. They have a reason to be scared. If the aliens return to Luo once they can teleport again, it would likely mean the end of their alliance. Lan Chang's iron facade broke, revealing a brief glimpse of helplessness. So it seems unlikely we'll be able to count on the North's help. We have only ourselves. We've also brought the majority of our power already. The other 2 bastions are protecting Skyfire. It was difficult to convince our parliament to let us make this excursion. For the moment, the only ones to fully endorse the decision is Poseidon Group. Lan Jue blinked. So the Poseidon-class Bastion will join us as support? Lan Chang nodded. Ailey's proposal. If what he said wasn't an exaggeration, then Poseidon should be just as tough as Terminator was. That will help us quite a lot. Lan Jue nodded. If the enemy is trying to evolve, then it's definitely the time to go all out. I support your decision, let's do it. I refuse to helplessly wait for death to come knocking. The West. He trailed off, his face going dark. Lan Jue had no love for the West, but their people were innocent. They were all part of the human family. Pulling the star map up in his mind, he could recall 8 planets in the vicinity of Europa. They were arranged in a circle and served as protectors for Europa in the interior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 752, Changing Course. Chapter 752, Changing Course. The Barrows was one of those 7 planets. Each one was, at most, 2 days' journey from one another. Once the threat of alien invasion had become clear, the West had urged nearly all their populace to migrate to this system. Though their population was the smallest among all the Alliance, that was still 1 billion people. That was enough DNA to prompt the alien evolution. 1 billion lives. And Luan changed course, pointing itself toward Europa. They were about to enter into the second phase of their war against the aliens. After 2 days, Middle Heaven crossed the border into Western territory. All the while, bad news was flowing in from their neighbors to the north. Their government and their people were clearly uninterested in sending troops to help them face the planets. They weren't alone in their thinking. So long as disaster wasn't on their doorstep, people were content to bury their heads in the sand. But what did that help? Just as a tipped nest has no unbroken eggs, did the North not understand that disaster would be visited upon them all? But it seemed hopeless, they were already frightened beyond reason. Another day passed before they got any news. More specifically, it was a message from Kong Hui. He confirmed what Lan Chang and Lan Jue suspected, that the destruction of those 4 planets had descended the Alliance into chaos. Distrust in the government had reached a fever pitch. Under these conditions, the Northern Congress felt it most important for their forces to remain close to home, protecting Luo. They couldn't dispatch any troops, no matter the problems others were facing. Although the Terminator was a respected man, he was but one person in a sea of dissenting voices. His reputation wasn't enough to sway the lawmakers to his point of view. However, the Paragons, Chu family, and the Admiral refused to be hamstrung by the cowardice of others. With Tyrannosaurus and 2 fleets, they left Luo without approval, headed for the west. The Terminator brought all of the Great Conclave with him, including the Adept army he'd established. By the time the Congress found out, they'd already left. They ordered the remainder of their army to track down and take back Tyrannosaurus, but that was easier said than done. With the destruction of Terminator, Tyrannosaurus was the strongest ship they had. Heron had been their fastest, but its capabilities had been greatly reduced. Under these circumstances, what could the army do? What's more, how could the army not support its admiral, and their mission to destroy the beasts that had slain so many of their countrymen? But Lan Chang and his forces had another ally, but he wasn't sure it was enough. The weakest alliance had become the leader in this desperate, and possibly final, assault against the alien menace. Poseidon approached from a different corner of eastern space and entered the west some distance away. They met up before continuing toward Europa. Lan Jue knelt on the floor of Zeus 1. Right now, the only people in the ship were him and Qianlin. It was the most quiet and private place on the ship. A pale blue light radiated from the center of his chest. A white light spread from Qianlin's. Both of them had come to the final part of their journey to become paragons, reaching the final step. His father had continuously told him that he mustn't rush. Impatience was counterproductive. Only the golden core of the thunder essence was left to be absorbed. It was a crystalline in appearance, strange and beautiful. It no longer seemed to possess any elemental quality, but instead vast amounts of pure energy were contained within. After several attempts to understand it, Lan Jue came to the conclusion that he would only fully absorb this core once he broke through. It possessed the purest immortal chi he'd ever felt. Zhou Qianlin's beauty continued to evolve. Every time they cultivated, she slipped effortlessly into meditation, and in fact she seemed to have entered into a strange and enigmatic state. It was almost as though she was hibernating. She was oddly sluggish and a sheen of white energy hung over her flesh. Lan Jue didn't know what it was, but he figured it must have something to do with her inevitable breakthrough. He'd asked his father if a Queen of Heaven adept had ever broken through to Paragon. He'd said Qianlin may very well be the first. As a result, no one knew what to expect when she crossed that threshold. However, Xianyuan Shishir was there for guidance, and said her condition was excellent. The immortal Qi was holding and purifying her essence. The combination of her own abilities and the Thunder essence was the reason for her rapid improvement and security. She had continued to change, quietly and furtively. The two of them sat in stillness, exchanging their energies between one another. Lan Jue's all-heaven lightning forged their bodies, and Qianlin's Queen of Heaven discipline nourished them. Over time the powers melded to construct a shell of power that encompassed them as they meditated. The pharmacist was also cultivating. Ever since finding her new goal, she'd redoubled her efforts. She knew that galvanizing Alta's power would not be easy, at least beyond the scope of her powers now. Even just recovering it from their foe was going to be a Herculean task. But difficult as it was, recovering the blade was the only way for her to be reunited with some piece of her husband. One could imagine the significance that held for her. Her condition had been different from a normal paragon's from the outset. She stood on an abundant foundation and grew with the aid of a banishing blade. Oxysis' deadly power was the elementary force of her abilities, the power that shored up her iron will. Her progress continued unabated, without the bottlenecks encountered by typical paragons. In fact, with the understanding she had accumulated in Oxysis' help, she would have broken through right to a reflection of heaven and earth if she'd held back. Though she wasn't there now, she was close. Her domain continued to meld with the lethal properties of the sword, becoming one. After drawing upon the essence of the sword more than once, she had used her comprehension of its nature to temper and perfect her protogenia. It served to stabilize and strengthen her own abilities, bringing her closer to the second degree of paragon. This was the benefit of using a legendary astrum. Once she broke through, she would continue to quickly improve by virtue of the banishing blade. The west was quiet, at least out in space. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and though the mighty aliens lurked nearby they could see nothing but an expanse of calm darkness. From the point of view of their enemy, the aliens had continued on the most effective path. Their unerring aggression had served to strengthen themselves and preserve their own lives. Any species would choose a similar path if they had reached the limits of their potential. But to another race, the aliens were a scourge. For humans these mortal enemies would have to die, or they would. Lan Chang was clad in his black military uniform, sitting straight upon his chair. He stared at the screen before him with a gentle expression, an exceedingly rare occurrence on his hard face. Ever since he was small he had held himself to the highest standards. Compounded by Zhu Di's influence, he had a dogged persistence toward perfection. While Lan Jue always looked up to his brother, he didn't know that Lan Chang's struggles were because his abilities were inferior to his younger brothers. He'd reached where he was today through obsessive hard work. But even the hardest men had soft spot in their hearts. Lan Chang was no exception, but the tremendous weight of responsibility on his shoulders forced him to hide it behind an iron curtain. He sacrificed his happiness and emotion for the unending pursuit of strength. Lan Jue had once told him walking that path would have driven him crazy. Thinking about it made Lan Chang smile. If his brother was here, seeing him grin from ear to ear, he surely would have wondered if this was his brother. He sighed. Perhaps, he thought, if they were successful against the aliens it was time for a rest. He'd never taken the time to live his life. Perhaps it was time for a chance. If only you knew how much I envy you sometimes, Zhu, he thought. But someone needed to take the brunt of father's expectations. I'm the older brother, these responsibilities fall to me. I never thought you would have to shoulder the same burdens. An image swamp up from his memory, an old street lined by quaint buildings. 2,048 meters top and bottom. Although he hadn't spent much time there, the place called to him. He liked it. When things settled he made the decision to visit. It wasn't time to retire, but a vacation wouldn't be out of the question. Inwardly he chuckled to think of his superior faces when the day came for him to apply for a few days off. People worked harder when they had something to work toward. At least, that's how Lan Chang felt. Beep, beep. His communicator buzzed. He connected the call and a pretty voice answered. Boss, we've arrived at the designated area. Lan Chang's relaxed expression was put away in lieu of his icy default. Wait for my orders, don't leave unless you have to, and don't act on your own accord. Wait for us to link up, then you can continue your approach. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 753, The Austins Flee. Chapter 753, The Austins Flee. All right. What about Zhu? Hua Li's voice sounded concerned. He's been cultivating, Lan Chang replied. He hopes to break through before this fight starts. Hua Li's anxiety was clear. You need to persuade him not to be too hasty. There are real risks. Lan Chang was calm as ever. He's fine, his foundation is solid. He could have broken through a long time ago if he'd wanted to. This is the most opportune moment he's encountered so far. He won't rush, don't worry. Hua Li replied. That's good. Who'd have thought we'd really come to a day when we'd be fighting shoulder to shoulder, eh? Chang should be coming with Tyrannosaurus. You think they'll write stories about us? The Battle of the Four Divine Monarchs? Lan Qing's voice betrayed his no-nonsense demeanor. If you have nothing of substance to say, hang up. Ugh. Guy, you really need to grow a personality. Alright, that's that then. We'll talk again in person. Hua Li hung up. Lan Qing shook his head. In reality, he wasn't thrilled with the fact Hua Li was commanding his bastion. Simply put, the entertainer was too gentle. In the heat of battle, you needed blood of iron. It was too easy for emotional problems to rise to the fore. Calm needed to be maintained. Still, he was pleased with the help from Poseidon Group's warriors. They were the richest army in all the alliances, and was well established. Their strength was undisputed, and their people boasted a host of talents. He just hoped their Poseidon-class bastion packed more surprises for them to exploit. 3 bastions, 3 planets. On paper they were decent odds. The alien homeworlds were strong, but Lan Chang had faith in Middle Heaven. Even if their mission failed. His face became stern. If the North had the strength, so did the East. Zeta. The air was thick and gloomy aboard the large blue ship. Silva Austin sat within the cockpit, ghastly pale. He'd maintained this position for several hours already. When news that the West's bastions had fallen, the Austin family ships raced to Europa. It didn't take them long to load up most of their riches and leave. Although they were the West's ultimate political family, they didn't have anywhere near the riches Poseidon Group boasted. All they needed was a transport ship disguised as a merchant vessel. Their escape was tacitly agreed to by the Western government, since the Austins had held the reins of power for so long. Richard Austin stood at his father's side. He looked just as bad, distraught over having to flee his home and flying toward an uncertain future. Father. Us leaving like this, the West, he struggled to find the words. The West is finished. Silva harshly replied to his son. Yes, the West was finished. Without its bastions, it was like a naked woman waiting to be ravaged. There was no other outcome. But we can ask for support from the North. The aliens wouldn't be able to ambush and destroy so many bastions at once. Richard was clearly loath to abandon his home. Silva shut his eyes, pain written on his face. Impossible. I know what is happening in the North. You are not a politician, you don't understand the problems politicians face. They can't do something simply because they want to. Their people are rioting. Their last offensive served only to condemn many of their young men to death. 4 planets were destroyed. Their failure scarred them deeply, and all they can do now is defend their homes. Of course, the destruction of the West just means their own death has been postponed. Silva opened his eyes. They were hard and bitter. Richard was shocked. So, you mean we aren't going to the North? His father replied. Of course not. Why would we do? Become their vassals? We have been preparing, spending a lot of our hard-earned wealth to gather everything we need to resettle somewhere else. We have the technology to terraform a place to our needs, build a new ecosystem. We're leaving the territories traditional held by mankind, the farther the better. Our family and servants, 3,000 people, will constitute the foundation of a new Western alliance. Even if they defeat the aliens, the West as we know it has passed into history. How will they treat us? The Austins' survival must be assured by becoming leaders, as is their right. Richard opened his mouth, but said nothing. A bitter expression crossed his face. Europa, he'd grown up there, it was his home for as long as he'd been alive. He didn't want to leave the planet to its fate. When the aliens came, the people of his abandoned world would live a short life of pain and fear. The Austin family must become rulers? But what sort of ruler didn't protect their own people? In an instant he felt like he'd grown up. A beautiful face appeared behind his eyes. Qianlin, are you well? It's been so long since I've seen your face. Are you still with that man? I regret that I am so weak, or he wouldn't have stolen you away from me. A formless pain filled his chest when he thought of her. It had been so long, and so much had happened. Now the pain was just a shadow of the stabbing obsession he'd felt before. Love's ache didn't hurt so badly when one's life was in danger. His thoughts were interrupted when a man in a captain's uniform approached. Mr. Austin, we have a problem. An unidentified military force has blocked our path. What? Silva was shocked by the news. He shot to his feet. Do you know who they are? The soldier hesitated. We believe they're from the east. The Eastern Alliance? Silva's brows knit tight as he thought. After the fight against the aliens, the Eastern Army should have returned home to defend their own territory. Why would they be here all of a sudden? Let me see, he said. The captain brought Silva to a screen. There he saw a host of warships spread out before them. They were arranged in a formation that prevented further passage. The captain went on. Their call signs and indications mark them as Eastern vessels. They've hailed us, requesting to speak with someone. Look here. Silva scowled. Open a connection. It seemed strange to encounter Eastern soldiers out here without rhyme or reason. Perhaps they didn't know the aliens were in the vicinity? An officer appeared on the screen. I am Senior Colonel Lu Feng. Please reply with your designation. Lu Feng spoke curtly. The officer by Silva's shoulder answered. We are a vessel under the auspices of the West. By what authority are you entering into Western space without authorization? And you dare to ask our designation? Lu Feng was not cowed. We've come to defend the West from alien invasion. Your vessel and status are unclear. It is protocol to hail all unknown vessels in proximity. Save them from the aliens? Even Silva Austin couldn't believe what he was hearing. Could this be true? The North was busy with their own affairs, but the East came instead? Silva Austin blurted out. How many reinforcements did you bring? The senior colonel replied. Report your designation. After a moment of hesitation, the Western politician answered. This is the West's 9th Fleet. I am their commander, Chief Silva. Lu Feng looked his over for a moment. You're an army chief? Why aren't you in uniform? As far as I know, the West doesn't have a 9th Fleet. Newly authorized, Silva replied. I request to speak with your commanding officer. Tell them President Silva Austin wishes to speak with him. Lu Feng went silent as he tried to confirm the information. His computer verified that this man was indeed the Western president and patriarch of the Austin family. Lu Feng was an intelligent man. The president's presence on these unmarked military vessels was telling. However, Silva was an important person in the West and in the military. Please hold on while I get the admiral. Before long, the senior colonel's face was replaced by another, a youngish man with gallant features. His uniform was jet black, and 4 gold stars glinted on his shoulders. He regarded Silva and his officer with a cold, hard expression. Richard Austin was immediately struck by his image, even on a screen. This man's aura was almost palpable. Silva Austin knew him the moment he saw him. He was a famous figure in the East, perhaps all across human space. The Enluan super soldier, a star of his military generation. He was a paragon in service to the Eastern military, but was also known as Prometheus of the Divine Monarchs. Lan Jue. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 754, Incorporation. Chapter 754, Incorporation. Hello, Admiral Lan Jue. When he saw the Eastern luminary, Silva Austin felt more relaxed. No one of comparable age had as many military accomplishments. If they were here, it meant they didn't need to fear pursuit by alien forces. Hello, President Austin. Where are you and your entourage headed? Lan Jue calmly greeted him. The Western president adopted a grieved expression. The alien planets have attacked our armies and destroyed our last remaining bastions. The West has fallen into enemy hands and Europa has been occupied by our foes. We've had no choice but to flee our homeland under threat of death. We're lucky to have run into you. You've come as reinforcements? Lan Jue regarded him like a statue. It doesn't seem as though you're in any condition to fight. You've witnessed the enemy on Europa? What's the situation on the ground? Silva paused. He didn't want to continue this line of questioning. For fear of unneeded trouble, for fear of judgment, he'd shut off all communications to Europa. He didn't know what was happening back home. They're everywhere. Europa has fallen. We were forced to run. We can't know the conditions on the planet now. They've cut off all communications. I don't know how many men you've brought with you, Admiral, but do you think you'll be able to help us take back our home? He lied straight-faced to the Eastern commander. We have 1 bastion and 5 interstellar fleets, Lan Jue answered. We plan to attack the alien planets in full force. Silva's words were thick with gratitude. That's excellent. We'll get out of your way, and congratulations on what's sure to be a successful campaign, Admiral. We'll wait for your triumphant return to present you with our most sincere thanks. No need. Lan Jue replied. Silva saw the hard light in Lan Jue's eye. The Enluan super soldier continued. I mean to say you don't need to move aside. We're requisitioning your vessels. What? Silva stared at him with wide eyes. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. We're surrounded, sir. The colonel at the president's side had just noticed the eastern ships pulling up on either flank. They hadn't considered this possibility since the others were military vessels and not aliens. Silva's capitulatory facade fell away, and he faced Lan Jue with indignation. Admiral Lan, this is the Western Alliance. What is the meaning of this? Lan Jue's voice was cold as ice. So you do know where you are. As president, should you be en route to flee your own nation? You cannot face the enemy on your own, so we've come. We will achieve victory through unity. Toward this end, we're requisitioning your ships. We will ensure your safety, but your people are coming under our control. This is unacceptable. Silva slammed his fist on the desk in front of him. These ships were meant to ensure the future of the Austin family. How could he just let them be taken? They certainly wouldn't be given back. All of the wealth that had been painstakingly saved by his family would be robbed. It doesn't matter what you find unacceptable. Lower your shields and stop your engines, or you will be regarded as an enemy. This is how it is. The connection was dropped. Silva Austin, president of the Western Alliance, stared gaping at a black screen. He erupted in a string of curses. How could anyone have anticipated that they would run into an army, into someone as pompous and arrogant as this admiral? But what choice did he have? They couldn't revolt. There were 5 fleets of the East's best soldiers just outside. Lan Jue was piloting a bastion. What could he do with his small handful of refugees? But he couldn't stomach it. He couldn't simply give himself and his family to these pirates. If he did, his family would be lost. A wild and ferocious expression overcame him. He snapped his head toward the colonel. How likely are we to break free? Even if it's just us. The colonel opened his mouth, but before he could answer, Silva grunted and collapsed to the floor. He gasped. Mr. Austin, you. Richard Austin stood over his father, the hand that had knocked him out till raised. His face was dark. We are guilty in the eyes of the Western people. We cannot continue our sins. I also will not tolerate seeing anyone die by human hands when we have an enemy like the aliens at our gates. Follow Admiral Lan's demands. If our ships and soldiers can contribute to the liberation of our home, then we must do so in order to redeem ourselves. I am not a man who runs from battle, Colonel. Are you? The officer stared at Richard. After a moment he replied. Deep in my heart I never liked you. Now I see that I was wrong. I'm sorry. He turned back to the control panel and opened up a link to all the ship's captains. This is an order: all ships of the 9th Fleet lower your shields. Friendly forces will come to board your vessels. Put down your arms. We don't want any trouble. The command brought the West's 9th Fleet to a halt. Shields, which had been brought up when the eastern ships had surrounded them, hissed as they were turned off. Boarding vessels were allowed to approach. 2 hours later, the West's newest fleet was turned into the East's newest edition. To Richard's surprise, the East didn't remove their personnel, instead simply leaving some of their own behind to supervise. The Austin family's people were left under the command of the colonel. Austin brought his father, awake from his undesired nap, on the boarding vessel along with several of their closest descendants. They made their way to Middle Heaven. It was safer there, and signified their capitulation to the East. Silva was quiet the whole way. He looked to have aged a decade in just a few hours. Richard sat across from him, also silent. He wasn't sure what he should say, but he didn't regret his actions. If he was given the choice to do it again, he would. It had somehow put his heart at ease. Silva suddenly lifted his head and looked at his son. Richard sat up straight, ready for his father to react harshly. Instead, the elder statesman started with a bitter laugh. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I was too concerned with what our family could gain or lose. What I could lose. I forgot what it means to be human. I have sinned, and from now on I am no longer suited to running this family. That task falls to you. You're now the head of the Austin family. Father, Richard wanted to explain, but Silva lifted his hand and entreated silence. You don't need to say anything. I don't blame you, I'm not upset. I mean it took nerve to do what you did. I see you with new eyes. That nerve is precisely what's needed to keep our family going. I didn't want our family to end here, because of this. After 100 years on the political stage. But so long as you remain, we will return to glory. The sins of the father will not be visited upon the son. Richard Austin will be the hero of our family, and the cleanser of our name. Richard was stunned. Suddenly he felt so small before his father, with a burden so heavy placed upon his shoulders. He felt like in a moment his life had changed. The small transport boat made it back to Middle Heaven without incident. Although everyone had heard of the East's newest bastion, seeing the remolded planet with his own eyes for the first time stunned Richard to silence. The soldiers were very respectful, and took pains to accommodate him and his family. Richard and his father were brought to the control room, at the center of the bastion. When they entered, both of them focused immediately on a single person. Tall, straight, cold and resolute, but with a strangely gentle air. Both seemingly opposing sensations surrounded a single man harmoniously without contradiction. Lan Jue, the peerless light emperor of Middle Heaven, senior commander of the Eastern Army, admiral of Middle Heaven, Prometheus. Title after lofty title flit through their minds. Richard felt small before the man, like he was looking up at a giant. The soldier who led them quickly approached Lan Jue and stood at his side, speaking a few words. The admiral then turned around to face them. He walked over with long strides, unthreatening, but Richard still fell back a step. Silva faced him tall and uncowed. Hello, Admiral, he said. Lan Jue nodded. Hello, President Austin. I appreciate your cooperation in this matter. Please relax, we'll do everything in our power to help you recover what the aliens have taken. In a little while I'll need to ask you some information, anything you can tell me about the state of Europa and its surrounding planets. Then you'll be free to rest and recover from your flight. No mention was made of the East's forceful acquisition. Silva had known this was coming, but the bitterness in him was still sharp. The Austin family's years of leadership were coming to an end, but they would live. So long as they lived, there was a chance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 755, Poseidon's Surprise. Chapter 755, Poseidon's Surprise. I hope you're able to keep your promises, Admiral. Do whatever you can to protect our home. Silva Austin was no longer concerned with the return of his fleet. There were more important things to consider now. Even if they were absorbed by the East, even if they became beholden to their alliance, their survival would mean a chance for their family. Richard saw Lan Jue from a different perspective. He looked so familiar. He looked like that man, the one who, why did they look so similar? The sounds of footsteps approaching from outside interrupted his thoughts. I heard you took the Austin's fleet? Lan Jue stepped through the door and called to his brother. He only noticed the other two men after he spoke. Richard froze, but quickly his face turned dark and angry. This thief was the last man he'd expect to see here. He could see the relation between Lan Jue and Lan Jue right away. If only he had known, perhaps he wouldn't have given his family's ships up. Lan Jue cast him a glance, walked over to his brother's side, then laughed amicably. We meet again. Lan Jue could almost hear Richard grinding his teeth. Zhou Qianlin? Where did you kidnap her away to? Star Division's commander heaved a sigh. Please stop asking pointless questions like that. I'm fairly certain you will never have an opportunity to see her, ever again. Richard paused, and little by little the rage drained from his face. T-Man, standing beside the Eastern Admiral, with an aura no less impressive than Lan Jue's, made Richard feel just as small. Why did he have to suffer such disgrace? Why was he not given a chance? His bitterness showed plain on his face. Is she well? Lan Jue scowled. Not really. What? Richard's anger flared again and he took a step forward. A hand shot out and grabbed Lan Jue by the front of his shirt. Silva didn't have an opportunity to stop him. The Western president was filled with dread. How could his son act so brazenly in their weakest moment? This was their ship, their lives were in the East's hands. Richard's eyes were red as he glared at Lan Jue. Not really? What's the matter with her? When he saw the look in the young man's eyes, some of the distaste Lan Jue bore for Richard melted away. Whatever sort of man he was, he really did care for Qianlin. She got hurt trying to protect me. Don't worry, I'm working on a cure. Lan Jue said it like a solemn oath, and made no effort to extricate himself from Richard's grip. The Austin successor's breath was quick and ragged. Eventually he loosened his hold. When he spoke, his words were lilted with depression. Care for her, keep her from harm. I know any chance I had with her is gone, but I still hope for her happiness. Yeah. I'll make sure of it. Lan Jue nodded resolutely. Richard stared at him for what felt like a long time. All of a sudden he felt different, something clicked in his mind. It was a moment of maturity, and the animosity he bore for Lan Jue disappeared. So did the flame he carried for Qianlin? Instead, he heard the words of his father echoing in his mind. Lan Cheng had a soldier take the two men away. Only once they were gone did he address his brother. Weren't you locked away, preparing? What brings you out? Lan Jue smirked. I'm more or less ready. Lan Cheng's eyes sparkled. So you mean? He nodded. But I can still hold back. I believe the longer I resist, the better the results will be when the time comes. When the pharmacist broke through, there was a surge of incredible energy. I think it was Oxysis waking up. It was so powerful it scared the Violet Princess away. When Qianlin and I break through, the burst will be twice as potent, and I don't want to waste it. We're moving in on the aliens now, so this presents a good opportunity. Lan Cheng rewarded him with one of his rare smiles. Good. When you break through, we'll have to find a time to spar. Lan Jue answered with a dark chuckle. I'm gonna kick your ass. Lan Cheng muttered something, a few quiet words, but they wiped the grin from Lan Jue's face. Could you not? This is revenge. Lan Cheng's reply was indifferent. It was father's decision. If you have a problem with it, you should speak to him. If you could convince him, then you don't have to worry about the title. Ruthless. I'm leaving. Lan Jue spat the words in irritation and spun around to leave. Wait a moment. Lan Qing called him back. Eh? When Lan Jue turned back, his brother was once more the definition of solemn duty. Early reports say things are pretty bad. Aliens have already taken several of the planets around Europa. I'm sure you know what they're up to. We're going to face the enemy with only 3 bastions and few soldiers. But sometimes few soldiers can have its advantages. Lan Jue's heart jumped. You think the aliens will underestimate us and rush in? The Admiral nodded. If we came in with 7 or 8 bastions, I'm not sure we'd have a better result than last time. We haven't done well with direct confrontation. But we're only bringing 3, and I'm sure they'll know it. Father said those successive teleportations must have weakened them. At their level, if they get too weak, they won't have the energy necessary to resist the pressure universal protogenia. That would mean their immediate destruction. I imagine they're more worried than we think. When you're worried, you make quick and stupid decisions, which I suspect they will if they think we're in an inferior position. If we can confirm that they are beginning the evolution process, then we should press the attack. The problem we're facing now is uncertainty in how long their evolution takes. That leaves us no choice but to hurry as much as we can. It's a gamble, but gamble or not, it's the best option. We need intelligence, and I'm sure you know specifically what intelligence we need. If the aliens are distracted, that's the time to strike. You're right, Lan Jue agreed. I'll go. I'll make every effort to find out what we can. A strange look overcame his brother's face. Jue, you know, I hope this mission of yours isn't successful. Huh? Why? Lan Jue asked, confused. He explained. If they're doing all they can to prevent it, chances are high they are trying to hide their evolution. Prepare to dispatch. I've backed 2 plans to formulate, and once they're ready, it'll be time to act. Huali is nearby, we'll be meeting up with him soon. All right. The Austin family had left with only a single fleet. However, as one of the most important families in the West, their ships were special. They were better equipped and more powerful than standard military vessels. When the money flowed, who didn't want to spend some of it on security? Cost didn't matter when the results were good and useful. It was as true for their mecha suits as it was for their ships. The Austin ships were equipped with the best Western equipment their money could buy, as well as some choice items from the North. How they got their hands on it, you'd have to ask the Austins. It didn't take long to incorporate them into the Eastern Legion, especially with the cooperation of their crews. The stronger they were together, the better their chances of success. 6 fleets now surrounded Middle Heaven as they continued deeper into Western territory. A day later they stopped again, though not to intercept. This time they were joining up with friendly forces. A sky-blue bastion ship hung in the darkness of space before them. It was about half the size of an Luan. Middle Heaven was the largest bastion ever created, and it was only possible because of the molinite discovered in its core. The fact that it was a planet with a lithosphere all its own constituted its size. Meanwhile, the other ship was constructed from some nameless blue material they weren't familiar with. Lan Chang and Lan Jue both looked at it from the window. After going over the analytics for the ships, they both shared a single thought questioning Hua Li's modesty. Just looking at it, they could tell it probably had more firepower than the North's Terminator class. Its size didn't seem to affect this. It was also surrounded by 4 interstellar fleets, each ship coated in the same cobalt blue. 4 full fleets. Everyone always talked about Poseidon Group's riches, that they were the greatest human family. Lan Chang and his brother didn't know precisely what that meant until they saw the results of those riches hovering outside their window. Compared to Poseidon Group, the Austin family was hardly worth notice. If Hua Li and his people wanted to take over the West, they surely could, so long as the East and North didn't interfere. You sure brought us a pleasant surprise, Ailey. Lan Jue spoke to the pretty face looking back at them from the screen. Praise was evident in his voice. Hua Li chuckled. The 4 divine horsemen are riding together into battle, we need to make a show of it. This is all of our family's strength and wealth. And they're all under your command, Big Brother 1. We serve at your command. 1. Lan Chang. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756, of no use. Chapter 756, of no use. All right. Lan Chang answered. Hua Li turned his attention to Lan Jue. Hey Jue, come on over when you have the time. Oh, right. I should go there. Am I welcome? Lan Jue chuckled. Of course you're welcome. If Tyrannosaurus would get there, the monarchs would be together again. Hua Li looked at him with a serious expression. I'll be there in a little while. After they hung up, Lan Jue spoke to his brother with a slight note of envy in his voice. So this is the power of wealth, eh? You think we'll have a family like this in the future, bro? Lan Chang was stoic as ever. Not many families are as lucky as the Poseidon Group. Usually the more wealth and prestige you have, the more numerous are your enemies. Poseidon Group wouldn't have invested so much in war machines if humanity wasn't under threat, it would be taboo. Remember that the Poseidon Group traces its family roots all the way back to the former era. Luck and intelligence got them this far. Lan Jue chuckled again. No need to school me on principles, I understand. I'm just making conversation. I mean, you're lazy too, am I right? All this hard work your whole life was so you could take it easy later. I remember you saying something like that when you were little. Lan Chang's face twitched. He stared at his brother. Stop with the nonsense. Go welcome Hua Li. Yeah, alright. Zeta. Poseidon-class bastion ship. You're going over? Emo Xiao looked at Hua Li, her face scrunched in a scowl. Yup. He nodded, running a hand through her hair. Don't be like this. Didn't we already talk about it? She sniffed. Just because you're good to others doesn't mean they'll be good to you. The Austin family should be a lesson. They took their fleet, or didn't you notice? We're an important family, too, with many secrets to protect. You are the patriarch, Poseidon. If something happens to you, they'll be able to coerce whatever they like from us. Hua Li frowned. You think too much. There is no other group of people I trust more than them. Are you saying you don't trust Lan Chang and Lan Jue? Mo Xiao shook her head. It's impossible to know what's in a person's heart, especially when it comes to the interests of their people. Are you sure you have your priorities straight? You've brought the full force of our family out for everyone to see. The rest of the family already doesn't agree. Without my help, you would have had a million troubles on your hands. Now you want to walk over and put your safety in their hands. I won't allow it. Hua Li's face stiffened. Whether or not you allow it doesn't matter. Don't think because people call me your wife you have the right to tell me what to do. You said it yourself, I'm Poseidon. Patriarch of this family. You don't determine what direction this family takes. Mo Zhao's breath became ragged. Hua Li continued. What's more, even without me there's another successor already. This has nothing to do with that. Now I'm going. He stomped down the hall, never looking back. Once his back was turned, tears began to stream down Mo Zhao's face. She shook with emotion. Why? Why do you treat me this way? Am I not good enough for you? Why? Zeta. Lan Jue saw Huali an hour later. The two walked side by side to Middle Heaven's recreation area. You came just yourself? Your family isn't worried we'll detain you? Lan Jue smirked as he said it. The entertainer shrugged. Detain me, then. I'm not opposed to sticking around. Just so long as you treat me right, big guy. Lan Jue scowled. Come on. Who would want your pompous ass? You're a waste of food. Now hurry up. Huali looked heartbroken. Don't you have a heart? We've traveled a long way to help you, and this is how you treat me. His voice was lilting and pathetic as he trundled down the hallway. Lan Jue shivered. What the hell are you doing? Ailey, how can we be sure you aren't actually a woman dressed as a man? You're killing me here. Huali chuckled. If you was a woman in man's dress, would you like me? If there was no Hera? Lan Jue's response was no nonsense. I'd have to think about it. Maybe. It's not my fault you're so pretty. It'd depend on who I met first. Now go on, drop your trousers and let's make sure you aren't a chick. Screw off. Huali hurried a few steps ahead. It made Lan Jue happy to see his old friend again. It was the first opportunity he'd had to relax since the war began. Do you want to see the big guy? Lan Jue asked. Huali shook his head. No need, I'm not interested in any of this military nonsense. He can communicate directly with Mo Shou if he wants, I'm just a figurehead. You? How have you been? You haven't broken through yet, what a wussy. I never would have thought of the four of us you'd be the last to break through. Lan Jue didn't let his friend's teasing trouble him. You may have broken through earlier, but that's like teats on a breastplate. What's that mean? Huali asked. Lan Jue regarded his friend disdainfully. You don't know? It means you're damn useless. Huali gaped. Cursing? That's not like you. Huali chuckled. Humans are multifaceted creatures. You think I have time to just lay around like you? I'm busy from the moment I wake up. Besides, I'm going to break through soon. What I meant to say was that even though I'm not there yet, you still couldn't beat me in a fight. Huali huffed. That's because I was holding back. I didn't. Use the full power of my astrum, you see. I was afraid to hurt you. Lan Jue changed the subject. Are you staying here or going back? He thought for a moment before answering. If I only had me to look after, I'd be disinclined to go back and I'd hang out with you gentlemen. That'd be comfortable. But, if I don't go back, Mo Shou would have a meltdown. The family would probably read too much into it as well. I'm just here to visit, I'll go back in a little while. Lan Jue nodded. That's good, we're living in special times. Your family just wants to make sure things are stable. So what about your plans? He asked. You think we have a chance against these things? Lan Jue shook his head. I don't know. Frankly speaking, even now we hardly know anything about our enemy. We don't know what they're really capable of. But according to our best guess, Lan Jue went on to explain everything they'd determined about the aliens so far, including what they'd learned from the pharmacist's husband. Then he explained their battle plans. They couldn't speak openly over the communicator before. The aliens were abnormally well informed, but still humans had no inkling as to how they learned so much. As far as they'd been able to tell, the aliens somehow were monitoring and intercepting human communications. This was likely to be mankind's last stand. Because of the concerns the information would be leaked, Lan Jue had carefully omitted some of the most important details of their plan in earlier discussions. Part of the reason he invited Huali here was to fill him in. As he listened, Poseidon Group's patriarch nodded in understanding. He spoke thoughtfully. It seems it's clear by this point. You're going in for another scout mission? Lan Jue nodded. We don't even know what it would look like when these planets begin evolving, but we need to go in and learn what we can. When we know the situation, we can move ahead with our plans. The more we know, the better our chances. It hinges on whether or not the aliens can fight back. Huali spoke with decisiveness. I'll go with you. How can you leave me out of such a good time? But Lan Jue quickly waved him off. No way. You are the predecessor of the Poseidon line. How can I knowingly put you in danger? And this is going to be very dangerous. You don't know how strong these things are, more powerful than paragons who have become one with the infinite. If it weren't for universal protogenia and the restrictions it brought, their full strength would have easily turned our species to ash and bone. If you go it'll send Poseidon Group into disarray, and that'd affect our whole plan. Hua Li pressed him. What about you? If you go it won't screw up the plan? Lan Jue smirked. Don't worry. First of all, no one is more familiar with the monsters than I am. I've been a part of every successful intelligence mission and have plenty of experience against them. Secondly, I'm bringing a whole team of paragons. Succeed or fail, our chances of survival are high. Relax, nothing's going to happen. We'll run from whatever we can't kill. But you're staying put. I don't want to have to be the one who face Mo Xiao. Hua Li's lips pressed tight. No, I'm not going to relax. We're brothers, and brothers share joys and woes. Poseidon Group will be fine without me, they have Mo Xiao. We have a child, and he will be the next Poseidon. Even if something happens to me, the family will go on. Hua Li blinked. You have a child? Hua Li was quick to interject. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't like that. It was technological. Right now it's a fetus, but after some genetic engineering in time it will be born. Mo Xiao and I don't have those kinds of feelings for each other. How could we have kids the traditional way? Hua Li, Lan Jue chastised. This is no good. Mo Xiao treats you very well, we all see it. You two are married and you should act like it, at least try to love her. If there's someone else you love, then make a decision. Short, sharp pains are better than long dull ones. Don't string this girl along. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757, Another Journey. Chapter 757, Another Journey. Hua Li sighed. You understand how our family works. And you don't need to concern yourself with it, either. I'm telling you, I'm going with you. Poseidon Group will be fine. No. Lan Jue was firm. If your family's situation is as complicated as you say, then all the more reason not to let you go. Your Poseidon-class bastion is an integral part of the assault, and if for whatever reason it doesn't join the fight, we'll have no chance against the enemy. Hua Li understood, and hearing his friend speak this way, he knew he wasn't going to come alone. He could only display his dissatisfaction with a sigh. Fine. But you all have to be careful, take every precaution. There will be many opportunities while scouting, so don't put yourself in danger needlessly. Lan Jue chuckled at his friend. It's fine, Qianlin will be with me. I'll be much more careful with her than I would be just by myself. I'll take care. When he heard her name, Hua Li paused. She's recovered? Soon, Lan Jue replied. We believe she'll return to normal once she breaks through. She is my first responsibility, so you can be sure I won't do anything to jeopardize that. Hua Li nodded. If I'm not coming with you, then I'll head back. Lan Jue was surprised. Why the rush? I'm not going anywhere for 3 days. Now that you're here, you should stay, we'll talk a while. We can't drink, but we can chat over a pot of tea or something. Come on. He pulled Hua Li down the hallway. Zeta. Now that the two bastions had joined up, they headed toward Europa together. They maintained some distance from each other, but were surrounded by their combined entourage. Although their total power didn't match up to what it was during the first alien encounter, their number of support vessels was catching up. For the time being, they weren't preparing a frontal assault. They needed to confirm the situation before any decisions could be made. They also needed to wait for Tyrannosaurus to show up. The northern bastions took pains to keep their path a secret. Conhui would use a special encryption method to keep Lan Qing in the know, but most of the time they maintained radio silence. They took every precaution to make sure the aliens did know they were coming, otherwise they risked an ambush. Middle Heaven and Poseidon, meanwhile, were less concerned. Together their defensive capabilities were significant. With them fleets and two bastions, they could immediately fall into formation and mount a stiff response to anything that came their way. The planets would have a hard time attacking them straight on. Besides, according to current estimations, the aliens were more concerned with gathering DNA than dealing with human military. They wouldn't want to waste their energy. No, best was occupying Europa and its surrounding planets to devour life essence, and use the DNA for their evolution. Hua Li stayed on Middle Heaven for a day, speaking at length with Lan Jue about all manner of things. By the end he spoke for a little while with Lan Chang before eventually returning to his own ship. Although he didn't speak highly of Mo Xiao, he respected her deeply. The practical control of the family's bastion was under her command, and she was the mother of his child. He had to treat her well. Jue, we're about 3 days out from Europa. We should be joining up with Tyrannosaurus soon. You should begin your scouting mission now, so that once our forces are gathered we can make our move. Lan Qing said. Lan Jue nodded. We're ready to go. Mom and the wine master will go with me, and well as the driver and pharmacist. Counting me and Qianlin, we aren't a big group, but it should be enough. Xiaosu will stay here to look after Star Division. Mika, Lin Guogua, and Xiuxiu will come with me. They'll fly the ship and be responsible for alien detection. Safety first, Lan Qing reminded him. We cannot lose this fight. Nor can we afford heavy losses. Do you understand? Lan Jue nodded. I understand. Father said he's coming as well, but I'll try and make sure the old man doesn't exert himself. For the last few days Zhu Di had also sequestered himself away in meditation. The powerful vital crystal they'd acquired from the progenitor had had a significant effect on him. He could use it in place of his own life force to employ the power of his martial art, if needed. Lan Qing nodded. Then make it quick. The faster you leave the sooner you get back. Yeah. Lan Jue got it, this mission was fundamentally important to the mission. It was the foundation of their whole plan. 3 hours later Zeus 1 quietly slipped out of Middle Heaven's hangar bay. Its communications equipment and lights were shut off, and like a shard of shadow they pushed off into deep space. For this mission they wouldn't be able to send any information back, they would have to deliver it themselves. They couldn't take the risk of the planets finding out. Europa. Lan Jue had been there many times, but never under circumstances like these. It wasn't only the West's capital, but the location of both the Pontiff's and Satan's citadels. By now it was under alien control. No one knew the condition of the two Western paragons. Reports stated that few of the Pontiff's citadel's upper echelons survived. It had been practically wiped out. Most of the Dark Citadel's leadership had been protected, but their hive of heathens was mostly empty. They had taken a serious blow as well. Hades no longer had to fret over fighting with the King of Demons for control of the Dark Citadel. The Dark Citadel was no more. Lan Jue couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment at that news. The tides of time were inconsistent, and changed the landscape in its passage. A lot of the universe seemed different now. Boss, we're on course. Mika's voice called to him. Mika was responsible for the controls and Xiuxiu kept an eye on their shields and weapon systems. As always, Lin Guogua busies herself making their ship invisible to enemy forces. Kor had remained behind with Su Xiaosu to look after the division. All right, full speed ahead. He replied. Mika pushed down on the gear and Zeus 1 shot forward. Of everyone on board, no one was perhaps more conflicted than Mika. No matter what happened there, Europa was where she'd grown up. She was a Westerner, and though felt no affiliation to it anymore, it was still her native land. Satan was nowhere to be found. The news said he'd fled, but no one had been able to get in contact with him. That made things very uncertain. Ever since conflict with the aliens broke out, Mika had felt the enmity she held for her father decrease. She'd eased so much, in fact, that she'd saved his life with that message from Monteur. She hoped he lived, she repeated it again and again in her head. No matter what, he was her father. Xiuxiu turned back to look at Lan Jue from time to time. But every time she did and her eyes fell upon the beautiful woman by his side, her face fell just a little. For now Qianlin was not merged into Lan Jue's body. She stood beside him on the bridge. She was dressed in a flowing white dress, the one that was Lan Jue's favorite. It was pure, simple, elegant. There were no flashy ornaments or designs. It allowed the ethereal beauty of the woman speak for itself. The spirit in her eyes was still lost, but her face wasn't as stiff as it had been. Occasionally her eyes would flit to Lan Jue, or sometimes her expression would change like she was thinking of something. It gave Lan Jue hope that she would recover soon. It was his greatest hope. If it wasn't for this mission and the fight that followed, Lan Jue would have broken through already. He desperately wanted her back. Shenyuan Shishir had told him her chances of a full return of faculties was very good. Zhu Di and Luo Xianni kept to themselves, cultivating. They wouldn't need their help until the final moments. The wine master, pharmacist and driver were on the bridge with Lan Jue. The wine master was chosen for his teleportation abilities, of course. The driver was a long-range fighter, and the pharmacist was their strongest. With Lan Jue, Qianlin, and their harmonious swords, the team was well-rounded. If they weren't strong enough by themselves, then Lan Jue's father and mother would intervene. No scouting party in the history of humanity came even close to what they were capable of. Zeus 1 raced ahead at intense speeds. It had undergone maintenance after its near miss with the explosion of Monteur. It was a particularly good ship to conduct energy, but having so many paragons flooded with their domain burnt out some of its components. The wine master stood at Lan Jue's other side. He spoke, voice low. No matter what, we need to be quiet and cautious. Don't rush ahead. Yeah. Lan Jue slowly nodded. He knew what the wine master was getting at. The aliens had already taken some of the planets, and just recently. The scenes they would pass would likely be heart-wrenching. The wine master was telling him to steel his heart. They had to proceed calmly. Their main force would arrive in Europa in 3 days. They would reach the outlying planets in 2. In a day and a half, the farthest western planet came into view outside Zeus 1's windows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 758, Live Fire Reconnaissance. Chapter 758, Live Fire Reconnaissance. When they saw the embattled planets, their hearts fell. It had become purple, as everyone had expected. But the sick color extended well past the planet itself and had begun to infect space around it. Aliens far as the eye could see surrounded it like a plague of locusts. If the number of beasts they'd faced no monteur had been overwhelming, what they saw before them was mind-boggling. They filled space as numerous as asteroids in the shattered starfields, more than humans had ever imagined. This is the aliens' main force? The driver asked. As the others began to wonder if he was scared, he added a sentence. So many vital crystals. Is there any limit to your greed? Lan Jue muttered. Mika, pull us into orbit and keep your distance. Let's take a look around, head for the nearest satellite planet, then we'll go from there. Xiao, start recording. Aye. The 2 women replied in unison. Most of the creatures they saw were of the sort they'd witnessed before, however there were a few that were new to Lan Jue. Beasts over 1,000 meters long were a common sighting, 3,000 meters or more were rarer. According to Lan Jue's estimations, the ones that were 10,000 meters long were equivalent to human paragons. They likely possessed more energy than a typical paragon did. The smaller they became, the weaker they were. Of course, this didn't include those that could alter their appearance, like the Violet Prince and Princess. As they continued their distant trajectory, only one word could describe the scene: shocking. It was staggering to behold. At least 3 times the number of enemies they'd faced in the north, and monsters stronger than they'd ever seen. When did they become so numerous? 10 times as many humans wouldn't be able to contend with an army this size. Some were smaller, meant to force the enemy to waste their fire on them, but even those came in such numbers as to be a real threat. Can we get through? Lan Jue turned to Lan Jue. Of course, he meant could they get into the thick of it without being discovered. She frowned. No, there are too many in close proximity. I can't emulate that many signals at once. We'd be discovered right away. This was a problem. Lan Jue frowned at the horde before them. If he couldn't get in closer, how were they to complete their mission? Lan Xing's words ticked the back of his mind. There were so many aliens they couldn't safely confirm the aliens' condition. This was as good as confirmation. It meant they were probably undergoing their evolution. Yet, they'd been wrong before. Being wrong this time could mean they lose everything. Had Zhu Di and Juner not helped when they did, humanity was already have no means to fight back. Failure was not an option. They had to confirm the planet's condition or the next part of their plan could not be enacted. He muttered to the others. Continue on. I don't think the creatures can have this much space quarantined. It doesn't matter how many there are. Aye. Zeus 1 continued its forward journey. Indeed, it appeared the aliens could keep everything locked down. As they got closer to the planets, things became more difficult, but the space between was more navigable. But things were worse than they expected. Interspersed throughout space were many of the umbrella-shaped, jellyfish-like aliens they'd encountered before. In Lan Jue's experience, they had the strongest psionic abilities, both very sensitive and widespread. They didn't have much in the way of fighting ability, but they carried a small army with them wherever they went. The pulses from the umbrella aliens were as strange as they were complicated, too complicated for Lan Jue to mimic. In addition, they noticed that the signals from them seemed to change, whereas other aliens' calls were static. This was made even more troubling by the fact that they couldn't tell how many aliens were contained inside one. For all they knew, one umbrella alien could be transporting enough aliens to wipe out their little boat. It took them a day to make a full circuit, observing every planet. The final analysis was the aliens were using overwhelming numbers and strategically placed umbrella aliens to keep this section of space locked away. The 7 outer planets were sentries, and Europa was safely nestled inside. Learning anything more was beginning to seem impossible. What do you think? The wine master asked Lan Jue. By now the bastions were already in position. Middle Heaven, Poseidon, and Tyrannosaurus were making final preparations. Yet they still had no useful information to present. In fact, the only news they had was bad news. Even without the alien homeworlds, there seemed to be more normal aliens than the human forces could contend with. If the 3 planets did appear, their deaths would be quick and decisive. Their mission was more important than ever. Live fire reconnaissance. Lan Jue replied. Live fire reconnaissance? The wine master seemed unsure. No, too dangerous, he replied. Lan Jue turned to him. Hear me out. We wouldn't all go out and pick a fight. We separate into 2 teams. Zeus 1 provides support while the second team moves in and kicks the hornet's nest. Explain, the wine master said. He did. You, me, the pharmacist, Qianlin. The 4 of us move into enemy territory and try to get a reaction, see how they respond from a small-scale attack. Without a way to protect ourselves, being detected would be unavoidable. Meanwhile, the others wait here on the ship and give us backup. Your job will be to transfer us out of harm's way when the time is right. There is a danger, especially since it's likely we'll encounter stronger aliens, but it's the only way to get a read on what's happening deeper in. We don't have to get to the center, we just need a clue. The wine master considered his proposal. I suppose it's the best plan we've got, though I don't like the risk. What do you hope to find? You say we don't need to penetrate too deeply, but there's a lot of space between the outer planets and Europa. If the alien homeworlds can cloak themselves as we suspect, it seems likely we discover anything useful. Lan Jue shook his head. I don't just intend to break past the line. I intend to get around the backside of these planets. You've seen that the aliens are most numerous around the planets. If a progenitor has already taken control of the planet, why would it need that much support? There must be something going on that we don't know. We delve past their blockade and see what's on the other side. Then, we swing around the backside of a planet and take a look at what they might be hiding. If we can do that, our mission will have been a success. The wine master thought for another few moments. If that's the case, I think we can assure a reasonable degree of safety. I can teleport everyone back. Lan Jue smiled. We might just be gauging reactions, but let's hit them with a solid punch. If we can teleport out, then we can teleport in. The wine master nodded. It's unsure whether there are any survivors. When he said it, everyone's face grew solemn. The West was truly lost. Most of their population had been gathered here, so how many could have fled? Whatever the number, it was far, far too few. As much as no one wanted to admit it, the Western Alliance was no more. Their planetary defenses couldn't hold out against so many enemies. Just think, their president was forced to flee. The chaos and devastation must have been staggering. One of humanity's 3 great alliances had collapsed. The thought left a wound on every heart. They had witnessed the end of an entire nation. Which would be next? The North? The East? Once the aliens completed their evolution, their path of genocide would continue. Let's get ready. We'll launch from the first planet, it's closest to our own forces. When our mission is complete, we'll head back directly. Lan Jue gave the final order. Zeus 1 kept its course, heading back to where they started. Boss, let me come with you, even just as Thor's weapon. Xiao requested. His response was low and serious. Denied. Stay here on Zeus 1. His decisive tone left no room for Xiao to disagree. She glanced at him, at Qianlin by his side, then turned her pained eyes away. She would not be the girl who stood by him in conflict. As Zeus 1 returned to the launching point, Lan Jue woke his parents and told them the plan. The driver and Mika would not be enough if the dispatch team needed help, so his father and mother would need to be on alert. No more data was needed on their way back, so they moved quicker. They returned to the first planet in half the time. Jue turned to his son. Go. I will be watching over you with my far sight. The moment things get out of control, I'll move in to help, but be careful. We still have no idea where the alien planets are. 1. At Lan Jue's request, I might add. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 759, Survivors. Chapter 759, Survivors. Lan Jue's heart fluttered. If the planets were close, or suddenly appeared, even his father's power couldn't protect them. But it was too late to change course now. The only path was forward. One large figure and two smaller ones shot out into space. The large one was Thor. Lan Jue and Qianlin weren't paragons, so although they could survive in space, it cost them less energy to rely on the mecha. What's more, the suit was still a help to Lan Jue. The pharmacist and the wine master sat on Thor's shoulders. Qianlin rested in Lan Jue's arms within the cockpit. The mecha's back sparked and flared as the banishing stone came online, making them indistinguishable from their surroundings. Thus hidden, they moved in closer toward the nearby planet. Hylin was a planet rich in ocean resources. Water covered 67% of the surface, and it was one of the first planets discovered by the West after its interstellar migration. It wasn't large, but it was well suited for human life. No environmental aids were needed for people to live comfortably. Sadly, this once rich and fertile world had become a purple orb. Its beautiful oceans were murky purple marshes now. As they got closer, they could see aliens in droves moving along the ground. "Are we close enough, Wine Master?" Lan Jue asked. "It's fine." Thor slowly came to a stop at the border of the alien psionic reach. Trails of silver light followed the Wine Master's scepter as he waved it before him, which coalesced into auras of light that hung over the small party. He motioned again, and a door of light appeared. Lan Jue needed no instruction. He piloted Thor through the portal. There was a flash, then the door and the humans were gone. Breaking through such a heavy cluster of enemies was too difficult. Simply teleporting past them was much simpler. The silver door appeared again on the reverse side of the planet's surface. Thor, the wine master, and the pharmacist stepped out into a dead world. Successful passage. None of the aliens seemed the wiser. The wine master's abilities had improved after his second breakthrough. His transferals were more precise and could be maintained over longer distances. This would have been impossible for the Skyfire chairman just a short time ago. Lan Jue gave his old friend a thumbs up from inside the cockpit. "Well done, we weren't discovered. Let's take a look around." As he spoke, Thor squat low, and the mecha's radar was engaged. His suit's equipment was the best money could buy. Not long after its systems were employed, large patches of alien activity were revealed to them. In one direction, the purple hue was fainter. Analysis stated it was the ocean. It appeared as though the aliens hadn't been here long enough to infect the deeper parts of the seas. "Look for signs of life," Lan Jue ordered. Thor continued to pulse the surroundings with its radar. It beeped to confirm the presence of life. It was only able to show the outline of the figures. An alien? Purple, too, but it had the appearance of a human. There weren't many, maybe around 1,000. "What did you find?" the wine master asked. Lan Jue's response was guarded. "Life. Human, but purple." The wine master was just as surprised as he was. Could this mean they've already figured out how to shift into human form? The pharmacist offered her input. "Should I go take a look?" "We'll go together," Lan Jue said. Thor crouched even lower, then launched itself in the direction of the human colony. They raced past buildings in various states of destruction. They were in the process of being dissolved away. It didn't take them long to reach where the radar said the human were. Thankfully, the aliens were few, in complete contrast to the thickly dotted space above them. So far, their radar had only picked up a few sparse groups in the distance. Thor was equipped with its own sort of cloaking device. Its presence would only be uncovered when it got close. It also boasted the East's most recent psionic shielding equipment. Unless they came upon an umbrella alien, typical monsters would only be able to sense Thor if they came close. With the help of these systems, Thor approached the building unseen. It must have once been a stadium. They kept their distance, observing the scene. The first thing to note was that it appeared to be missing its roof. Thor approached slowly instead of rushing in, creeping up to the lip of one of its sides and peering inside. The same purple filth that coated the rest of the planet carpeted the interior of the stadium. What was strange were the cocoons that were interspersed among the fungus. They were about 3 meters long, and each of them was surrounded by a crowd of people. Most of them were stained purple like the earth they stood upon. The sick color painted them from head to toe, and though they looked like humans, their eyes were dull and sightless. They were larger than normal, and muscular like giants. "They look like Western converts," the wine master mused. Just then one of the cocoons split open. Inside was a naked human, burly and tough. They looked very similar to the others milling around. They continued to watch as several larger aliens appeared. They deposited groups of normal-looking humans. Some struggled, some cried, some just stood there in impotent shock. Survivors. There were survivors. The discovery thrilled Lan Jue, the wine master and the pharmacist. After so many days they thought all the humans would have long since been devoured for energy. The aliens heaved their victims forward, into the arena. Once inside they were deposited into vacant cocoons. As they closed, the purple earth slithered in pleasure. They're using humans as a basis for transformation. Lan Jue discerned. They were transforming them instead of taking their life essence. For what reason? Was it to get a better understanding of their genetic makeup? Lan Jue sighed. There's nothing we can do. Besides, we have a mission. Let's see how these corrupted people react after their transformation. He didn't even finish talking before Thor was on the move. It descended into the arena from overhead, surrounded by an aura of warped space. Its metallic feet slammed into the fungus-ridden ground, causing it to shake. The rumbles were like thunder as bolts of lightning blasted out in all directions. The alien foliage didn't even have a chance to tremble before the all-heaven lightning erased it from existence. Thor's appearance was loud and fast, too sudden for the aliens to react. In the space of a breath the aliens were struck down by the lightning and reduced to ash. A few of the bigger ones left vital crystals behind. Although Thor couldn't amplify Lan Jue's discipline by much, it had no problem employing it. Surprise flashed through the winemaster's eyes. He was impressed by how strong Lan Jue had become, and how quickly. At last the humanoid aliens reacted. They screamed and howled, then rushed forward with complete disregard to their own safety. Their speed alone showed they were so longer human. They were covered in thick, corded muscles and veins slithered up their necks like snakes burrowed under the skin. They moved like the monsters they'd become, and seemed no less capable of causing serious damage in a fight. Thor leapt into action. It swept over the rush of monsters towards the cocoons behind them. Blasts of electricity split them open and the blue mecha saved the humans within, who had yet to be transformed by their ordeal. The unfortunate infected were in close pursuit. Thor spun around and stomped its metallic foot. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the ground and caused them to lose their footing. Meanwhile a flood of power came their way, making the hair on the back of their necks stand on end. A swarm of aliens were headed in their direction. The wine master took charge. I've got a plan. He reached out into thin air and his scepter appeared in a flash of light. He waved it twice and 2 streaks of silver were left in its path. It blocked the survivors from the infected. Go! He yelled. 2. 1. The name is literally Ocean Forest. 2. I've seen this somewhere before. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 760, Save, Scout. Chapter 760, Save, Scout. Thor shimmered as it cloaked, and shot into the air. Lan Jue chuckled in relief. I almost forgot you're a spacetime paragon. Accommodating these people isn't hard for you. But will they be safe in the temporary dimensions you create? The wine master proudly replied. Have faith in my specialty. So why hasn't our specialist thought of this before? He teased. The elder paragon was somewhat sheepish. I've never tried it before, of course I wouldn't just think of it. We can use this to save the humans we come across. My temporary dimension can safely store 10,000 people without issue. With effort I can support even more. We should take back some of the infected humans, and research the changes to their DNA. Alright. At first Lan Jue's heart had been pained to see his fellow humans being killed and tortured with no way to help. But the goodness and righteousness of his character refused to let him simply stand by and watch. At his wits' end the wine master's abilities had revealed the silver lining to the dark cloud of alien atrocity. Bringing him had been an excellent decision. In a blink they'd saved 1,000 people, most of them mutated, yes, but there was a chance to save them. Thor continued its flight. Swarms of aliens approached from every direction, but the ones nearby were too few to cause alarm. Yet, Lan Jue wasn't here to fight. Right now his interest was how to save more people, so he fled the area in lieu of fighting. They made for the horizon, Thor's radar sweeping the ground for any more survivors. A planet's population was enormous. Lan Jue couldn't allow these beasts to experiment on the unfortunate souls that had lived here. From the brief encounter Lan Jue could tell that those who had undergone mutation seemed to lose their faculties. However, their aggressiveness remained with a thirst for destruction. The integrity of their bodies remained, with the only changes seeming to be a massive increase in strength. It was like being injected with a genetic decoction. They couldn't know what specifically happened to these victims until the Keeper and Bookworm had a chance to take a look. Before long Lan Jue discovered another group of humans in the midst of these torturous experiments. He didn't hesitate before rushing in to save them, making quick work of their monstrous captors. Thankfully this group seemed better off, and only a few had been turned. After the third batch the wine master was reaching the limits of his capabilities. However, it was then they discovered the largest group yet. Thousands of captives were huddled in a large arena awaiting infection. Meanwhile the planet was abuzz with alien activity. They descended from surrounding space, galvanized by the actions of Lan Jue's team and looking for any sign of the agitators. "We can't keep this up, Jewelry Master. My carrying capacity is at its limit. This planet alone could have had 1 billion people, we can't save them all unless we take back the whole planet." The wine master's voice was solemn, but firm. Lan Jue was crestfallen. He knew the wine master was right. The aliens wouldn't stand by while they freed their slaves. They'd only been successful up to this point because the creatures had had their attention on the skies. Now that they sensed a disturbance, more attention would be paid to the ground. Verifying that many survivors yet lived would have to be enough. They could consider ways to help them once their mission was complete, though the only way to save them all would be to retake the planet. Lan Jue let the obsessive need to help them subside, and he took a breath. "Let's continue with the mission." Thor raced forward so fast that it became a beam of blue light. Any alien in its path was cut in two before it knew what was happening. Lan Jue and his team vanished into the distance. They had a fair knowledge of conditions on the surface, including the presence of survivors. They also confirmed that it was entirely under alien control. What was important now was the location of the alien homeworlds, as well as their reasons for taking these planets. It was time to see what they could find on the far side of the world. Lan Jue sped forward when suddenly the sky grew dim. A colossal beast descended from the heavens right in their path. The scene that unfolded shocked Lan Jue to his core. It was an umbrella alien, psionically powerful but defenseless in a fight. Without a doubt they'd been discovered, but this wasn't what surprised Lan Jue. As they watched, a host of mechas detached from the embrace of the alien and came their way, each of them radiating a dark red light. Soon they were surrounded. Lan Jue's military experience helped him to recognize these mechas as Western Army. Their color was slightly different, and the aura they radiated was sick and evil. Lan Jue growled to the others. "It seems the infected keep their skills, maybe even a level of intelligence. They're just under enemy control. It seems even more likely we can save them if we can break the connection. Let's go." He had no stomach for killing humans. Thor shot into the distance like a bolt of lightning, unfazed by the mecha's attempts to encircle it. Herein was Thor's greatest benefit. In combat Lan Jue didn't need the mecha, but the suit and his discipline together resulted in tremendous speed, even light speed for short periods. In outer space the aliens might have been able to keep up, but not within a planet's atmosphere. Catching Thor would not be easy. The only creatures Lan Jue feared encountering were the Violet Prince or Princess. That didn't mean their troubles were over. Scores of the aliens were descending onto the planet. The more that appeared, the less their cloaking equipment would help them. A hideous bird-like monster appeared in their path with speed nearly a match for Thor. It was nearly 3 times the size of Thor and shimmered with a metallic luster. With an ear-piercing screech it swatted a wing at the mecha. "Humph." The pharmacist's tone was cold and commanding. A burst of white light spread out from her. 7 twinkling stars emerged. The beast screeched again, but its cry was cut short as it split in 2 halves. Thor stood safely in the center as the corpse tumbled past on either side. Oxysis was more than a match for any of these beasts. The pharmacist stood upon Thor's shoulder, steadying herself with a hand on the mecha's head. With a flash of white light the banishing blade appeared in her right hand. "You fly, leave the rest to me." Her voice was calm, but the wine master was taken aback by the threatening aura he felt from her. The Harbinger fairy was a sight to behold. As he watched, she pointed forward with Oxysis and a white light issued forth. It marked a path, but also covered them in a protective shell. The mecha was carried along with the sword's energy. Thor raced forward. As the pharmacist instructed, Lan Jue focused on guiding the mecha, while the white light of Oxysis obliterated anything in its path. A rain of corpses marked their passage. The wine master cleaned up their mess. As they carved a path through the enemy, he brandished his scepter. Flashes of silver sparked as vital crystals were snapped up. Not one was missed. Lan Jue and the others continued their indomitable trek through the column of light. Nothing stood in their way. The pharmacist's mighty powers left their foes with the choice to either flee or die. But just then, several monsters over 1,000 meters long, stronger than the typical beasts, moved to bar their path. From experience they knew creatures like this were equivalent to 9th-level adepts, with deep wells of energy at their command. They were perhaps better equated to battleships, some even strong enough to rival dreadnoughts. The pharmacist didn't seem bothered, and the light of her weapon continued to blaze a path forward. The first one to reach them looked like a crocodile. It opened its maw and spat an orb of purple-black light at them. The air grew thick and ropey like they'd suddenly been immersed in a swamp. Futile. A flash of white light from Oxysis and the danger was gone. In the face of the banishing blade's incomparable power, nothing the beast attempted could stop their charge. It was like a burning knife through bubblegum. 1. The crocodile froze in midair, locked in their path as the light from Oxysis passed through it. The wine master smirked, playing with a pale purple vital crystal about the size of his fist. Not bad. A good specimen. A crystal of this caliber was useful to even one of his status. The crocodile slowly peeled apart and collapsed to the ground below. 1. That's TJSS's conjunction, not mine. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 761, Extinguishing Vitality. Chapter 761, Extinguishing Vitality. Lan Jue could feel the difference in the pharmacist since the last time they fought together, when she faced Monarch. Her abilities had risen to new heights, and Oxysis' manifestations were more biting than ever. It galvanized his own banishing blade, which hummed within him and stirred his spirit. So powerful. The pharmacist's face was calm as always, standing tall with sword in hand against the flood of enemies. Wherever she pointed her weapon, a 1,000-meter swath was cleared and alien bodies fell away. Her own image trailed behind her as they raced ahead, after images that were becoming clearer with every moment. The wine master was shocked to discover that her level of cultivation was visibly improving as she fought. What was this ability? How did she become stronger the longer she fought? He did not know that this was the pharmacist's righteous slaughter domain, imparted through her connection to the banishing blade. She was different from Lan Jue in that she grew up with Oxysis. All of her powers revolved around the sword. The legendary weapon had caused her great pain, but had also imparted great power. Her righteous slaughter domain was simple and direct. The longer she fought, the fiercer she became, with every moment increasing her lethality and Oxysis' cutting power. This meant the more time she had to accumulate lethality, the more dangerous she became for her enemies. At this point, as her own image continued to solidify behind her, she was already as strong as a reflection of heaven and earth. It was the same for the strength of her domain, further empowered as the deadly aura was recycled into energy. To defeat her, one would have to have power enough to subdue her abilities or a weapon mighty enough to contend with her own. In all of humanity's history, there were only 3 other weapons capable of doing that. 2 were in the hands of her friends, only Altus was unaccounted for. Thor was unstoppable. Soon they had covered half the distance to their target. All the while Lan Jue scanned the radar and was relieved to discover many groups of survivors like the ones they saw before. There was still a chance many of them could be saved. But as they continued on, Lan Jue saw another problem. The fungal growth beneath them was getting thicker as they approached the backside of the planet. The darker color and poisonous aura did not bode well. Lan Jue was sure the progenitor leeching energy from this planet was going to be among the strongest he'd encountered. If they could kill it, liberating the planet would be easier. Every dead progenitor was a boon to their mission. Clearly, the infection of the humans was performed through the power of the progenitor. Without it, they could not subject the humans to that awful fate. What's more, a vital crystal from those beasts was so useful even his father could employ its benefits. They were treasures to the Paragon community that made them all the more terrifying in battle. Lan Jue's eagerness burned at the prospect of such a prize. Between himself, the pharmacist, and the wine master, they could do it. If they could defeat the progenitor, their mission would be a flawless success. However, the closer they came to the far side of the planet, the more numerous and dangerous their enemies. Monsters over 3,000 meters long began to appear, as mighty as paragons with more energy at their disposal. Titans were arrayed against them, as destructive as capital ships. In fact, capital ships would struggle against them. Still, the pharmacist continued to show them how life energy can restrain life energy. A massive dragon-like monster dropped from above. It roared and a blast of energy spat like flames from its mouth. The pharmacist's beam of light was dispersed, forcing Thor to come to a halt. The wine master rose to his feet. As he was about to join the fight, he heard a dragon's roar issue from the pharmacist, a roar so loud it shook the mecha they stood upon. She raised her blade high overhead, the light from its point spreading far and wide. A perfect copy of herself shimmered behind her, 3 meters tall, with the same cold expression and valiant aura. Reflection of heaven and earth. Power that surpassed even the wine master's newly acquired level. He sucked in a breath, shocked by what he witnessed. This was The pharmacist turned around and gave the sword to the manifestation of her dharma. The moment Oxysis slipped into her hands, its light bloomed. Ting! Ringing metal on metal sounded as reality shook. The aliens all around them suddenly froze, unable to control their own bodies. The sound even made the wine master gulp in fear. It felt as though some unthinkable power was awakening. Lines appeared in the pure white light emanating from the sword. They were hard to see, indistinct, but the images they traced were beautiful in their simplicity. They had to be runes from the blade, invisible until the pharmacist had the power to reveal them. Rising to the power of a reflection must have unlocked more of Oxysis' potential. The pharmacist knelt. Her dermic image took over, standing beside Thor with sword held aloft. The dragon barring their path screeched and made to flee. Like all living creatures, it was possessed of instinct, and its instinct was telling it to avoid certain destruction. However, its size was an obstacle and fleeing was slow. The image of the pharmacist flicked her wrist and a beam of white light shot through the sky. The borders of reality around the streak of light changed, one half retaining color and the other drained to black and white. All sound died, and any beast within the realm of black and white was so thoroughly destroyed as to leave no trace. Only twinkling vital crystal remained to mark where they had been. They hung in the air for but a moment before they too were destroyed. Shattering like glass, their contents coalesced and flowed like a river into Oxysis. The aliens on the colorful side of the schism looked on, unscathed. The dragon was unfortunate enough to be caught between the two. Half a mangled carcass remained. So violent. The wine master gulped. What is this power? Dimensional? No, it's not that simple. She erased their life force. In a single stroke, the pharmacist had slain over 1,000 foes. Her unique sword style had always left witnesses with a deep impression, but nothing compared to what the wine master had just seen. He wondered if he would have been able to survive if her were on the wrong side of that sword. It was frightening to comprehend, so much that he struggled to quiet the dread in his mind. I need to rest. The pharmacist spoke in matter-of-fact tones as the signs of her protogenia faded from the air. Obviously, it was the first time she had used such an ability, provoked from the sword as the strength of a reflection of heaven and earth was channeled through it. Seated in Thor's cockpit, Lan Jue was just as dumbfounded as the wine master. It was the first time he'd seen such a level of destruction, beyond anything he'd imagined. What was his own sword capable of, once he broke through? To say he was anxious to find out was an understatement. The pharmacist had cleared enough space for Thor to try and hide itself again. The mecha darted toward the ground to try and lose its pursuers in the convoluted terrain. The wine master shot the pharmacist a furtive glance and suddenly felt the weight of his years. The world now belonged to this young generation of heroes. They possessed already far outstripped their predecessors. It was true for the pharmacist, as it was for Lan Chang and Lan Jue. Lan Xing's talent and potential almost ensured he would achieve the same level of power as his father. The effect on the world of Adepts would be tremendous. The alien invasion had already brought one of humanity's alliances to its knees. Recovering from this would be a nearly impossible task for the West. Meanwhile, the East and its mighty heroes were poised to take advantage of the unfortunate situation. Their dominance was assured. But first, the threat to humanity's existence had to be dealt with. Once Thor reached the surface, it was easier to conceal itself. It sprinted forward as fast as possible, all the while sensing the change in its surroundings. Lan Jue continued to monitor Thor's radar and mark the locations of survivor camps. It would serve them well when they returned to save them. Above them, the number of enemies had thinned. Clearly, the feared whatever power had obliterated the others. Lan Jue took the opportunity to press forward, sticking close to the ground. It slowed their progress but kept them safe, making it the right decision. Something feels off. Wine Master, keep an eye out. Lan Jue's voice called to him within Thor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 762, Doppelganger. Chapter 762, Doppelganger. What is it? The wine master asked. Lan Jue tried to explain. There are fewer aliens overhead now, and they're thinning by the second. They wouldn't just let us go. I think we have a stronger one coming. All right. The wine master answered. He was instantly on guard. As if in response, flecks of silver light appeared in the air, hanging around them like motes of starlight. Thor continued to race ahead, but it was somehow less distinct and harder to pin down. Suddenly a wave of strange energy washed over them, so strong that it caused the air around them to tremble. It was like they'd flown right into a net, and Thor's speed was sharply reduced. The world around them became a sea of violet, and the air was thick as molasses. All of a sudden they were in another reality entirely. The wine master gasped and thrust out his scepter. A silver light cut through the violet world and expanded, layering dimensions one on top of another. Domain. Upon breaking through to the next tier of power, the wine master's domain had also evolved to dimensional compression. Layers of reality folded over one another produced vast amounts of energy that surrounded Lan Jue and the paragons. They shimmered like half-real things caught between a dream and wakefulness. Where the violet and silver met, the air warped. They contended against one another, but the silver continued to carve open a path. However, the wine master's face changed after a moment, for he saw that the schisms he'd created were getting smaller. The pressure from the violet universe they inhabited pressed from the outside. The pressure was stifling and the wine master's heart beat rapidly against his chest. If Lan Jue was right, they were about to face a truly fearsome enemy. The pharmacist was still recovering, deep in meditation. Their safety fell on his shoulders. The silvery light slowly began to become infected with violet. Where it had been in stark contrast, now the borders began to blur and the wine master's domain began to dissolve. The alien power superimposed itself again and again over the silver light, each time reducing it by degrees. It appeared that the alien that had come to stop them didn't understand dimensional manipulation well. They were attempting to simply overpower it and squeeze it close in order to reveal the wine master and his friends. Whatever creature this was, they were at least Nirvana level or higher. Only a creature with that amount of power could force the wine master's rift closed. But he was not panicked. He held high scepter high and tendrils of light sprang up around him. They joined and spread until the wine master, the pharmacist and Thor were encased in glimmering silver. The layers of his domain continued to retract in the face of the alien's power, but it did not seem to affect them. A moment later there was a blinding flash, and the humans were gone. The layers of dimensional power collapsed and the violet worlds rose victorious. But there was no life for it to consume. A middle-aged man awash in shining violet light appeared. His face was pinched in thought. Had Lan Jue spied him, he would be surprised at how similar this one was to the Violet Prince. Though, this new alien royal was weaker by comparison. There was another flash of light, and he was gone. Zeta. Crack. Reality split apart with a glint of silver light 10 kilometers away. Short-range teleportation, the wine master had struggled valiantly to break the hold of the monster and find a dimensional tear. Jewelry master, we have to be quick. Whoever that was, they were strong, at least Nirvana. We're no match for them. We must complete our mission as quickly as possible. Understood. He immediately set Thor in motion again. Sure enough, the highest class of aliens had appeared on the planet, but he was not nervous. On the one hand, he knew his father was keeping an eye on them. On the other, he was confident that together they had enough strength to defend themselves against a Nirvana-level alien. Aliens of comparable level were weaker in strength to their human counterparts. In part this was due to the addition of Astrum to focus and empower Paragon's abilities, but also because of the human process of cultivation. By nature a human's discipline counteracted the aliens, which was solely derived from their home worlds. Those of particular ability, like the Violet Prince and Princess, had minds of their own, but most only knew how to attack and destroy. Thor shuttled back and forth, low to the ground. The area here had been poisoned to a deep wine hue. Hopes of fighting the planet's progenitor had been dashed with the arrival of the royal beast. They had to simply continue with the mission. As he continued on, the sky began to darken. A black hole appeared in the sky above, radiating dark purple. Its interior was so dark nothing seemed to escape. A stifling energy swept over them in waves, and each blast brought with it an ineffable fear. Whatever went in never came out. It's the same alien. It was using some special method to try and find them. It went without saying the intrepid humans had nowhere to hide. Thor appeared, and in a flash of light its occupants emerged. Lan Jue hung suspended in air, hand in hand with Zhou Qianlin. If hiding was no longer an option, the only thing left was to fight. Although Lan Jue had faced many aliens, he had stood against their strongest echelons only a handful of times. With all the planets he'd been to occupied by alien forces, this was still true, so it was safe to assume this would be the only truly credible foe they would have to fight. Killing one shouldn't be impossible. When Lan Jue and Qianlin appeared, the wine master knew his intention. He took a single, light step forward and suddenly he was in the air. His robes fluttering with the breeze, he began to swell. Blinding silver light radiated out from within him. Skyfire Avenue's chairman was an old paragon, one who had studied the secrets of the craft for many years. Every iota of learning had pushed him to be a reflection of heaven and earth, with a foundation solid as iron. In this moment he channeled the whole of his knowledge through himself, calling upon every ounce of his power as a reflection. He blazed with a silvery magnificence, a giant of a man. He motioned forward with his scepter, and a strange sound issued from his mouth. It was a sort of buzzing, so thunderous that the whole planet appeared to shake. A strange scene emerged. The black hole stopped expanding, halted by a ring of silver that had appeared at its edges. Meanwhile the wine master waved his scepter back and forth, drawing archaic symbols in the air. Silver light flickered erratically and everything around them trembled. Continuum cataclysm. The wine master's booming voice roared. All of a sudden reality fluctuated, it was as though the world were turned on its head. Things seemed unreal as rips in spacetime larger than buildings sprang up in all directions. A flood of dimensional power threatened to fracture the planet. Lan Jue had heard of this before. When a spacetime adept reached a certain degree of power, they were capable of tearing apart the fabric of reality. They could teleport whole planets, though that would require truly legendary power. Though the wine master was hardly capable of that feat, what Lan Jue witnessed was the beginning of it. The tears that stretched from the heavens to the earth were like open wounds that threatened to swallow everything. The violet whirlpool of power slowed to a crawl. It could no longer retain stability in the face of the wine master's power and the warping terrain of spacetime around it. Upon Thor's shoulder, the pharmacist slowly opened her eyes. They sparkled like stars as she peered into the distance. Lan Jue and Qianlin stood by, quietly waiting for their opportunity. The chaos around them continued for several minutes before slowly dissipating, leaving the violet void half the size it had been. Still its power tugged at them. By now the wine master was 100 meters tall and towered over the land like a god from the old tales. He brandished his scepter and a beam of silver chopped down on the vortex. A screeching cry replied and a violet figure appeared before the whirlpool. The energy from it flooded into the beast, causing it to grow as well. The larger it became, the clearer it was to the distant onlookers. Humanoid. Familiar. Lan Jue gasped. The Violet Monarch? His voice was shaky when he saw who it was. No, the pharmacist was by his side. That is not the monarch. The aura is wrong, weaker. He's a piece of him, a sort of doppelganger. The violet figure continued to grow before their eyes while a formless aura of terror surrounded it. In a blink it stretched 1,000 meters tall. As they watched the beast that looked like the monarch thrust a single punch, and with the motion the wine master's dimensional fissures shattered like fragile glass. A gust of pressure made the old paragon's domain shudder. He swung his scepter around and traced out a circle, but the flood knocked him back before he could finish. The pharmacist's eyes sparkled. She pointed with her right finger and a single beam of white light shot into the sky. She leapt forward with her hand held aloft in a claw-like swipe. Oxysis cutting power pervaded the air. The fledgling copy of the Violet Monarch looked her way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 763, Separate Action. Chapter 763, Separate Action. An enormous purple hand 1,000 meters across came down from above to try and swat the pharmacist from the sky. She fearlessly advanced with her weapon leading the way. There was a flash of white, a pained scream, and suddenly the pharmacist was through the hand like it was nothing. Lan Jue, holding tight to Qianlin's hand, lifted into the air as well. They were almost immediately surrounded by the light of their swords, Captus Red and Demortis Blue. They were both inspired by the power of their brother Oxysis, and pulsed with stifling power. With their swords held high they joined the pharmacist in her charge toward the monarch's doppelganger. Waves of energy surged from the alien like an angry tide. It punched at the pharmacist, forcing her to retreat before turning on Lan Jue and Qianlin. It reached out to grab them. It was Lan Jue's first time fighting a creature like this. All of a sudden he felt as though everything around them was their enemy. The world wanted them dead. An unspeakable pressure pressed in from all sides, pure energy suppression, the same method he'd used to seal the winemaster's domain. He leapt to the side to block Qianlin. With a flick of the wrist he carved out an angry red circle with Captus and everything within it imploded. A burst of energy shot out with enough force to catapult Lan Jue and Qianlin from the battlefield. They were gone, the pressure that assailed them collapsed on empty space. This was the joining of Captus and Taiji. In the next instant Qianlin sprang up from behind Lan Jue. She swiped her weapon, birthing a hail of blue barbs that filled the air. 100,000 bursts of Demortis cutting bite raced for their target. Lan Jue was not idle and thrust his sword into the circular patch he'd carved in the sky. Though the movement was simple, the strength of the power it exuded had the weight of 1,000 pounds behind it. Like roaring waves it burst forth, sweeping through the pressure that had threatened to crush them. A column of white light descended from above them, bearing the murderous aura of Oxisis. Through the aid of her righteous slaughter domain, the woman had never encountered a battle she couldn't overcome. She was harder to fight the longer it took. Now that she was a paragon, the power of her sword was amplified greatly, and even the doppelganger's mighty capabilities couldn't deny her. For every onslaught that was rebuffed, she returned with something stronger. All of a sudden the alien shrunk, dramatically reduced to the size of a normal man once again. It stretched out its right hand to brazenly deflect the pharmacist. It was going to use its own body to contend against Oxisis? Ting! The Harbinger fairy was violently thrust backward. The monster's puissance was simply too great. Yet it did not escape unscathed. A deep cleft had been cut into its fist, which leaked poison vapor. Oxisis was truly a legendary weapon. It was foolish for any living thing to try and stand in its path. Lan Jue and Qianlin linked hands and advanced. He cut toward the beast, focused flow. Behind him another river of blue power emerged, 10,000 blades as one. Though the two lovers could employ the harmonious swords, their individual styles still complemented each other. Calm, graceful, strong. The emulsions from the two banishing blades flickered as they surrounded the monarch's copy. Be careful! The wine master shouted. Lan Jue had no time to react before an inexplicable power rammed into him, sending both he and Qianlin several kilometers away. As he flailed through the air, he saw the spot they'd just occupied collapsed into a void of purple energy. If the wine master hadn't acted, they would have been killed. He scowled. Impotence in this crucial fight was unacceptable. He decided it was time. Though he commanded the power of a paragon, he was not one. It put him at an insurmountable disadvantage against a foe this powerful. He simply didn't have the energy to face him. They were worlds apart and no special weapon or substance could close that gap. After all, the enemy they faced was at least equivalent to Nirvana. Comparatively, the pharmacist was doing much better, relying on none but herself and the strength of her weapon. Despite the alien's superior abilities, it feared Oxisis and had learned the dangers of getting too close. The pharmacist and the blade were as one, and together they restrained the destructive power of the doppelganger to where his advantages could not overcome her. The winemaster leapt into action, joining her in the life or death struggle. All of the humans together couldn't equal the strength of the alien. For this moment their focus was to restrain the beast. To this end, the natural constraints of human vitality and Oxisis' power created a stalemate. We've got this handled, continue with the mission. I'll get us out when you're finished. The wine master's voice spoke directly into Lan Jue's ear. All right. Lan Jue made the decision, following the wine master's suggestion. Right now they served no purpose here, and would only get in the way. They could use the harmonious sword technique, but it would be draining and best saved as a last resort. Lan Jue and Qianlin disappeared into Thor's cockpit once more. The mecha lurched forward at incredible speed. The doppelganger turned as though to follow but was quickly cut off by the pharmacist. Indeed, she was becoming harder to manage as the fight continued, and the light from her and her weapon was unlike anything they'd seen before. Every strike was possessed of indomitable power and righteous intent, leaving the beast with no chance to catch its breath. Frightening as the sword was, the monarch's copy didn't dare disregard its lethality. If the human bearer struck it in the vital crystal, it would be no more. He could also sense that the wine master and pharmacist were beginning to flag. They were relying on their strongest abilities to defend themselves, but that could not be maintained for long. Soon they would tire. Once it fled the battle, Thor darted through the sky like a fish in a stream. In a blink it was moving at top speed. The Violet Royal's appearance had scared off the other aliens, giving it space to maneuver. A clash of paragons was destructive enough to cause real danger simply by getting too close. This was their chance. With Lan Jue at the controls, Thor quickly covered ground toward the far side of the planet. With every kilometer that passed, he was more astonished by what he saw, ground nearly black from poison and buildings on the verge of collapse. Not a single living human was anywhere within radar range. More striking were the thick tentacles that served as the progenitor's arteries. They were writhing and prominent like varicose veins that all pointed in the same directions. If he didn't know better, he could confuse them for the meridians of the planet itself. Of course, a planet didn't have meridians. It was obvious what these arteries belonged to. He continued to race forward, eventually crossing over to the backside of the former human world. Immediately he saw that it was dark and gloomy, and his mind was invaded with a strange sensation. Something, he didn't know what, wasn't right. Something he should be noticing but wasn't. The gloom was an unnatural violet in color that hung over everything like a mist. He could feel within it a lurking presence, potent and all-pervasive. Ah! Suddenly he understood. Something felt off ever since he'd come to the planet, but he hadn't been able to put his finger on it until this moment. This planet wasn't rotating. Every cosmic body had its own rotational properties, even stars. Something that had no rotation whatsoever was exceedingly odd. Because some planets were slower than others to make one circuit, it was sometimes hard to tell. Thor, access planetary data. Check to see if any of the other planets we've encountered have a rotation. Lan Jue ordered the onboard AI to check the scouting data they'd accumulated up to this point. Yes, the suit responded. A few moments later, Thor confirmed Lan Jue's guess: none of the planets were moving. They were perfectly still. One of the dangers of a planet losing its rotation was forcing it out of orbit. It would go from a stable path to an enormous asteroid. That was a disaster both for the planet itself and all of its neighbors. The aliens were capable of more than just destroying planets, they could stop them dead in their tracks. But why? Thor continued on, and when it reached the far side of the planet, in that world of gloom and violet, Lan Jue could see far into the distance. His mouth fell open. What he saw, he would remember for the rest of his life. What was it? The veins that slithered across the planet's surface gathered all together at a single point, and rose into the sky as a single column. It was similar to what they'd witnessed on Monteur, but this artery was at least 100 times larger. It was like a straw rising from the world out into space that squirmed and wriggled. 1. 4. Rise. Lan Jue shouted the order and Thor reacted immediately. He ascended with no concern for hiding, and no concern for the myriad aliens that waited in space. He was somewhat surprised that he didn't encounter any of the beasts as he rose. Soon he peeked over the clouds, through the atmosphere, and into space. One interesting note: the motion of your bowels and digestive tract, that wave-like motion that pushes things along, is called peristalsis. That's what this artery is doing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 764, Predicted and Unexpected. Chapter 764, Predicted and Unexpected. The space above the planet was still without any alien defenders. It appeared as though they were all focused on the front-facing side. Now that Lan Jue was through the atmosphere, his sights were unobstructed, he could see the violet artery stretch into the distance and disappear. Incredible! Lan Jue had guessed it, but seeing this umbilicus disappear into the distance with his own eyes was another matter entirely. He was filled with dread. What was it? If it connected to the alien homeworlds, that would explain a lot. But why, on Monteur, was vital energy siphoned into a single creature while here it flowed through the artery directly? What did it mean? The energies from a planet were enormous, it seemed obvious what they were being used for. This was only one of 7 planets. If conditions were the same on the others, Lan Jue was confident in his analysis. But what about Europa? Lan Jue fought the urge to follow the artery to its source. Now wasn't the time, and stealing into the tiger's den had an uncomfortably high possibility of never coming out. What they had learned here was enough to call their mission a success, but he wasn't happy with it. It wasn't that the information was insufficient. On the contrary, it proved how dangerous their situation had become. Thor turned around and began to head back. Lan Jue's eyes flashed and his breath quickened. They had to move in for the final assault soon, otherwise their alien aggressors would be triumphant. Humanity would be lost. He retraced his steps, following the same path he'd taken. Radar was unnecessary, he just needed to follow the bursts of energy from the distance battle. He could see violet, silver, and white clashes in the horizon. From what he could see, the violet was getting stronger, and the white was fading. The pharmacist had expended a lot of energy before this fight, yet still threw herself into it without restraint. Her will was indomitable, but she was still just a paragon of the realm of protogenia. Once the limits of her energy was reached, she would no longer be able to summon the deadly power of Oxysis. Comparatively, the wine master was faring better. He was a reflection of heaven and earth and thus had more potency to draw upon. He was the primary threat to the doppelganger and the pharmacist served as his weapon. Her aid helped even the playing field. There was a flash, and a brilliant rainbow burst into existence. The wine master and pharmacist sensed it, and together their attention went to the rainbow. What they saw was a smear of color that seemed to split the sky. It cleansed everything in its path, wiping away the foul power of the alien horde. The monarch's doppelganger stared wide-eyed at the phenomenon. It felt its body grow sluggish and an ineffable fear gripped its chest. It frightening it so completely that it made the immediately decision to flee, dissolving into a purple light and vanishing. Whatever that light was, it contained enough power to end its life. The light did not chase the monster but rather swept up the 2 humans on its trek through the atmosphere. In a flash they were out in space and any aliens not fast enough to move out of the way were obliterated in the rainbow's passage. The beam of light flew on far into the distance before eventually slowing. Go! Lan Jue's weak voice urged. The wine master didn't need to be told twice. Two humans vanished from alien territory in a spark of silver light. The power of the harmonious swords was a real danger to the monarch's doppelganger. It had the potential to wound it grievously, but to kill the beast would be very difficult. After all, neither Lan Jue nor Qianlin yet had the strength to summon the power of their swords. Instead, Lan Jue chose to use the technique to abscond with his friends and bring them to safety. Their mission was complete and the information had to be brought back as soon as possible. 3 quick successive teleports took the scouting party out of the enemy's reach. The wine master called Zeus 1 for exfiltration and after a few moments they were safely back on board. Lan Jue and Qianlin both were completely drained. The harmonious swords had taken more than they could handle. The pharmacist gave them pills to shore up their Yuan Qi 1 and stabilize their condition. Zeus 1 pushed its engines to their limit, heading back to where the human armada waited. Lan Jue's faculties were returning, though he looked pale and exhausted. He grinned to himself and his expectations. Being so close to Paragon, he assumed he would have some energy left over after employing the harmonious swords, but he was wrong. The moment Lan Jue and Qianlin's hearts joined, Captus drank him dry. Not a drop was left. Of course he could sense the strength of their technique had increased as well. In fact he'd hesitated, wondering for a moment whether it was a good idea to chase after the monarch's copy and try to put it down. In the end he didn't want to risk it. What did you discover? Zhu Di looked his son over before asking. Lan Jue had simply overtaxed himself, there was no harm done. Zhu Di had watched them the whole time, but hadn't gotten involved because he knew the doppelganger didn't threaten their lives. Certainly the crystal that monster carried would be a grand prize, but Zhu Di's presence would have captured a lot of attention. It wasn't certain he would be able to quickly slay the monster either, so safety had to be their first concern. Predicted and unexpected. Lan Jue enigmatically replied. Huh? Zhu Di looked at him, confused. The others had gathered round. With Xiuxiu's help he sat up. He then shared everything they discovered on the far side of the planet. So the world has stopped rotating and it funneling energy somewhere? Zhu Di scowled as he thought of the implications. The wine master was stern and irritated. What are these creatures planning? What's their purpose? Lan Jue explained. Our guess was right, it's plain as day. The alien planet have decided to begin the process of evolution. That's the only reason they would need so much energy all at once. These arteries must be piping vital energy directly to the planets themselves so they couldn't dare leave them undefended. This is the most important goal of their species, so they won't delay in completing the process. They will want to evolve in the shortest amount of time possible and would be willing to sacrifice a lot to make it happen. All the humans they took from these planets would give them the DNA required as well. We need to attack right away before they have a chance to succeed, but... The wine master nodded. I agree with Lan Jue. They can't afford to feign an attack. By destroying the planets in 2 bastions they put the fear of death in everyone's heart, giving them an advantage. They fled the north because it is the strongest alliance, but not before striking a blow at its confidence and thirst for war. It bought them time, and then they chose the west because these 8 planets are in such close proximity. Eastern systems are more spread out. Everyone felt a sort of guilt-ridden relief. If the aliens had chosen the east instead, would it have survived where the west fell? The answer was unsettling. We need to bring what we've learned to Admiral Lan as quickly as we can. Everything needs to be prepared. The driver said. The success of their mission filled everyone with a sense of dire urgency. Their next fight could very well decide the fate of their species. There was no convincing the North after the horror they experienced, otherwise they would have sent their forces already. All they had were the troops at their disposal for a final, life-or-death struggle against the enemy. But would it be enough against a foe that had bested them at every turn? Their only chance was now, while their strength and attention was focused on evolving. But if this was a ruse and the alien homeworlds were laying in wait, even Lan Qing's brilliance could not save them. Their chances of surviving would be close to 0. Zeta. Tyrannosaurus-class Bastion. Your Majesty. Kong Hui respectfully saluted the Terminator. The North's mightiest paragon regarded him with a small smile. Kong Hui. Things have been difficult for you. He smiled. The choices have all been mine. I've made them, and I'm ready to bear the consequences of my decision, but... Part of his decision had been to rashly steal away from the North with its mightiest bastion, defying direct orders. It was a tremendous risk, which would invariably end with him standing before a military tribunal. 1. Remember that Yuan Qi, or pre-heaven essence, is the energy we are all born with, a well of power we consume through the course of our life that typically can't be recovered. There is some debate over whether that's true, and there are medicines and techniques that purport to have the ability to enhance Yuan Qi, but from a clinical standpoint I've seen nothing that does that. We can shore up and support Yuan Qi, make it more effective or guide it, but not restore it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 765, Alien Thinking. Chapter 765, Alien Thinking. With Kang Hui's status and prestige, he could have lived a happy life in the north. Even under threat of alien invasion, the army could hold them back for a while. What's more, after the last fight, northern diplomats had already begun to implement plans for migration. As the North's strongest bastion, Tyrannosaurus would have been part of that. Kang Hui, longtime admiral of the ship, would have had a place among them. He was in little danger of dying in an alien's claws. But once he'd heard Lan Qing's assessment, he made up his mind. To him it was not a difficult decision. He was all alone, with few worries to leave behind. He never married, nor had any children. His life had been spent in service of his country. That is why he decided to risk it all and participate in this last-ditch effort. He believed in Lan Qing's decision. He believed in himself. If mankind lost in these final hours, it put them on the precipice of destruction. Yes, some would live when the migration ships left, but his species would never recover, never recapture the glory of those bygone days. Unfathomable billions would die. Some would be saved, the wealthy, the connected, but what of the countless citizens left behind? What would they do? Kang Hui himself came from a normal family that did not enjoy the privilege of others. He felt that protecting those less fortunate was his civic duty, as important as protecting the country at large. If he couldn't do this, he couldn't call himself a soldier. So he chose to come. He chose to participate in this all-important conflict despite the wishes of his superiors, even if it meant his death. At least he would die without regret. What do you think of our chances? The Terminator quietly asked. Kang Hui shook his head. Not great. We know so little about the enemy. Their inspiration for coming here seems obvious, to destroy a large swath of the human empire. The West and East are both weaker, but the decision to teleport so far seemed counterintuitive when you think about how much it must cost the enemy. Western planets were closer to the north than the East, though, and the planets are more closely gathered. That is likely the reason they chose to come here. The monsters are clever, and they know us well. We will need to surprise them if we want the upper hand. The information Admiral Lan has sent us is certainly shocking. If we let these already mighty aliens evolve, it will invariably mean our destruction. We're left with no choice, we can only do whatever is within our power to try and stop them. Unfortunately, the government refused to listen. If they had, perhaps we would have more firepower and better odds. Here the Terminator interrupted with a shake of his head. No, you're wrong. A full-on attack like last time may not necessarily mean better chances. Kang Hui looked skeptical. Why do you figure, ? The Terminator explained. I don't have the keen military mind that you do, but I know how people think. The aliens mimic us and adopt our styles, not to mention they are highly intelligent themselves. Surely when they considered their plans they took into account the advantages and disadvantages. Try to imagine, if we were to dispatch all of our forces, would we be able to keep that hidden from them? If they knew we were coming, how would they respond? Indeed, teleportation required a great deal of energy, but if they saw us coming and fled, we would give chase, correct? By then what we anticipated would be a direct confrontation become guerrilla warfare. They have the ability to quickly and brutally overcome a planet. All they would need to do is implant progenitors at planets along the way and whittle us down until we can't stomach it anymore. We would be wading deeper and deeper into an inescapable quagmire. That is why I didn't give your proposal my full-throated support when the congressional leaders came asking. If I had, we might be bringing another couple bastions, but that won't help us much. The Admiral looked at the Terminator in surprise. It was the first time he'd heard this. The Terminator smiled. Tyrannosaurus is our most effective bastion. The others may have the firepower, but they're lacking in leadership and experience. What's more, we can't let society descend into chaos. The North needs those bastions to maintain control. So, after thinking carefully, I decided Tyrannosaurus was sufficient. But aren't you afraid that makes our victory uncertain? Kang Hui asked. The Paragon shook his head. If you think that way, we can assume the aliens will as well. They will underestimate what we are capable of and continue with the evolution, and therein lies our chance. Don't assume Lan Jing's abilities. I suspect he has the power of a bastion all by himself. He and his brother both have mighty resources at their disposal. What's more, there are many paragons who stand beside them and Poseidon Group as well. 3 of history's strongest bastions gathered for a singular purpose. Who can say we don't stand a chance? With well-laid plans we can come out victorious. Moreover, and more importantly, I trust him. The Terminator's eyes narrowed. Who sat? Seated nearby, Zhu Cheng finally spoke up. Now that he had risen to paragon, Zhu Cheng had taken over the role of patriarch for his family. He was here representing their interests and honor in the fight to come. The Terminator grinned. Who but the clairvoyant would command such faith from me? Before his passing he sought me out. We talked for a long time. He said that this conflict would be trying and confusing and that even he could not see the end result. But he told me that when the danger came to trust in fate, trust in the child of destiny, and our chances of weathering the storm would rise. Zhu Cheng's curiosity was piqued. Child of destiny? What is that? That is Lan Jue, he replied. Lan Jue? Zhu Cheng repeated in shock. The Terminator nodded. In the interests of honesty, I once wanted him dead. In some ways he is inferior to his brother, but in others he far surpasses him. He has a charisma that inspires people to his cause. Think about it, Junior, the pharmacist, you, and many others have fallen into his orbit. He's like a magnet, and those who know him come to trust him. It's like heaven is propelling him along this path. Zhu Cheng was surprised by the assessment, but after a moment's thought came to agree with him. The ultimate convert sighed. I didn't want to believe the eye of tomorrow, but over time it was clear the old seer's words were true. To save humanity, I have no choice but to comply with heaven's wishes. Majesty, then we. He nodded. What happens next is simple. Listen to Lan Jing's orders, give him command of our forces and let him lead us into battle. You need not fear the North, to them you are their secret weapon. If we die you will be condemned as a traitor, slandered in word and print. But you are a single man on your own. If we are defeated it means humanity will vanish from the cosmos and no one will remain to curse your name. But if we win, you will return to the North a hero and likely our next military high commander. Kong Hui chuckled. You've had this all planned. He grinned. Not planned, so much as it is the right thing to do. I am going to tell you something, and I hope you understand. You mustn't put too much pressure on yourself. When we begin the assault I don't intend on returning. If we can't defeat these aliens this time then I will use my life to make them regret wiping out mankind. Sir! We've approached the prescribed area, and Eastern patrol ships have been spotted. Shall we hail them? An officer's voice interrupted them. Open a line of communication, I want to speak to Admiral Lan as soon as possible. Kong Hui ordered. Tyrannosaurus had maintained total radio silence since departing from the North. They did not fear letting the alien homeworlds know they were coming, so much as they wanted to avoid being caught in a trap. They were hardly a match for those planets on their own. Before long Lan Chang's cold features appeared on Kong Hui's screen. Hello, Admiral Lan. Kong Hui greeted him with a salute. Lan Qing gave him one in return. Salutations, Admiral Kong. We appreciate you and your bastion's help. Kong Hui smiled. It is my honor to fight side by side with the Enluan army. I've discussed it with His Majesty, and we are leaving all of our forces under your command. Henceforth this bastion, and our 2 fleets will follow any orders you give. Lan Chang paused, having not anticipated Kong Hui would simply hand over his command. After all, Tyrannosaurus was the strength of the North given form. Kong Hui was a perennial commander with years of experience over Lan Chang. He wasn't quite sure how to respond. Admiral Kong, you. Kong Hui cut him off with a smile. I have faith in you, Admiral. We all do. Don't worry about it. Lan Qing gave him a long, solemn look. All right, I will not disrespect you and your men by declining. Please order your captains to join up with our forces and come on board Middle Heaven for a war council. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 766, Gathering. Chapter 766, Gathering. All right. Kong Hui answered without hesitation. In times of peace, inviting one bastion commander to board another would be out of the question. These were special circumstances. Tyrannosaurus was guided by the small ships to where Middle Heaven and Poseidon waited. Before long, the two mighty bastions were looming outside their window. Kang Hui had seen Middle Heaven in the last fight, but it was his first time seeing Poseidon. He was shocked after seeing its size and the preliminary data they'd gathered on it. It's even stronger than Terminator had been? Kang Hui thought the power he was bringing would be superior to what the East could provide. But here he saw even Poseidon Group had come under the auspices of Eastern dominance. How strong was Middle Heaven, really? He didn't notice when the Terminator walked up to his side, not until his meaty hand landed on his shoulder. We may not like it, but the East's rise is unavoidable. If we survive, their alliance will achieve incredible levels of strength and prestige. There's nothing anyone can do to get in their way. Kang Hui was quiet for a moment, then nodded his head. Right now, my only hope is defeating the aliens. I'm not worried over the East's future. Besides, their ascent will lift all of humanity. The Terminator's craggy face broke into a smile. He was no longer the somber, burdened man he had been. After achieving nirvana he had been filled with joy, the problem that ailed him washed away. Yet, now he was able to discernibly feel the pressure of universal protogenia bearing down on him. It was a sensation that defied explanation, dormant until he used his powers, then suddenly clear in his own protogenia. It spontaneously devoured his life force, unhindered by his strength or will. It was an enlightening experience that directly led to his support of Lan Jue's plan. Now that he knew universal protogenia to be real, he understood that it restricted the aliens as well as him. That now was the time to act. Deep in his heart he also yearned to know about this realm the creatures wished to create. If they could do it, then perhaps humans could rediscover the secrets as they had in ages past. He had only just achieved nirvana. Zhou Di, a man of the infinite, was likely even more interested than he. The Terminator hoped he might have an opportunity to confer with Zhou Di at some point during this conflict. Few were the Paragon's interests in this universe, now. Meeting the man and helping to create a realm for them was top of the list. 3 bastions closed in on one another, with Middle Heaven, the largest, occupying the center. Poseidon was on one side and Tyrannosaurus was on the other. Between them and their 12 fleets, a host of soldiers spread across an impressive swath of space. They were short 5 bastions compared to the last fight, but were comparable in the number of support vessels. In fact, their fleets were likely more effective than last time. The ships from Poseidon Group had weapons and systems that would make northern engineers green with envy. Under Lan Jue's invitations, commanders from all 3 represented powers arrived on Middle Heaven. From the east was Lan Jue and the Keeper, representing Skyfire Avenue. He was their foremost scientific and formerly one of the Eastern military's most lauded researchers. For the north, Admiral Kang Hui and the Terminator came themselves. Chu Chang was left behind and assumed command of Tyrannosaurus. Hua Li came to represent Poseidon Group's interests. With him was Mo Xiao. They gathered to discuss their plans. The meeting room was a simple place, with no frills or luxuries to speak of. It was here that the fate of humanity would be deliberated. Lan Chang began by nodding his greeting to everyone in attendance. On behalf of everyone aboard Middle Heaven, I'd like to welcome everyone. Nods and thanks answered. He went on. The situation for our people has become critical, our days as a dominant force in the universe are numbered. In order to protect ourselves from this threat we must create a plan, thus you have all been invited to help in the formation of that strategy. Admiral Lan, has Lan Jue returned? Hua Li couldn't help but press the question. Lan Xing shot him a glance. No. He's on his way back now. This seemed to relax him. So long as he's safe. What did he learn? We'll have to wait for him to return before we know, Lan Xing replied. Encrypted messages we received seem to suggest the information they have is imperative to our cause. He also says he's confirmed our suspicions. The only thing he was not able to uncover was the precise condition of the enemy. He explained that any specific information was not safe from alien interception through long-range communication. They would learn more when Lan Jue was back in the safety of the ship. The Terminator spoke next. You're saying that they've confirmed the aliens are evolving as we speak? Lan Chang nodded. Yes. That's why we need to have this meeting now. I'll explain what we've come up with so far, then we will discuss the specifics and address any concerns you may have. We'll make final adjustments when Lan Jue returns, based on his information. By then it will be time to act, time waits for no man. The Terminator nodded. I agree. Please share your plan with us, Admiral. Lan Xing's low voice echoed through the room. At present our plan is predicated on direct force. We hit hard and push in. Our forces cannot contend against the alien homeworlds in a direct battle, and if they get involved our chances are slim. But we have no choice but to take that gamble. For this reason we first had to determine whether or not the aliens are in the process of their evolution. This greatly reduces their ability to fight back. What this means is our staunchest obstacles will be the fragments of those planets, the so-called royal family, the Violet Prince, Princess, and other avatars of their homeworlds. It is important to note that these aliens possess capabilities at least Nirvana level or higher, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 767, Prometheus Wisdom. Chapter 767, Prometheus Wisdom. Mo Xiao chimed in. What if you're wrong? What if the planets have not yet begun to evolve and they appear on the battlefield? Isn't that gambling with the lives of everyone here? Lan Shang looked at her, and she met his eyes without inhibition. She was here representing the interests of the Poseidon group. Not Lan Shang nor even Hua Li's hard gaze could silence her. Lan Shang answered. That's a possibility, so our plans must include ways to avoid that eventuality as much as we can. First, we won't be sending everyone in all at once. Middle Heaven and its entourage will comprise the main attack force. If everything goes as anticipated, then our adversaries will be normal alien forces. I have faith that we will break their line and take at least one planet. We will use the recaptured world as a forward operating base to continue our push further in. Until that happens, your people and the northern soldiers don't need to engage. Once we're sure the alien homeworlds won't get involved, we can move in with all of our strength. Understand that there are a lot of risks in this campaign, but with risks come opportunity. These monsters all possess vital crystals, as I'm sure everyone knows. Even the simplest of them can be used for the exuvium process, and those taken from stronger foes can be used by our paragons. The benefits are self-evident. The more we fight, the higher the possibility of obtaining those crystals. Whatever resources are captured belong exclusively to those who captured them. There are risks, but also rewards. Lan Xing continued to fix Mo Xiao with his sparkling eyes as he spoke. But I will remind you that there will be backing out once the fight starts. We must be of one heart and one mind in order to have any hope of winning victory. I'm sure we've all considered the potency of the crystals possessed by the planets themselves. Should we win, the benefits to all of us would be marvelous. So, although each of you have agreed to follow my orders during the campaign, I must reaffirm that everyone follows strict adherence to whatever commands they receive. Selfishness on anyone's part will undoubtedly lead to the destruction of us all. Mo Xiao's eyes were cold. She arrogantly looked down her nose at him. Admiral, we have graciously offered our family's resources as support. Although we have agreed to participate, safety and continuity of our interests is our primary concern. We are a business, a family, not someone's tool. Due to these considerations, I cannot exclude the possibility that we will flee the battlefield if the situation becomes too dangerous. I have a responsibility to the family. Lan Shang answered her with a faint smile. If the situation becomes unmanageable, I of course would have no means of stopping you. However, until things deteriorate to that point, I will require you to follow orders. If you are incapable of following this simple request, then I'd rather not have you as allies. I wouldn't want to have to retaliate for the transgression. Mo Xiao opened her mouth to speak, but Hua Li rose to his feet and cut her off. He glared at her before speaking to Lan Shang. We have no problems. We will follow whatever orders we receive from Middle Heaven. Her teeth clicked as Mo Xiao resentfully closed her mouth. She said nothing further. Lan Shang then turned his gaze to Kong Wei. The northern commander nodded. We will cooperate. The benefits do not concern me. Now that we're here, I don't expect many of us will be returning home. Whatever the final result of our efforts here, we will not have held back. I will obey your commands, in service to our species. His staunch and direct support was set in stark contrast to Mo Xiao's attitude. The Terminator nodded. He echoes my sentiments. Admiral, please continue with your plan. Lan Shang obliged with a nod. He pressed a button on the control panel before him that dimmed the room's lights and summoned a three-dimensional map of the star system between them. They could clearly pick out Europa and the 7 planets that surrounded it. Our forces are limited, we can't simply go all in. Our first step is to recapture one of the planets and, using that as a foundation, see if we can't confirm the condition of the alien homeworlds. Once we do that, we move on to the next step. Lan Shang went on to explain their plan in detail. Kong Hui and Mo Xiao listened carefully and interjected their opinions where applicable. Surprisingly, they had little to offer. Lan Shang had been meticulous with the details, planning for every eventuality. He even had a plan for food and other resources if the fight took longer than expected. In regards to firepower, he chose a staggered approach, wherein every attack would be comprised of a different group of ships. They discussed the bastions as deterrent forces, specifics of unit employment, defenses, everything was gone over with a fine-tooth comb, no matter how seemingly trivial. Even Mo Xiao, who had been suspicious and guarded with Lan Jue, couldn't help her admiration from slowly showing on her face. He was certainly worthy of being the Enlulan super soldier. He'd never commanded a large scar battle, but it was clear he had spent a great deal of time and effort planning and re-evaluating his decisions. It took over 4 hours for the whole plan to be discussed. No time had been wasted in pointless nonsense or disagreement. Whenever they reached a new topic, Lan Jue produced a packet of data which he handed out to the others, so that they might discuss it with their own staff officers later. This meeting was comprised of the top leadership, but specifics would needed to be passed down for commanders to enact orders. That's the situation as it stands. Is there anything that anyone would like to add? He reached the end of the briefing, and even after the long and exhaustive list of information he didn't seem fatigued. He was as calm and collected as ever. Kang Hui sighed, sincerity clear in his voice. After everything you've told us, I only have one thought. If the alien planets are not involved, our chances at victory are 70% or better. I doubt I could have formulated a better plan. Our decision to leave you in command seems to be the right one. Lan Shang did not gush over the praise. This is a preliminary strategy. Things will change before we get underway once Lan Jue brings his information back. Right now we all have a general understanding of what's going to happen. We will meet again when we know more. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 768, Launching Shop? Chapter 768, Launching Shop? Kang Hui nodded. How about this, I remain here. Your Majesty, you could bring the information back and disseminate it among my people. Once Commander Lan Jue returns and we finalize our plans, I'll return. The Terminator nodded. That's fine. Then I'll return to Tyrannosaurus. Admiral Lan, I may not be proficient in military matters, but I must say I admire your skill. You are worthy of the titles people have given you. Lan Jue bowed his head. You're too kind, Your Majesty. We won't know how effective our plan is until the fight is over. It's a little early to be praising my abilities. Hua Li turned to Mo Xiao. You return to the ship, I'm going to wait for Lan Jue to return as well. When we know everything, I'll go back. Mo Xiao shook her head. You should go back. I should stay, I'm more. Hua Li impatiently cut her off. You're trying to say you have more ability in this than I do? Don't forget, I've been learning all of this since I was a child. You can go back to Poseidon. Mo Xiao struggled with herself, eventually fighting back the urge to argue. She took up the pile of papers and left. Lan Jue watched her go. Is she going to be a problem? But Hua Li shook his head. It's fine, that's just how she is. The interests to the family are her only concern. Don't be upset with her, brother. Lan Jue shook his head. Of course not, she didn't do anything wrong. How long before Jue and the others return? Hua Li asked. Lan Jue leaned back in his chair. A day or so. We've moved in pretty close to the outer ring planets already. Hua Li smiled. We might walk away from this heroes to our whole species, eh? None of that is important, Lan Jue chastised. What's important is that our people aren't wiped out. The others left to rest and make their plans. Lan Jue took Hua Li to Middle Heaven's command center. Ailey, I sense something between you and Mo Xiao. If it isn't dealt with, the problem could affect our plans. You should return to Poseidon and assume personal command. Lan Jue mused openly. Hua Li tried to assure him. It's a personal thing she has with me, and Mo Xiao is good about keeping her personal life separate from her duty. There won't be a problem. Once Jue comes back and we hear what he's learned, I'll go back. You should worry about yourself. I was amazed by how comprehensive your plan was, but have you included yourself in all that? The Eastern Admiral was dismissive. This battle is important, and we have little in the way of luck on our side. We can't know what will happen, so I can only prepare by doing everything I can. This earned a sigh from his friend. You have a tiring life. I'm used to it, he answered. Brother, Hua Li began, what do you plan to do if we survive this? Continue with the army? It seems like all your life you've never lived for yourself. Me? Lan Jue thought for a moment. I'm not sure. Perhaps I'll find a place to live out a quiet life. Years of being busy should be rewarded with silence. Hua Li looked at him wonderment, like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Wait, am I talking to the right person? You aren't Lan Jue, are you? I'd expect something like that out of his mouth. Lan Qing's response was tepid. He and I are brothers after all, fundamentally the same. We've just chosen different paths. Hua Li laughed. I prefer this candid part of you, it makes you feel more like a real person and not some legendary soldier. You're always so aloof, no one ever has a chance to get close to you. Lan Qing shot him a look. I don't need anyone to get close to me. Everyone has different goals in life. Hua Li paused for a moment, struck by his words. A frown touched his lips. Yeah. Different goals. Lan Chang watched him for a second. Why are you acting so strange again? I'm fine, Hua Li answered. Again? Lan Qing explained. You've been very different since breaking through to Paragon. Hua Li shook his head. It's nothing, I'm me, same Hua Li as always. Ever since the aliens have showed up I've had no interest in the rockstar lifestyle. Like you, I just want to live a quiet life. We should look together, what do you think? A mid-sized planet somewhere. I've always liked Skyfire Avenue, but I don't need anything that fancy. We can find some ordinary street, set up a couple shops, start families. We can have Cheng come over, too, and all our shops can border each other's. Ju's got his own store, no need to push him for anything, so we could just open a small place and sell low-cost trinkets. Cheng can open a booze and cigar place, he likes that stuff. What sort of stuff would you sell? Lan Cheng was quiet for a time. I don't know. Well, what do you like? Hua Li pressed. But Lan Qing shook his head. He couldn't think of any hobbies or interests. Helplessly Hua Li continued. You're so rigid. You should sell traditional business suits. Your goods can be like you, stiff and austere. Lan Qing couldn't stop himself from snorting a laugh. So I'd be a tailor? You would do incredible at whatever job you chose to do, Hua Li said. If you wanted to be a tailor you'd be the best damn tailor there was. Lan Qing turned it on him. What about you, then? What sort of store would you open, a music shop? Hua Li looked like he'd been struck. Ah, fine, I see. You think that's all I'm good for? Nah, not music. I'd open a bridal shop. I'd make him myself, you and I could work together. When you get married I'd make one special for you, what do you say? Lan Chang was understandably surprised. I didn't realize you had such a hobby. Hua Li spoke wistfully. I've always loved wedding dresses, even when I was small. Elegant, pure white, lacy. All kinds. I've always believed they were the most beautiful clothing we've ever created. They may not outline the curves like your Eastern kipayos, but the bearing it brings is impeccable. I want to be a wedding dress stylist. What do you think? Lan Chang was supportive. Why not, if the day ever came? But can your family go without Poseidon? Hua Li shook his head. I told Ju the same thing, Emoshao and I have already arranged for a genetically designed child. Soon the family will have their next successor, and that will mean my responsibilities are finished. My father was about my age when he cast aside everything. The family runs on autopilot, practically. Once there's a successor my work is done, and I can give up my role. Emoshao can handle the business end of things better than I can. I've always had an independent heart, I don't want to be tied down. Lan Qing frowned. If you were one of my people I'd have you court-martialed. You know how bad you are for morale? Hua Li chuckled. You wouldn't be Prometheus otherwise. Ah, but now you're the peerless light emperor of Middle Heaven. Please, brother, enlighten me. Lan Chang's tone grew strangely threatening. I'll make sure to come and find you once this is all over. I've gotta piss. I'll see you later. Lan Qing's face softened as he watched Hua Li race away. He gently shook his head, but his mind lingered on the picture his friend had painted. A small city, somewhere simple with a small shop on a quiet street. Would a tailor shop really suit him? He'd never even worn a suit. Skyfire Avenue had a tailor, perhaps he could give it a look. He shook his head again and looked at the screens arrayed throughout the control room. The gentleness was gone from them almost immediately, replaced with a pensive wisdom. If he wanted a peaceful life, there first had to be peace. Zeta. 17 hours later Zeus 1 quietly returned to Middle Heaven's hangar bay. Lan Jue had recovered without incident, so his first order of business was to deliver the information they'd recovered. He went immediately to the control center to find his brother. Lan Jue said nothing, only took the data that was presented. He put it in his computer and waited for the it to show up. Lan Jue didn't need to explain anything. Lan Jue's dark face said he understood. The wine master has already gone to find the keeper with a copy of the data and the infected humans. He's going to ask the keeper to see what he can discover about their condition. From the little we could gather, we suspect up to half of the population is still alive, and based on what I know of the aliens, these humans are more valuable to them. Living specimens have more complete DNA. All things considered, the likelihood that the aliens have begun their evolution is high. Otherwise, I suspect they'd have done to these planets what they did to the ones in the north. They'd simply have killed everyone. Lan Jue continued. I then traveled to the far side of the planet and discovered that artery stretching off into the distance. I can't imagine where they would be going except for the alien homeworlds. It offers even more evidence to support the idea that they've begun. Or that they're already finished. Lan Jue scowled and scoured the information on screen. After a long time, he finally spoke. You've brought us both good news and bad news. The good news is we can confirm that the enemy's preoccupied with their evolution. The bad news is conditions on the human planets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 769, Clever Beasts. Chapter 769, Clever Beasts. Lan Jue paused. Why is it bad that there are so many survivors? Lan Jue explained in his typical emotionless voice. Did you think about why there were so many survivors? These creatures are on the top of the food chain. There have any number of ways to extract human genes. No, there's another reason, to delay us. Once the fight starts, I'm sure they'll find a way to make us watch as they kill any human left. What will we do then? We don't have a choice, we have to save them. We'll have to save many people, from many planets, with an army barely large enough to do the job we came here for. How long do you think this rescue will take? Lan Jue's face darkened as he understood what his brother was saying. He'd been focused on whether or not the planets were evolving because it was integral to their plan, but now he saw how tricky things really were. They had been right to assume the alien homeworlds had begun the evolution process, but no one knew how long it would take. If they got bogged down in a massive rescue mission, the worst-case scenario was too dire to contemplate. They're too damn clever. Lan Jue shook his head. But we can't just leave them there. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people. Can't we find a way to have it both ways? A spark flashed in Lan Jue's eye. I've been thinking about it. I'm going to summon Admiral Kong and Huali, then we'll talk about it. There's a lot we'll need to change from the original plan. Lan Jue's heart sank. Their situation was getting worse by the hour. If they focused their efforts on saving people, they didn't have enough soldiers to clear the planets of aliens, much less go hunting for the alien homeworlds. After a little while, Kong Hui, Huali, the wine master and the keeper arrived. They gathered together to discuss the plan. Lan Jue began by sharing what he'd learned, going over everything in detail. The others listened with increasingly deepening scowls. Lan Jue first swept his attention over to the keeper. Your Majesty, have you discovered anything about the infected? He was likely here for just that reason. The keeper, his face dark and imposing, replied. We've only just begun to see what we can learn. Their condition is complicated. Simply put, they suffer from a sort of disease, a terrible affliction that attacks the victim's genetics and bodily functions. On the surface, the symptoms looks relatively benign. It improves their strengths, extends their life, and releases potential by stimulating their genetic code to an incredible degree. However, at the core of it, this disease poisons the victim's mind. It interrupts and modulates brainwave patterns, making them homogeneous with all the other infected. We believe this is how the aliens control them. So you're saying, Lan Jue cut in, the aliens are capturing humans, then unlocking their potency in order to use them as their own tools? As a way to better understand our technology? The keeper shook his head. That was my hypothesis at first, but evidence disproves the theory. This affliction causes human DNA to activate and become more readily definable. This would allow them to see the advantages of our genetic makeup in order to assist their own evolution. But isn't this what you told us when you came back from the planets? They want to obtain genetic information from our people, which corresponds with my findings. Lan Jue nodded. Is there a way we can turn them back? Reduce the number of afflicted? The keeper frowned. It's difficult. We've never seen anything like this before, and understanding it well enough to develop a cure will take time and effort. This goes beyond any modern medicine we possess. With today's technology, it will take 1 or 2 years before we can research a cure. Lan Jue shrugged. Perhaps there's another method? Some scientific process or... But the keeper cut him off with the shake off his head. There is nothing suitable to be used in this case. This disease directly attacks the genetic code. We can't simply start destroying the aberrant bonds. At best we return them to a persistent vegetative state which there is no cure for. So far as we've been able to tell, there is only one option. There may be someone with sufficient willpower and strength to fight off the poison with their own immune system. If we can find anyone who is able to do this, we can extract their cells and use them to develop an antidote. However, it is important to realize that the chances of finding someone with resistant genes is very small. The aliens and their poisons were strong. Indeed, it would not be easy to find someone with the innate ability to resist them. Lan Jue's eyes flashed. What if an adept is infected? Our bodies are stronger than a typical human. Would we be able to develop antibodies that could be useful? The keeper balked. In theory, yes, but the dangers are great. They would likely be enormously powerful, a fact I'm sure the aliens themselves had considered. It may be why they haven't tried it. Lan Qing interrupted them. This problem will have to be put aside for the time being. We must leave it to you to figure out, arcane magnate. Right now we need to focus on how to adjust the plan with the information we have at hand. Even Lan Qing couldn't help but feel the pang of helplessness gnawing at his chest. Although his brother's mission had been a success, the information he'd brought back was not what they wanted to hear. Allied forces were now faced with an impossible situation. They were duty-bound to save those people, but it would invariably slow their operation to a crawl. They would be leaving the alien planets to complete their evolutionary process unmolested. Since no one knew how long it would take for their transformation to complete, the situation was like standing before a ticking time bomb. When it goes off, it truly would mean the end. Their plans were certainly going to have to change. Kong Hui scowled as he thought. Admiral Lan, as much as I agree that these unfortunate victims need to be saved, we must consider the facts. We simply don't have the numbers to do it, and a single misstep could spell our undoing. We may not be the last of humanity's strength, but this may very well be our last opportunity. You have to choose, which is more important. Lan Chang nodded in understanding. Everyone wanted to save whoever they could, but the effort would break them. It not only interrupted their carefully laid plans, but also risks losing them the war. Lan Jue chimed in. We can more or less confirm that the aliens are evolving, or at least preparing to. That means we won't have to worry about the planets themselves getting involved in a fight. While we can't be sure about Europa, it's certain there are many survivors left on the others' planets, and even more if we consider the infected. How can we live with ourselves if we leave them to their fate? But even then, I believe what Admiral Kong says to be true. If it boils down to having to make a single decision, then attacking the alien menace is the only one to consider. They're threatening all of us, all across human space. Lan Jue's heart was in a knot even as he spoke the words. Of course he hoped he could save everyone, but did their situation allow it? Lan Chang replied. If we could have it both ways, that would be the best, even if it brought considerable risk. But it would all rely on having enough strength to do the job. Let's put our heads together and see if we can't figure something out. Hua Li finally lent his voice to the conversation. Doing both might be impossible. Admiral, I suggest you make preparations for a full attack. At the very least, we'll be ready to take any opportunity that presents itself, and at best we can make swift changes if a better solution is found. If we can't find a way to save those people, it won't detract from our ability to strike when the time is right. His suggestion was the most sensible. Even Kong Hui was conflicted with the dilemma they faced. The death of so many of his countrymen had left him with a deep and painful impression. He desperately wished for some way to save the Westerners from a similar fate. Lan Chang nodded. At present, Hu Li's suggestion was the most suitable. At least for now, it was the best they could do. Very well, we stick to the original goals and make changes to the plan as necessary. Lan Chang said, his voice hard and low. Lan Jue sat there in silence. He already knew the plan very well. Right now his sole focus was finding a way to save those people. How many souls were left on those 7 planets? They had families, spouses, children. Now their homes were occupied by evil creatures that were tearing their lives apart. The thought went through Lan Jue's mind again and again. He could feel their pain, see their hopeless expressions. His character demanded that he take any chance to save them, even if it were 1 in a million. But they had another responsibility to the whole human race that was just as important, so a situation that attacked both problems was necessary. In fact, saving these people had to rest on the premise of destroying the alien threat. Otherwise, what purpose would saving them serve? If the alien homeworlds were allowed to evolve, it would only delay the inevitable. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 770, A New Plan. Chapter 770, A New Plan. How could they save these people while not negatively affecting their main plan? Lan Jue's mind went over the question, considering every possibility. The meeting went on for a long time. It had to, since the very thorough planning Lan Chang had done had to be thoroughly changed with the addition of Lan Jue's information. Alright, I'd like everyone to return to their ships and begin preparing your people. We move out in 8 hours. Lan Qing stated. Now that their plan was formulated, it was time to act. Wait a moment. Lan Jue, who had been silent up to this point, suddenly spoke up. He looked at his brother. Lan Chang knew his brother's character, knew what had kept him quiet this whole time. Did you think of a way? He nodded. Part of the problem in splitting our forces is manpower, and the fact that we'd be fighting a war on many fronts. This would invariably result in a lot of problems. Perhaps in this situation we can aspire not to save everyone, but to give them a chance. I think I know how we can do that may actually serve our bigger plan. Lan Chang nodded. Go on. He looked around the table. We kill the progenitors. We go around to each of the 7 planets to kill a single target. From everything we've seen, these progenitors will be strong, at least as strong as the one we faced on Monteur. We also know the alien homeworlds are using these progenitors to pump vital energy and human genetic information right to them. If we kill them, this cuts off supply to the planets themselves. What's more, it looks as though the progenitors are needed to infect the humans. With them gone, we can stem the rate of infection and keep the victims to a minimum. At the same time, we begin the assault. The aliens outside of the planets will be too busy trying to stop us from pushing in to get involved in a ground assault. In this way we can improve the chances of saving as many lives as possible, or at least giving them a shot, while leaving our forces open to do the job they came here to do. Kang Hui furrowed his brow. But you say these monsters are strong. They may also have many powerful aliens as defenders. Killing them without military support may be too difficult. Lan Jue responded. I've already considered that. Precisely because of the reasons you've stated, we need to keep our strike team small. We can't drag our soldiers into it, they have another job to do. If we can do the job with a small team, it'd be a benefit on many levels. His eyes sparkled. Lan Jue's plan wasn't impossible, but it hinged on who would comprise this small team. He took a deep breath. Star Division is adept at scouting and quick strikes. We have already gathered some of the most powerful adepts in the universe. I can handle one progenitor, and if we can arrange paragons for the others, we stand a fighting chance. With what we've got here, I think we can split in 2 teams. They move in, kill a progenitor, then quickly move on to the next. Also, I think if we did this before the main assault. Lan Chang suddenly was struck with inspiration. If they could do as Lan Jue suggested and kill the progenitors first, the results would be dramatic. They were important to the alien forces, they knew, and killing them could throw their foes into chaos. Whether chasing down their enemies, cutting off supplies to the planets, or the situation on the planet's surfaces, everything would be affected. Ever since the start, humans felt like they were being led by the nose, forced to react to alien aggression, always on the back foot. Breaking their cycle of strategic dominance would serve them well. Lan Chang weighed the option, then nodded. He agreed with Lan Jue's plan. Lan Jue went on. Brother, my plan and the main assault shouldn't have any conflict. No one is being pulled away to save lives, it's a full attack with amended targets. In my estimation, it at least gives the innocent men, women and children down there a shot at survival. I'm begging you to let me lead this mission. Lan Chang looked into the fiery eyes of his brother. He was moved by the passion he saw in them. Military planning required cold blood, a calm mind, and dogged focus on the mission. But people were creatures of emotion. Lan Jue's caring and passion were his crutch, but also a great boon. Were it not for these qualities, would he have so many women interested in him? Hua Li looked at Lan Jue, his eyes bright. The plan has my support, I'll go too. Shut up. Lan Chang and Lan Jue spoke in one voice. Of course he couldn't go, he had to consider his status. He was one of the leaders of their small alliance and commander of the Poseidon forces. How could they allow him to put himself in danger? The Poseidon group would never agree. Hua Li resentfully rubbed his nose. Since when did you two start agreeing with each other? Lan Qing's ice-cold gaze turned onto Lan Jue. You have 8 hours to formulate a plan. Got it. Lan Jue determinedly nodded his head. Most of it was already settled, it just needed to be perfected. Zeta. The three bastions gathered and began to make preparations. It was the same for the fleets, who transferred crew and practiced maneuvers. After all, this was a joint effort from three factions that had rarely worked together, at a time when unity was paramount. They had to perform like fingers from the same hand if they wanted to have a chance. Hua Li eventually returned to his bastion. Lan Sheng could only be assured of the Poseidon Group's full cooperation if he was there to watch them. In the large conference room where the talks had taken place, now sat humanity's strongest talents. At the head of the table was humanity's mightiest warrior, Zhu Di. On either side of him were seated the photographer and the Terminator, placed according to their station. Both were Nirvana-level paragons. Indeed, the Terminator himself was coming for this mission. Aside from them were other familiar faces, Satan and the Pontiff. Yes, the two Western paragons had also made their way here of their own accord. They had escaped the clutches of the alien planets. However, the enemy had taken Europa, leaving them both homeless and without much support. They were lucky to have happened upon Tyrannosaurus. They agreed with Lan Jue's plan and agreed to follow the Terminator into battle. At present Satan seemed to be faring well enough. He was calm and steadfast in the face of tragedy. The Pontiff, however, was a different matter. The Pontiff's citadel was destroyed in a single day, the Paragon's people lost to the planet's explosion. Only he and a handful of archangels managed to survive. The West's once marvelous citadels, a match for Skyfire Avenue, had been wiped from existence. As the leader of one of them, the Pontiff's pain was deep and abiding. His hatred for Skyfire Avenue ran deep, but the loathing he bore for the aliens sunk into his bones. He never said a word as he sat among the others, the once calm religious leader now a volcano ready to erupt. Besides them, the remainder were representatives from Skyfire Avenue, and the unaffiliated Bais. The only one among them who was not a paragon was Lan Jue himself. He sat farthest from the place of honor at the opposite end of the oval table. Within this room sat more than a dozen paragons, representing the might of humanity. There was enough power gathered here to destroy an entire planet. Lan Jue, go on, Zhu Di urged. With Zhu Di in attendance, even the unruly Satan didn't dare interrupt. Lan Jue rose to his feet and began with a salute to the gathered paragons. Thank you, your majesties, for agreeing to gather here. We've called you together because we stand on the precipice of a terrible war. Not long ago my team and I set out on a fact-finding mission. He went on to share with them everything they'd learned. Without question, our first priority is to end the alien threat and save humanity from destruction. However, there are innocent victims, our brothers and sisters, still alive on those planets that have been taken hostage. I'm sure you all know that we don't have the forces to save them all. The wine master, the pharmacist, the driver and I tried, and we could only bring back a few thousand. 10 times, 100 times more are down there now waiting for death. Europa lies in the center of the chaos, and there's no way we can slip in. Our ships are numbered and can't afford to be spread thin to take the outer planets. Besides, they have a war to fight. So the task falls to us, to save as many of our fellow human as we can. We won't save them all, but we can give most of them a chance to make it through this terrible time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 771, 3 teams. Skip to content. Home. Completed. 7 killers. KR, acquiring talent in a dungeon, halted. KR, breakers. Child of light. Coiling dragon. KR, emperor of solo play. Dragon king with 7 stars. KR, god of crime. Heroes shed no tears. Horizon, bright moon, saber. I shall seal the heavens. KR, I'm sorry for being born in this world. N, overthrowing fate. KR, praise the orc. KR, Soul Station's necromancer. Stellar transformations. Warlock of the Magus world. Chinese. A mortal's journey to immortality. A will eternal. Against the gods. Ancient strengthening technique. Battle through the heavens. Charm of soul pets. City of sin. Demon hunter. Desolate era. Emperor's domination. Gate of revelation. Heavenly jewel change. Imperial god emperor. Invincible. Legend of the Dragon King. Lord of all realms. Martial god Azura. Martial world. Monarch of Evernight. Perfect world. Rebirth of the thief. Renegade immortal. Skyfire Avenue. Sovereign of the Three Realms. Spirit Realm. Spirit Vessel. Tales of Demons and Gods. Talisman Emperor. Terror Infinity. The Gods Fall Chronicles. The Grandmaster Strategist. The Great Ruler. Transcending Vision. Unrivaled Tang Sect. Upgrade Specialist in Another World. Wudong Qian Kuan. Korean. Dragon Makin War. I Reincarnated for Nothing. Infinite Competitive Dungeon Society. Overgeared. Red Storm. The Book-Eating Magician. Originals. Blue Phoenix. Legends of Ogre Gate. The Divine Elements. Resources. About US. Contact us. General FAQ. Basic Dao Primer. Deathblades Learning Chinese FAQ. General Glossary of Terms. Chinese Idiom Glossary. Wuxiaxianxia Terms of Address. Course in Chinese Cultivation Novels. TJSS Biography. Urgent Biography. IET Biography. Posting Schedule. Terms of Service. Translator Thoughts Series. Forums. Wiki. Search. Enable Night Mode, Disable Night Mode. Advertisement. Skyfire Avenue, Chapter 771. Chapter 771, 3 teams. Every planet has at least one powerful progenitor. They are the root of the aliens' aggression and consumption power. I also believe they're chiefly responsible for the infection that poisons our people. Killing them will at least ensure that no more people are transformed. Meanwhile, our soldiers will push the main attack, which will keep the alien forces busy, too distracted to retaliate against the innocent humans. Maybe we can save these people. Who knows if we'll win the final battle? This plan may just be prolonging the inevitable. But if this is to be humanity's final moments, then we must do everything we can. This is my plan. The gathered paragons quietly listened to his speech. When Lan Jue went into detail as to how he planned to save these people, Satan and the pontiff looked at him with genuine surprise. They were Westerners, and the condition of these people were their direct concern. Meanwhile, their governments and organizations were never friendly. On the contrary, the West had routinely tried to cause trouble for its Eastern counterpart. They'd assumed that their army's presence here was all about self-preservation. If they won, the benefits to them were clear. But when they heard him speak with such passion, their opinions changed. They were willing to risk their lives to save people from another alliance. It was completely impractical from a military standpoint. Nor was this a ploy to curry favor, since the West was effectively destroyed. Who would they hope to gain favor with? It was as simple as people needing help, and them being in a position to give it. Satan and the pontiff shared a glance, and both could see their surprise and disbelief mirror in the other's eyes. Lan Jue continued. I want everyone to understand the dangers we will face. Based on our experience, each of these planets should have a planetary doppelganger or royal alien as a defender. They will at least be equivalent to a paragon of the 3rd degree, Nirvana. I expect some will have achieved the infinite. What's more, there will definitely be lesser aliens planetside that help them. The progenitors themselves will likely be paragon strength. So, I believe it necessary to combine our strength in order to kill these monsters. If at all possible, we should try to kill their powerful defenders as well. We can save our fellow humans and weaken the enemy all in one stroke. Each one we take down improve the chances for our main force. Our plan of attack calls for the Armada to take and occupy one of the larger planets to serve as a base. This will be our first target. Once the target's been killed, we'll move on to the next one. Based on current strength, I think we can break into 2 teams. This will ensure a higher level of safety. Are there any questions, ladies and gentlemen? The Skyfire Avenue paragons remained silent. Lan Jue had already proved himself to them. He had everyone's utmost trust and respect. They were also not suited for interstellar combat. It didn't play to their strengths. I support the plan. Satan was the first to speak. The pontiff slowly nodded his head, looking at Lan Jue with solemn eyes. If he had the opportunity, he would have torn this young man apart. He had been responsible for a great deal of suffering for his organization. Now, however, in the face of destruction, enemies became friends. They had a common foe that they could not face on their own. The time for personal grudges was past. The Terminator also nodded. As do I. 2 teams isn't going to work. Zhu Di was the voice of dissension. As the strongest among them, his voice bore the most weight. Zhu Di looked at his son and spoke with a matter-of-fact tone. 3 teams. I will be responsible for 3 planets myself. The remainder will be up to the rest of you, 2 planets each. If anyone other than Zhou had been so brazen as to make the suggestion, especially before such a gathering of paragons, they would have caused an uproar. But this man wasn't just anyone, wasn't just any paragon. When he spoke, everyone felt compelled to listen. Lan Jue looked anxiously at his father. He wanted to say something, but thought better of it. All right. That being the case, let me set up the groups. His Majesty Zhou will be Team 1, and will be responsible for 3 of the planets. For the remainder, His Majesty the Terminator will be leading one group. This group will be comprised of the Pontiff, Satan, the Cosmagus, the Apocrian, the Arcane Magnate, the Karmic Scholar and the God of Wine. 8 paragons in total. The third group will be led by the Photographer. She will be commanding the Arhat of the Descending Dragon, the Driver, the Pharmacist, the Infernal Vanguard, Qianlin, and myself. As he listened, the Terminator seemed apprehensive. Although the Photographer had achieved nirvana like him, the group seemed stilted. His own team was comprised of 8 paragons, with the Cosmagus and the Apocrian both being reflections of heaven and earth. Although neither the Pontiff nor Satan were of the same strength, they were well versed in the world of protogenia. But the team Lan Jue was in had only 5 paragons. Only the Photographer had achieved nirvana while the rest were only part of the realm of protogenia. Lan Jue and Qianlin were not even paragons. With Zhou they would have been fine, but without the man their team seemed weak. With his brows furrowed, the Terminator shared his concern. Perhaps you should add another paragon to your team. We can manage with 1 less. But Lan Jue shook his head. Thank you, Your Majesty, but to be honest with you, Qianlin and I will be achieving our breakthrough very soon. We will have 7 paragons then. Qianlin and I also have a special style we employ together, so I believe this group is sufficient. In addition, we will be responsible for helping the Armada take their first planet and will have the help of Star Division thereafter, hence my grouping decision. So long as we're together, we'll be fine. Hearing this, the Terminator had no more problems. Of course, Lan Jue had his reasons for choosing these teams. For a start, he could not be on the same team as the Terminator, Satan, or the Pontiff. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but that he didn't want them to witness his breakthrough with Qianlin. They were allies in this fight, but some secrets had to be kept. His team also had the Pharmacist and Oxysis. Her skill on the battlefield was no less impressive than a reflection of heaven and earth. The Driver's yin-yang lightning was similarly imposing. In a fight, the strength of those two was undisputed. With the addition of him and Qianlin and their harmonious sword technique, the team was anything but weak. Though both the Photographer and the Terminator had achieved nirvana, they were different. She had been immersed in the power of her station for many years. Were it not for fear of universal protogenia, breaking through to the infinite under Zhou's tutelage was not out of the question. With her leading the team, they could also teleport to safety if things became too overwhelming. The team were set. All that was left were final preparations for the operation. Zhou had chosen 3 neighboring planets to be responsible for. He didn't seem at all troubled by the scale of his job. Only a few of those in attendance knew how powerful the man truly was. However, they were all paragons. The deep and mighty aura that surrounded him was felt by all. The other 2 teams also discussed their targets and made their decisions. Once finished, the paragons broke into their individual teams to discuss specifics. Zhou participated in Luo Xianni's team. Father, your health. Once the Terminator and the others left, Lan Jue broached the subject. Zhou silenced him with a wave of his hand. This is hardly the time to worry about that. Besides, that crystal has been helpful. At the least, it will help to employ my power. Perhaps I will be able to get more crystals to help me further. In the end, this is likely the best decision for me, so you don't need to fret over it. So long as everything goes according to plan, we'll be fine. Those planets and their denizens won't trouble me unless the home worlds themselves appear. Alright, but look after yourself. Lan Jue cautioned. Zhou chuckled at the concern in his son's eyes. Look after your mother and make sure she doesn't do anything rash. Luo Xianni sniffed. Rash? Why don't you say what you want to say, Itchy Bupong? Zhou rolled his eyes. Come now, you don't think I know you by now? The same goes for you, protect my son and daughter-in-law. Call if they run into a problem. Yeah, I'll call, alright, I'll shout right in your face. Her words were harsh, but her eyes never left Zhou's face. The faint light of concern hid behind her disdainful expression. Even she wasn't sure about her spouse's condition. After years of cultivation in the infinite, Zhou was at the margin of what was permitted by natural law. However, unlike the alien homeworlds, he had no way to conceal it from the universe and its uncaring retribution. Though he had the knowledge and power to rise to new heights, he knew it would mean immediate destruction. Yet, with the potential of facing increasingly powerful enemies, would he be able to hold his powers back? Luo Xianni wasn't sure she could, much less Qi Bupeng. They would only know when the time came. 3 bastions and 12 interstellar fleets spread out in formation. They quietly cut through the darkness of space toward the 7 western planets. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 772, Winning the Initial Battle. Chapter 772, Winning the Initial Battle. According to Lan Qing's battle plan, the human forces would remain together through the whole fight, amassing at a single point. The bastions would give them support. Although it was appearing more and more likely that the aliens were in the process of their evolution, Lan Qing was still preparing for the eventuality that they would join the better. Perhaps they completed their evolution quickly, or this whole thing had been a setup. No bastion would survive being surrounded by the alien homeworlds. Their only shot was if they stuck together and faced the enemy as a unified front. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Lan Qing was trying to stick to the simplest strategy: stay together and punch through the enemy line. Head right for their heart. The plan was hinged on many objectives that each needed to be successively achieved. Their first order of business was rather like live fire scouting, though on a much higher scale than when Lan Jue did it. Before long, a withered purple orb swung into view of the bastions. The poison planet was a shocking sight, as was the horde of aliens in the space surrounding it waiting for a fight. Obviously they had predicted the bastion's arrival. There were 3 times as many now as when Lan Jue had come knocking, probably gathered from the other planets. Judging just by looks, the aliens seemed just as numerous as humanity's 12 fleets, perhaps even more. Meanwhile, the purple planet hung in the background, still and silent. At least as far as they could tell, nothing looked different from when Lan Jue left. The 3 bastions advanced in a V formation, with Middle Heaven in the lead. One on the left, Poseidon. Tyrannosaurus was on the right. Their support ships fanned out around them with capital ships at the fore and the weaker ships behind. The 2 sides maintained a safe distance and eyed one another across a swath of empty space, what was soon to become their battleground. The humans could see more alien forces approaching from far away to shore up their defenses. Now that they knew where the humans intended to attack, they concentrated their power to try and repel them. That was one of the differences between human and alien. They weren't afraid to use everything at their disposal, any method no matter how costly or cruel, to achieve their ends. In the shattered starfields, they had used asteroids to pummel their ships. In the north, they had turned planets into time bombs. This time they looked ready to face the human head-on, without aid. They were confident in their numbers and ability. Lan Sheng's voice resounded through all the ships. Proceed with on-site preparations. Do a final systems check. Get ready to execute the first part of the plan. It was wise to check that everything was in top condition after a long flight, especially before a battle. It was standard practice in interstellar battles. The armada dimmed suddenly as ships conserved energy for the battle to come. All of a sudden, 12 large ships launched forward. They were fast, and charged ahead at full speed almost immediately. No one spacecraft followed. These 12 ships were some of the strongest in the armada. They were their fleet's flagships, each of them sovereign-class capital ships. Although there was only a dozen of them, each ship was over 10 kilometers long, and they burned toward the planet with an indomitable will. 2. Meanwhile, Middle Heaven pressed forward. The front-facing section of its lithosphere actually split apart, revealing a honeycomb of densely packed cannons. 1,080 altogether, their muzzles 300 meters in diameter. Already an ominous light was growing in their depths. Forget the aliens. The humans looked on in disbelief at what they were witnessing. Weren't they just told to hold and check their equipment? Why the sudden attack? Were they just going to start shooting? The capital ships themselves already had their cannons extended. The space around them crackled and they burned with energy, ready to rain destruction upon the alien forces at a moment's notice. Fire! 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 The command was repeated through every ship, and in response their cannons released a bone-jarring barrage into the enemy. They had just come into range of their weapons, and their reactions were markedly sluggish. In fact, they had hardly reacted until the capital ships had begun to pick up speed. The space before them was covered in 100 beasts about 1,000 meters long. They looked like silkworms, dumbly wriggling in space, blocking passage forward. Their disgusting writhing became more frantic and they stretched themselves out into fleshy cakes. But they were too slow. The salvo from the human ships smashed into them before they had a chance to completely transform. Capital ships were equipped with antimatter cannons that could only be employed in space. Aside from a bastion's main cannon, they were some of the strongest weapons in mankind's arsenal. The flash from their cannon fire briefly turned the universe white with burning power. But a strange scene was revealed when their attack reached the oval-shaped beasts. They caved in as the beams of light reached them, but did not break. Instead, the borders of the oval creatures lit up and spat out the diffused cannon fire. It seemed as destructive as before, but spread out in horizontal waves. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. However, this wasn't a complete rebuke of the capital ship's power. The closest line of them couldn't resist the antimatter energy and were slowly dissolved into nothing. Still, their defenses served to greatly reduce the destructive power of the volley. It was to the humans' advantage that these creatures were also slow. Gapes still remained in their defensive line. Where the cannon fire slipped through, all the aliens behind were burned away. Screeches and sizzles filled the battlefield. The capital ship's attack was like kicking a hornet's nest, serving to send the aliens into a violent frenzy. Their main cannons spent, the capital ship swung around and blasted back the way they had come. Their secondary weapons systems lit up as they fired into the encroaching alien forces to cover their escape. Even lesser weapons on a capital ship were a sight to behold. They weren't called the strongest fleet ships for no reason. Likewise, their defensive were strong, and protected them valiantly as the ships fled from the field. The front line of the alien attack was comprised of the shuttle aliens, which specialized in explosive speed. Although there were a myriad of breeds in the alien species, each with different abilities, size always seemed to indicate strength. This was the same for the shuttle aliens, whose front line were all 1,000 meters long or more. In a blink they were on the capital ships, smashing themselves into their shields. Even dreadnoughts, mighty as they were, would have fallen to this assault. But these were capital ships, and their might was more than the aliens could overcome. Their shields rippled as the aliens flung themselves against it but did not break. What's more, since they attacked from the limit of where their guns could reach, only a small numbers of the enemy were fast enough to catch them. Suddenly the 12 capital ships split, tearing off to either side. The beasts chasing them did not follow, for they were caught off guard by the enormous thing that had been waiting just behind. Middle heaven. The array of cannons lit up, an angry red. Just the energy that radiated from it was terrifying. So terrifying in fact that the aliens giving chase broke off and scattered. For a bastion like Middle Heaven, what sort of destruction could it achieve? The slower aliens making their way closer reacted the same and fled for their lives. The aliens were in disarray. Even those creatures thousands of meters across heaved their lumbering bulks away, desperate to avoid what was coming. Without their home worlds there were no aliens that could withstand the guns of a bastion ships. Instead, their only plan of attack was to overwhelm the humans with superior numbers. However, they had been drawn in before they realized what was happening, and the glowing barrels of Middle Heaven's cannons proved it way already too late. As Middle Heaven inched forward, the light from its cannons brightened. The promise of immediately destruction stopped the alien retaliation and sent them running. 1. This is called formation. You can see how the character is a pretty spot-on representation of 3 Death Stars. 2. TJSS calls them Big Mac class in size. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 773, Profit at Another's Expense. Chapter 773, Profit at Another's Expense. With the buffer given by Middle Heaven, the capital ships safely made it back to the safety of the Armada. The other 2 bastions and their entourage were still, silently watching what transpired. They returned to formation quickly, just in time to bear witness to Middle Heaven as its payload was released. Blinding, angry red light erupted from the front of the remolded planet. It was so fierce that it painted everything before it in the same blazing light. Distant aliens were a riot of squirming bodies trying to flee. But in the next instant they were stunned to find that the burst of fire from them only extended 1,000 meters or so. Middle Heaven shot backward toward where the rest of the Armada was watching. Those weren't cannons, they were thrusters? They were using them for a quick retreat. Everyone, not just the aliens, were stupefied by the revelation. What was Middle Heaven doing? Why thrusters? Those intimidating lights had all just been its engines getting ready to fire? By the time Middle Heaven returned to position at the head of the fleet, the 12 capital ships were back in formation and ready for orders. After a moment of confusion, the aliens gathered together once again. From across space it looked like they were getting ready to charge with their full strength. But the human ships were ready, their warships light up as all checks were complete. Preparations were made to meet the enemy head-on. human technology gave them an advantage against the aliens at long range. Their enemies had nowhere to hide and no cover to protect them. The blitz attack had also caught them off guard and broke their formation. Unfortunately, the monsters were not impulsive, they were possessed of a superior intellect. They only surged ahead a short distance then stopped, like an enormous creature baring its fangs but refraining from the attack. Invisible sound waves brought a chorus of angry snarls and howls. A portion of them shrunk back and concealed themselves behind the planet. Like in the north, they used the planet as a shield. As the aliens retreated, the ships dimmed once more. Things returned to a quiet stalemate. Lan Jue stood in Middle Heaven's control room, staring at the screen before him with grim countenance. He carefully watched everything going on. Their brief skirmish had slain over 4,600 foes and his people got back without a scratch. It had only cost them energy. Profit at another's expense, this was the first part of their plan. With all their troops, the humans were still outnumbered and were in an unsafe position, even without the addition of the alien homeworlds. A direct confrontation was not how they would snatch victory from their aggressors. They wouldn't be able to break the line, much less assault the enigmatic planets hiding somewhere behind them. Because of this, Lan Jue's plan was to weaken the enemy first. They would whittle down their numbers through several means. It would be difficult if not impossible for the humans to turn the battle to their favor if they fought a typical war. Reinforcements from other planets would continue to pour in if they got caught in a full assault, and his own forces would be hard-pressed to keep formation. At present, humanity's greatest advantage were their bastions, which were unparalleled by anything the aliens could put before it. In addition, humans had range whereas the aliens fought in close quarters. Lan Jue's plan was to take full advantage of their strengths. Lan Jue had called it a rolling blitz. Only the top commanders knew the whole plan, the rest only performed the orders as they were given. These orders were given face to face, for fear the enemy could hear their communications. The commanders themselves had shared nothing with their people prior to the surprise attack. Lan Jue's order to prepare had been the secret signal to act. How could the aliens, who saw the humans arrive on such weak footing, imagine that they would attack so suddenly and so fiercely? They had taken advantage of their capital ships, Middle Heaven, and range to take them by surprise. The difference in strength between the two sides was not much, though this was only because the alien homeworlds were not present. The humans were fewer in number but had 3 bastions, and coming in for close-range combat would cost the creatures dearly. Lan Jue's plan was meticulous, and hinged on a simple premise: win enough small victories to win the war. Enough small changes can turn the tide of war. The opening salvo didn't inflict heavy losses on their foes. Nor were they able to recover vital crystals from those they killed. Still, the humans had got off cheap for the damage they caused. Although the blitz had been costly, capital ships were possessed of systems to recover energy from the space around them. So long as they weren't locked in continuous battle, they could restore what was lost through cosmic radiation. It was not so easy for the aliens to recover their forces. But there was a deeper meaning for this opening attack. Ever since the start of this conflict, the humans had suffered, and were ever at a disadvantage. Every clash had resulted in their unmitigated defeat. It would be foolish to assume this didn't affect the morale of their soldiers. Although the first exchange was quick and small, it had been performed without any losses on the human side. This had a marvelous effect on morale, and strengthened cooperation and trust among the allied forces. In this universe, truth was always more effective than promises. Actions spoke louder than words. Seeing the truth through action strengthened the bonds among soldiers. They saw themselves as a team, which was the basis for any victory. Once that unity was focused, they could achieve anything. Moreover, Middle Heaven had thrown itself into the fray in order to give their allies cover. It revealed its impressive maneuverability, and as backup helped the capital ships return without incident. As guardian, it allowed for them to test the waters, to see how strong their foes were and how they planned to fight. The simple act had revealed a lot to the humans. Describe it as a success didn't do it justice. Both sides had withdrawn to their camps and, as before, stared at each other from across a stretch of empty space. Only now the enemy was shown not to be invisible. Middle Heaven had given them hope. This latest bastion was brand new, so much that even the Eastern forces didn't know what it was capable of. But it was huge, no smaller than the alien home worlds themselves, and could move with surprise agility. Everyone was anxious to see what it could do. Now that the surprise attack was finished, it was time to rest and reorganize. Next would be the real battle. Lan Jue had enough confidence in their formation and the strength of their ranged advantage that he didn't fear a sudden attack from the enemy. He would be happy if they tried. Lan Jue called another meeting to confirm the next step in their plan. He summoned all the commanders now that the stage had been set. He would need everyone's support for the fight to come. You look tired. Lan Jue frowned as he walked into the control room and sought his brother. Lan Xing was seated behind his desk with his eyes closed, thinking of something. Outwardly he looked normal, but they were brothers after all. It didn't take long for Lan Jue to see the sag in the way Lan Xing held himself. The older Lan typically was an endless font of energy, so it was a stark contrast. Lan Xing opened his eyes. When he saw who arrived he sat up straight, and the sharp look in his eyes returned. I'm fine. Take a seat. He motioned toward a nearby chair. Lan Jue took it. Congratulations on your initial victory. I'm hearing nothing but praise. Lan Jue said with a smile. Even he didn't know about the plan for a sneak attack. Lan Xing shook his head. We've only just started. Save congratulations for when we win. The smile fled from Lan Jue's face. You, always so hollow. Lan Xing shot him a look. Are you ready for your part? How you perform will directly impact the success of our campaign. The arrow's knocked, the bow is drawn, there's no going back. Once it begins, I'm sure I don't need to tell you how dangerous things will be. What is there left to prepare? Lan Jue replied. The paragons are as strong as they're gonna be in a few hours. Qianlin and I have reached our bottleneck. Lan Xing's brows knit as he looked at his younger brother. You have to get back safely. Lan Jue was comforting. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Even though the Violet Prince and Monarch are somewhere close, I don't think they'll put that much effort into hunting me down. We're going to do everything within our power, don't you worry. If there's really no way to save those people, we know the focus has to be on survival of the species. Lan Xing looked at him, surprise clear in his face. I didn't expect to hear that from you. I expected to have you come in here and demand we hold nothing back to save the hostages. Lan Jue smirked at him. I know what's important. Star Division will be leading the ground assault team, and I'll link up with them once our own mission is finished. So, what's next in your plan, Dot? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 774, 48 hours. Chapter 774, 48 hours. Lan Xing fixed him with a flat stare. You'll know when you need to know. All I can give you is a time. 48 hours, then you start your mission. We will have plans for our own actions at that time. All right. In that case, I'm off to take a look at my division. He rose to his feet and bade farewell to his brother. Lately, the paragons of the division had experienced much change. It was the soldiers that saw the greatest improvement. With the wealth of resources and support from Skyfire Avenue, Star Division had spared no effort in their training. Not only was their cultivation improved on an individual level, but their equipment was also a cut above. Everyone knew their military exploits were already enough for the Exuvium process. Skyfire Avenue had also assured them that if something should happen in the course of their service, the rewards from their exploits would be passed to their families. The people they love would be able to benefit from their sacrifice. It effectively assuaged family considerations that would have hampered their ability to act in the battlefield. In contrast to the rest of humanity, since the outbreak of war, Star Division had been running smoothly in every aspect. They had never been defeated, only forced to retreat. Star Division was the darling of military leaders, and no one had to worry about their morale. The more they worked together, the better they performed as a team. It was true for whole brigades and individual squads. In response, their efficacy on the field had skyrocketed. Skyfire Avenue's independent research had also confirmed what they knew, that the aliens were especially susceptible to discipline. Mechas flooded with an Adept's powers were especially potent. Star Division had their own section aboard Middle Heaven, a jurisdiction won through their continued success on the field. As they continued to develop as Skyfire Avenue's military arm, even the Blood Iron Khans couldn't keep up. In fact, there was no army that could compare. Lan Jue drove a verticar to the division's encampment. It was quiet when he got there, no one was immediately visible. These guys, what are they up to? Lately he had been busy performing scout missions and helping his brother draw up battle plans. He had had no time to check on the status of his division. But there were paragons to look after them, and Su Xiaosu was overseeing their training. He wasn't concerned they were slacking. Still, as commander he had to survey the troops before the big fight and make sure they were up to snuff. He parked the car and made his way to the training area. As he made his way, he was accosted by a familiar face. It's you? There were no honorifics or respectful exchanges. There was just surprise, and something strange underneath. Lan Jue felt similarly awkward, as the savage goddess Tan Lingyun came his way. It had been ages since their last interaction, ever since the creation of Star Division. Aside from training and missions, they had had no interactions. He'd been too busy to spend time with his soldiers, and that included her. She didn't seem any different on the outside, but the strength of her aura had certainly improved. She'd definitely gotten stronger, more confident. Her overbearing heroism was more refined, and she held herself with poise. Tan Lingyun's eye-catching personage was helped by the skin-tight flight suit she wore. Still, quite the figure. Lan Jue said to himself. Tan Lingyun's body struck all the right notes, enough that she turned a lot of heads wherever she went. Lan Jue was a man and was just as susceptible. Why are you here? She blurted out. Immediately regret passed across her face. She was, after all, speaking to her commander. Lan Jue smirked. I'm here to check on everyone. How are things? Are you accustomed to your post? Tan Lingyun's voice was calm. No problems. If there's nothing, then I'll head off. She started to stride off, but paused when she came to his side. But whatever she was thinking, she reconsidered, and quickly left. When she passed him, Lan Jue had a strange sense, like this woman who had given him so much trouble in the past was different all of a sudden. He hadn't noticed the moisture in her eyes. It wasn't because of him, but because of what she felt. She had felt conflicted about Lan Jue for a long time, a fact which confused her deeply. She had assumed the moment she saw him that he was garbage, a pretty handbag with nothing inside. Etiquette teacher, he seemed like such a joke. But then she began to discover the abilities he had deftly hidden away. First was his command of spacecraft, and that was the first time she thought he might be worth more than he appeared. Then his spectacular display at the Grand Adept tournament, even winning champion. It was then her estimation of the man completely changed, when she realized he was the Lei Feng that had touched her so deeply. She was a strong woman, who had pursued perfection with a dogged will. Lei Feng was the first man who had ever left such an impression. For a woman like her, only a man who could conquer her on the field of battle had what it took to conquer her heart. Lei Feng had that power, but even Lan Jue didn't know the sort of effect he'd had on Tan Lingyun. Because of this conflict, Tan Lingyun liked the masked man the most. Cold, expressionless, pure power. Lei Feng was her preference. Knowing who had captured her infatuation had been startling, she would much have rather found Lei Feng to be a stranger. But the world was full of instances where you didn't get what you wanted. Every time she saw him, the first thing she remembered was that effeminate, composed professor. Her heart only started racing when he put the mask on. She didn't understand it herself. In reality, they were the same person. She should like Lan Jue. But when she looked on his face, she still felt confused and unsure, not excitement. Then he puts on the mask, and she feels like she loses her self-control. Later, when Lan Jue stopped wearing the mask so much, it was like Lei Feng had disappeared. He was no longer a part of her life, but the brief moment she'd spent with him was something she would remember forever. She hoped he would return one day, perhaps in a different form, and she searched for him in Star Division all the time. After all, Skyfire Avenue's soldiers were rife with strong fighters. There should be someone suitable for her, she thought. But Lei Feng's impression had been first and had been deep. Replacing him would be difficult. When she was passing him, in a moment of weakness, she had thought to ask if he would wear the mask. Just so she could see Lei Feng for a moment. But thought the words hung on the top of her tongue. How could she make such a request? They were on the precipice of a war like none of them had ever seen. She didn't know if she would make it back. Perhaps Lei Feng would always have to remain a pleasant memory. It was just a passing feeling, but one she was not accustomed to. It made her feel weak and out of control. When she passed him, Lan Jue stood with furrowed brow as though thinking. Then a moment later he continued on his way. The inside of the training area was just as silent as the exterior, a fact that made Lan Jue even more curious. Shouldn't they be training, he thought? Why was it so quiet? They were just about to go into battle and needed to be in peak condition. Just then his communicator buzzed. It was Su Xiaosu. Boss? She sounded a little excited. Any instructions? Xiaosu, he replied. I'm in the division training area. Why isn't there anyone here? Where is everybody? He could hear her snickering. Oh, we're at the second training field. Wait there, I'll come get you. She asked where he was specifically, then hung up. A short time later Su Xiaosu came running up to him. She was also in the division's flight suit, and it certainly treated her well. Lan Jue was surprised to feel her acting like he hadn't seen since she was the Moon Fiend Empress. It seemed giving her command of the division had brought back that old fire. You're looking well, Lan Jue said with a smile. Seeing her like this also made him feel better. He knew the division was in excellent hands. Su Xiaosu answered with a smile of her own. Not just me, everyone is doing great. The troops have improved, and I think I can honestly that the division can outperform all those fleets out there. Of course, including the Paragons. Lan Jue nodded. The soldiers, then? Why don't I see anybody? Come with me, she said. They're training in the second field. Lan Jue hadn't come to the area and Luan had set up for Star Division. This was his first visit. Su Xiaosu quickly led him to the second field. When he arrived he understood why things were so quiet. He stood in a spotlessly white warehouse filled with sim pods. They were the upgraded DreamNet pods, and each one of them had the red flame of Star Division painted on the side. The sheer amount of resources that must have gone into acquiring all of these was staggering to think about. The troops were logged in, training. Of course. How could he forget? Lan Jue slapped his forehead. In both discipline and mecha piloting his soldiers were among the best. The sheer amount of destruction they could cause, even by accident, was too much to risk. 1,000 adepts in their suits would have torn up the bastion's surface. After DreamNet's upgrade they could employ their disciplines in the simulation, and didn't need to hold back when training with their mecha suits. This was the advantage to having a warehouse full of new pods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 775, The Mighty Star Division. Chapter 775, The Mighty Star Division. Safety concerns were just as true for mechas as they were for adepts. In DreamNet it was almost impossible to tell the distinction between simulation and reality, even when piloting a suit. What's more, no one needed to fear accidents, safety was assured. DreamNet was undoubtedly the most suitable place for Star Division to train. How is the training going? He asked Su Xiaosu. She responded. Very well. It was like the upgrade was tailor-made for us. The simulation is precisely what they would encounter in real life, even emulating levels of exhaustion. Training at full capacity, their progress has been spectacular. Some of our people are God-ranked pilots already, 1/4 of them, to be precise. And it's not just me saying it, boss. You may not be the best pilot in the crew anymore. Lan Jue smirked. That good, eh? That's excellent news. Su Xiaosu stared at him. Why do I get the sense you don't believe me? Lan Jue was playful in his reply. Oh, it's not that I don't believe you. But to make sure, don't you think we should test that out? He was anxious to see whether their progress really was as good as she was saying. If it was, they would perform well when their time came to infiltrate the planet. Once he was familiar with their strengths and limitations he could put them to most efficient use when the fight started. All right. She replied without hesitation. She brought Lan Jue to an open sim pod and had him enter. She then returned to her own. Lan Jue deftly entered his login information. He wasn't playing with Nooblet or any training mecha today. He would be piloting DreamNet's version of Thor. Of course this was an older version, sans the upgrades the real Thor enjoyed. In addition, DreamNet could not handle any protogenic powers. The technology that went into this upgrade was astounding. Not an ounce of energy users poured into the pod was wasted. It was also equipped with an energy recycling system that stored charges from discipline for portable use, like on a bastion. A single person using a single pod wouldn't generate much, but 1,000 high-class adepts together could create quite a stockpile. It was a positive cycle. Lan Jue refamiliarized himself with Thor's controls, testing the waters. Everything was as fluid as it always had been, and he felt comfortable even after so long away from the simulated world. Boss. Su Xiaosu's voice caught his attention. I'm here. He answered. She went on. How about I gather a small group for you to spar with, so you can see what I'm talking about? Lan Jue chuckled. All right. But do you think a small team can compete? Perhaps you should make it a little bigger. He wasn't being boastful, he knew his own capabilities. At his level of mastery the number of opponents hardly mattered anymore, especially against less skillful contenders. Lan Jue was a God-ranked pilot. With the evolution and improvement of his discipline his body had also developed. He suspected his hand speed was about as good as the fastest hands alive, the Coffee Master. He could easily top 100 commands per second. Once a pilot was able to reach those kinds of speeds all manner of complicated techniques were open to them. He was also a 9th-level talent. All things considered, he suspected that even if the clairvoyant came back from the dead and came at him with his old mecha, he would stand more than a fighting chance. Lan Jue was also well versed in martial arts, another style which could be employed with mecha suits. He'd tried it before with some success. We'll start with a small team, then go from there. Boss, you mustn't hold back, alright? Su Xiaosu urged. Her mirthful voice sounded a little sinister. Alright, bring it on. No sooner did he say the words than an invitation to spar popped up on his screens. He accepted, and half a moment later Thor was standing in a large arena. It was a standard competition-style battleground. Head-to-head, at least they're confident. Lan Jue smirked to himself in the sim-pod. There was a flash of light, and 10 more mecha suits appeared on the far side of the arena. They came in all different shapes and sizes, with the only similarity being the Star Division flame standing out against the metal. Star Division received tremendous support, not only from Skyfire Avenue but from the Eastern government itself. All of their pilot data was stored on DreamNet, so as a result they were given 2 sets of mechas made specifically for them. One was for use out in the real world, and the second was for DreamNet. The two were exactly the same. Lan Jue urged Thor to wave at the distant competitors. Come. Their formation seemed sloppy, but the moment they say Thor they shaped up. They raced at him in a semicircle to try and surround the Sapphire mecha. Nothing special? Lan Jue mused. At first glance it didn't even look like they were working well together. They approached all at different speeds, but all of them seemed built for melee combat. There wasn't a single long-range fighter among them. Lan Jue felt an excitement boiling within him. He had spent so many days in silence with Qianlin, stabilizing his discipline. It was time to make a little noise. He wasn't yet using his discipline, but Thor raced ahead like a thunderbolt regardless. He made no overtures to juke or break the encirclement, he charged right in. Lan Jue had great confidence in his piloting ability, a confidence that came from years of experience. Even if he was facing 10 times the number of suits, he was sure he could handle them easily. Thor would weave among them like a fish darting through water and destroy his adversaries. Thor was fast, blasted ahead like a beam of light. In no time it met the small team. The first one Thor encountered was a larger mecha, a kind he'd never seen before. It was at least twice as large as Thor. A large size meant more energy, power, and weight. But it also typically made this sort of suit cumbersome to pilot. Heavy attackers all suffered from this deficiency. Appearing right in the midst of them so suddenly was also Lan Jue's attempt at seeing how they'd react. In a flash it vanished again and appeared at their flank. A sword crackling with electric energy was in its grip, Lan Jue's new preferred weapon. He couldn't use Oxysis in the simulation, obviously. But now that he'd chosen to use it in real combat, it was also his weapon of choice in DreamNet. He thrust forward, aiming for the mecha's armpit. From here the sword would slip right through the armor and into the opponent's cockpit, immediately putting the suit out of commission. Even such a simple strike was made very dangerous because of Lan Jue's speed. The other team members saw it from a different perspective. The blue beam of light that was Thor appeared suddenly in front of their team leader. Then, leaving behind a warped afterimage, their target swept sideways and stabbed at their comrade. But the expected did not occur. His sword hit its target, but Lan Jue immediately felt like something wasn't right. He didn't sense any obstruction, his sword sliding in all the way to the hilt. This definitely was not normal. He hadn't used any discipline, and this sword wasn't especially sharp. What about the suit shields? How could his attack have landed so easily? As he pondered, the enormous suit toppled on top of him like a corpse. Accompanying it was a powerful vacuum force that came from nowhere. In the same instant the other 9 suits fell upon him like a swarm, suddenly several times faster than they had been. The disjointed unit was suddenly on him, a circle of metal suits that gave him no route of escape. Surround and destroy? Lan Jue's smile spread bigger. They had a plan after all. The large mecha was also changing. After falling it had actually started to get larger, trying to keep Thor pinned. His sword and half his suit's arm was stuck in the expanding trap. This thing seemed less like a suit and more like an ooze. Lan Jue was slowly being devoured by it. What a unique suit! Liquid metal? Lan Jue had to make a decision. He was in a dangerous spot, but even now he was not alarmed. He'd seen a lot on the battlefield, and though they had taken him by surprise, this wasn't going to throw him. Thor's body lit up as bolts of electricity shot out in all directions. A sound like thunder burst out from the suit, the sound of its shields. Lan Jue's mecha was god-ranked, hand-built. Of course it had its own tricks to employ. The electric wave tearing through the air in the midst of the explosion caused the incoming mechas to pause. Lan Jue used the brief respite to get Thor free. The suit dissolves into a flash of lightning and rose, tearing itself from clutches of the hulking lump of metal keeping it down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 776, Sparring. Chapter 776, Sparring. Lan Jue's face betrayed the ghost of a smile and his fingers danced over the controls like flowing water. Thor moved so fast its image blurred, breaking through a gap in their encirclement before soaring into the air. But Lan Jue didn't escape without cost. The sword Thor bore had been buried too deeply in the liquid metal mecha, and he'd been unable to pull it free. Said mecha reformed into its typical portly form before crouching low. The other attackers quickly spread out, unperturbed by Lan Jue's escape. Star Division's commander didn't press the attack. He was more interested in seeing how well this team worked together, how strong they'd become. Their opening gambit had been pretty good. If he had been slower, if it wasn't for Thor's superior construction, that fat mecha would have gotten him. Lan Jue wasn't given much time to think about it. The large mecha suddenly launched itself into the air like a cannonball, heading straight for him. In response he pulled Thor to the side to try and dodge. One could imagine the damage something that heavy could do, even if it clipped you. But just then Lan Jue felt the controls grow sluggish. Though he dodged the fat mecha's charge, something had set him off balance. His sapphire mecha staggered in the air. He instinctively looked to the ground where he found another mecha who'd captured him in a beam of yellow light. Gravity capture, he suddenly understood. The adept below was using their gravity discipline to try and pin Thor down. But it was still the fat mecha that surprised him most. Hovering behind him in the air, it underwent a tremendous transformation. Its lumbering body compressed, changing from a silvery soldier to an angry violet orb. Tentacles lurched out from within it and tried to wrap around Thor. An alien planet? He was flabbergasted. It was the last thing Lan Jue expected to see. Could an alien planet just appear here? His shock and alarm took its toll. Thor hesitated. Another mecha appeared over his head, while the one that had been dragging him from below vanished. The sudden change in the gravitational field put him off balance again. He pulled Thor around and urged the sapphire mecha toward the ground. But, just then, an explosion burst from above him. A rush of air struck his Thor, sending it careening out of control right for the liquid metal warrior. Alright guys, time for my discipline. Violet tentacles groped at Thor, ready to wrap him up. Lan Jue was forced to employ his discipline. At just the right instant, a blue light sprang up from within the mecha to create a net of electricity around it. The airburst behind it was cut off, and the tentacles in front met a wall of lightning. Thor descending toward the ground and extricated itself from between its foes. Fighting in the air against a gravity adept was inadvisable. Although the discipline didn't affect Lan Jue much, its effects were significantly magnified against Thor's weighty body and made control much more difficult. On the ground, the adverse effects wouldn't be as dramatic. He had to deal with the enemy's battlefield control first. He came up with a plan. Opponents who could control the flow of battle were the most troublesome. Through their skills they broke one's rhythm and forced them to fight on their own terms. The fight was already 10-on-1, making his position even more precarious. So, Lan Jue's first target was that gravity-manipulating adept. Thor slowed as it reached the ground, a result of increased gravity. Clearly this adept was pretty strong, 9th rank he suspected. Anything less wouldn't be affecting him so dramatically. Lan Jue figured it out, but by now it was already too late to use the information. His only course was to reach the ground and deal with the adept with his lightning discipline, in order for Thor to be able to use its speed advantage. Lan Jue was heading right for his target, but all of a sudden his path was blocked by another. A large mecha appeared with a mighty shield between it and Thor. Thor suddenly sped up and punched at the shield with a fist. A sword constructed of amalgamated lightning burnt into being within its free hand. Making a weapon with his discipline was no difficult feat for the demon drill master. Boom! Thor laid into the shield with the full force of its weight behind it, but the shield bearer only retreated half a step. He watched the shield undergo 3 changes in rapid succession. First it shook, bent, then snapped back into shape. The expertly timed flexibility diffused Thor's attack. What's more, it stopped the mecha in its tracks. Impressive shield control. He only had a moment to appreciate the skill before a blinding light and teeth-clenching impact struck. Lan Jue had only just coalesced his powers into the shape of the sword, so Thor would need a moment before the weapon could be employed. Evidently his opponent had planned for this and was ready. His foe would not be thrown aside. But Thor staggered backward a few steps. Meanwhile, the alien planet above them descended to join the fight. The others' mechas surrounded him again. Lan Jue figured the shape-shifting orb of metal was his wretched apprentice. There were others besides him whose disciplines involved metamorphosis, but none so crafty as to know that changing into an alien would frighten his opponents and give him an edge. The one who got him with the sneak attack in the air had to be an adept with control over air. Their mecha piloting abilities were stellar. He hadn't seen the attack coming until he was right on top of him. The door in front of him had also left an impression. Crowd control and shield defense. The defender's discipline had to involve the shield somehow, otherwise they wouldn't have such precise control. Screech. The ear-splitting sound of an alarm filled the cockpit. Lan Jue's screens were reading an energy systems crash. What? Lan Jue looked at the error messages, which told him the energy transfer line had been cut. 30% of Thor's energy was gone. Cloaking. His fifth enemy had the ability to make themselves invisible, their whole suit invisible. But that was impossible. Did the mecha have a cloaking system as well? He had to react. Thor split into identical copies, each one going a different direction. Ghosting. The invisible opponent just made this fight much harder. One-on-one things would have been different. Lan Jue would be able to make quick determinations and enact a plan. But this wasn't one-on-one. There were 10 enemies, and each of them were formidable. With all this support, the cloaking mecha had plenty of opportunities to make his life hell. He suddenly realized Su Xiaosu must have cheated him. This couldn't be a single unit. All of them were at least 9th level. What team had so many strong adepts? It was the only way to explain how much trouble he was having. But I hope you don't think you're beating me. Lan Jue grunted, and he drew his electric sword through the in-era circle. Both Thors performed the same action to separate itself from the series of successive attacks. One of the double images vanished, revealing only the true form. He thrust forward with his sword, and the arena shook from the sound of crashing waves. Focused flow. As he struck with the weapon, Thor seemed to enter an entirely different state. It sparkled with a deep blue light like it had suddenly become a living gemstone. To his opponents, it felt as though the air had turned thick like mud. Their speed suffered markedly. Although Thor pierced only the air with its weapon, to the other pilots it felt like that sword was coming right at them. Everyone felt it, powerful and overbearing. A beam of blinding light was spat from the crackling weapon that drew all the light from the blade itself, leaving it a deep cobalt blue. All at once the arena looked as though it was submerged in water. Everything was painted that shade of blue. Waves of energy crashed through the opposing mechas. Discipline and martial arts. It doesn't matter if your disciplines change 1,000 times, I'd still keep you down with this. Direct strength overcomes. This is all he did. But then something happened he did not expect. After a moment of surprise, his enemies reacted. They were slower but could still move. After all, they were 9th level adepts with mechas that enhanced their abilities. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 777, Pleasant Surprises. Chapter 777, Pleasant Surprises. A blinding light erupted from behind the mecha with the shield as its thrusters sparked to life. Its shield also flared with illumination, and emerging through the blaze was a bright yellow tiger's head. A wave of vigorous energy answered Lan Jue's own, as lofty and indomitable as a mountain. Behind the glare was the fat mecha, almost certainly piloted by Tang Xiao. He'd transformed back from the alien planet to a standard mecha shape and hid behind the defender. All other members of their team quickly followed and lined up for protection. Gravity went wild. One moment it was almost too much for him to move his arms, the next he was completely weightless. The constant, erratic changes were making it impossible to control Thor in its descent toward the line of contenders. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. The deadly glint of a swiping dagger was coming at him again, aiming for another energy transfer pipe. Thor's armor and shields were impressive. How else could they get past his defenses unless by sneak attack? His opponent knew it too, so they had no delusions of destroying Thor outright. Evidently their plan was to cripple him, and give their companions an opportunity to land more devastating blows. The speed of these fighters was top-notch. Lan Jue acted as though he didn't see the mecha from behind, and did not immediately react. Thor's sword was pointed firmly ahead toward the others. But just as the blow was about to land, Thor seemed to give in to the gravity and dipped, just enough to avoid the deadly daggers. Ting! Thor's sword rang against the metal shield. As it did, the tiger emblazoned on the shield grew clearer, and almost seemed to move like it was biting at the sword. Unfortunately for the shield bearer, a surge of energy burst from Thor's weapon, submerging the tiger in electric power and eventually swallowing up the mecha that bore it. It was immediately consumed, leaving no trace behind. The team's defender was no more. Next, Thor swung its left fist backward, as though for a wild punch. Yet a dragging vacuum force sprang up from behind. It was strong enough to nearly freeze the sneak attacker, just enough for Thor's fist, flickering with black and white power, to come crashing into it. Boom! The cloaking mecha exploded, filling the air with thunderous noise and shards of smoldering metal. 2 opponents down, but they could take solace in the fact that their loss wasn't a deficiency of skill. It was due to the enormous difference in discipline. Lan Jue's peak-ranked power, Thor's outrageous construction, and his martial arts knowledge had turned the tide of battle. Lan Jue managed to defeat the most menacing of his enemies, the Cloaker. Focused Flow All-Heaven Lightning removed their shield-bearer from the equation. The advantage of strength was revealed. Thor continued to power forward, through where the defender had been, following the course of the sword as it headed for the fat mecha. The sounds of crashing waves grew louder. Momentum was Focused Flow's strong suit. It struck with the strength and consistency of mighty ocean waves. Just like the ebb and flow of the tide, Lan Jue's next attack came on the heels of the first. The large mecha didn't try to dodge. In fact, it couldn't. Instead, it lunged forward to meet the electric blade without hesitation. Liquid metal can't survive all-heaven lightning, why is he acting stupid? Lan Jue silently chastised. But when he saw his disciple dissolve into a puddle of mush and avoid the strike, he didn't know whether to laugh or curse. If he hadn't had to spin around and deal with the sneak attacker, he could have focused on the sword, becoming one with the technique. But as it stood, his flow had been broken, as had his forward momentum. Of course, part of the reason he had to stop was for fear of being stuck in the puddle of student beneath his feet. The floor of the arena was metal, and under Tang Zhao's direction it turned to sludge below Thor. In the same instant, a crushing gravitational pressure pressed down from above, hastening its sinking. Even Lan Jue had to admit the team of Tang Zhao and this gravity adept was something to behold. Now the other mechas were coming in to attack. However, it was evident that Thor's display of power had frightened them and changed their tactics. If they didn't go all out now, they may not have another chance. 2 reached him first. One of them was shaped like a beast and lunged at him without a sound. Good job, kid. It was Jin Tao, Lan Jue noted. From the beginning he had been hiding behind the others, hiding his presence from his teacher. Now he burst out, holding nothing back. He chopped with his sword, while in the same moment channeling his discipline through Thor's feet. The fluid metal holding him down fractured into minute splinters. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes as the electric light of his blade carved through the air, right for Jin Tao. But just as it looked like the lion-shaped mecha would be put down, it suddenly shivered and split into 2, completely avoiding the strike. Ghosting? Jin Tao's that fast? That technique was something only god-level pilots could pull off, and Jin Tao already seemed to have a good grasp on it. It was no accident he used it in just that moment. Impressive job, kid, you're improving quickly. In a flash, the metal lion was within clawing distance. Both images closed in on him from either side. Lan Jue was adept at ghosting, and knew its benefits. Thor took a step back and whipped its sword around in a circle, Taiji sword style. Jin Tao only felt the energy in front of him change, and half a breath later his mecha could hardly move. He saw himself moving toward the arc of the electric blade almost in slow motion. With a deep and guttural roar, Jin Tao's mecha fused back into one and reached out with its claws. A golden light burst from within him and spread out in a corona of light. The force of it wrenched him free from Thor's control. Its 2 front appendages, claws glinting, tore toward Thor's head. Lan Jue was positioned just right to thrust his weapon into the lion's chest. Jin Tao did not dodge. His name, the Frenzied Lion Mastiff, was not given in vain. In every fight he viciously fought in the face of death. His opponents feared him. What's more, he was an expert at close combat, and it could be said he was the hardiest soldier in Star Division. If Lan Jue went ahead with the thrust, it would leave him open to Jin Tao's claws. He would hit his mark, but not without being punished for it. Lan Jue didn't back down, he had faith in the strength of his discipline. He saw that Jin Tao wasn't going to retreat either. The young man was assured his ferocity and outright strength would shake his opponent to their core. The lightning sword slipped into the lion's chest, its doughty armor was no match for all-heaven lightning. As electric light coursed into the mecha, he could see it struggling. But in a move that shocked the jewelry master, the lion mecha's claws blasted off at the wrists and toward either side of Thor's head. If it was just Lan Jue, he could easily have dodged the surprise attack, but Thor was less nimble. By the time he was preparing the mecha to react, it was already too late. Bang bang! The 2 blows, one on top of the other, caused Thor to shake. The lion's claws were lodged on either side of its head. Not good. Lan Jue muttered to himself. He barely got the words out before a bone-jarring explosion erupted above him. The claws' explosions were so intense it actually knocked the other mechas back a few steps. Thor, of course, got the worst of it. In this critical moment, Lan Jue didn't hold back and reached out with the full breadth of his lightning discipline to try and mitigate the concussive damage. But it was too quick. Thor's head and shoulders were a mangled wreck. Thankfully, his discipline had saved the cockpit. Insane. That was the only words he had to describe his disciple. Little more than half of his mecha remained, but Lan Jue wasn't out of the fight yet. Thor sprang to its feet and lashed out with its sword. The movement birthed a hail of electric bolts that covered the ground. Tang Zhao's slippery mecha was instantly shot full of holes. Liquid metal twice as strong would be no match for all heaven lightning. Tang Xiao was taken out of the fight. Like a demon-possessed corpse, Thor flailed. The unstoppable power of focused flow tore erratically across the battlefield. All of the remaining mechas were annihilated, but in the end more than 40% of Thor had been obliterated. Their tactics had been strange, but Lan Jue could tell his opponents weren't working wholly in unison. If they had, things would have turned out worse for him. There was a flash, and Thor's lumbering remains appeared outside the ring. The pilots he'd battled against were waiting. "Professor!" Tang Zhao's beaming face met him. "Professor!" Jin Tao's happy greeting was half a second behind. Lan Jue grunted. "I see how it is. It's been a long time since I've seen you too, and this is how you greet me, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 778, Guardian Angel. Chapter 778, Guardian Angel. "Ha ha!" Tang Xiao chortled. "We just wanted to show off a bit for you, Professor. We haven't been lazy. You should blame Jin Tao, he's overzealous. It was him who damaged your mecha." Lan Jue also chuckled. "Enough finger-pointing, tell the truth. The claw thing was your suggestion." Jin Tao spoke up without giving Tang Xiao a chance to answer. "Professor is so wise." Tang Xiao yelped at the injustice. "I'm not responsible for everything bad." Lan Jue scowled at him. "If not you, then who?" "You're right, you both have improved quite a lot lately, it was I who was lacking. I haven't been around to guide you. Later I'll make sure to direct your cultivation." As he spoke, an insidious grin spread across his face. Never mind Tang Xiao, the markedly tougher Jin Tao also shook at the prospect. "Professor, we have cultivation to attend to. We have to go." The two of them fled, with the others from their team in hot pursuit. The Demon Drillmaster's particular brand of instruction was well known throughout Star Division. They weren't anxious to experience it unnecessarily. "Boss," Su Xiaosu's voice interrupted. "Are they up to your standards?" Lan Jue looked her way. "They were 1 unit?" She stuck out her tongue at him. "Leaders from 10 units, but I didn't have a choice. Everyone wanted a chance to spar with you when they heard you were here. I had to pick the best representatives. Their cooperation was less than perfect, as I'm sure you noticed." Lan Jue watched his soldiers as they fled. "They have pretty good battlefield experience. That puts me at ease." Indeed, he could tell that group only just started working together. However, although their teamwork could use some polish, they were still able to play off each other's strengths. A battle rhythm can't be rehearsed, it comes through cooperation. That was the only way to kick their efficacy up to a new level. With this in mind, Lan Jue was very pleased with the result. If all of Star Division's unit leaders were like them, his group of fighters was in excellent shape. "Let's go," Lan Jue said to her. "I want to look in on their training." Su Xiaosu led him to another area. He didn't join them, but instead looked down from his bird's-eye vantage as they drilled below. He could tell at a glance that the individual units' tactics had been trained into their marrow. Surprisingly, this training area was a lot like Monteur, complete with simulated alien foes. These sorts of wargames were especially helpful for Star Division. They must have recorded the environmental data of Monteur and the aliens themselves to use in their training, so that it was as true to the real thing as possible. It was clear this hard work over the last few days was a result of their passion and resolve. As he looked down from on high, the battlefield was like a raging fire that spread out in all directions. His soldiers were stable, methodical, and worked well with their brothers and sisters in other units. Close-range and long-range specialists were well coordinated. Then there were support fighters and their myriad abilities which counteracted alien attacks. "It looks like there are even more aliens than when we were really on Monteur." Lan Jue swept his eyes over the horizon. Su Xiaosu confirmed. "Yes, by quite a lot. This is a prerequisite for this maneuver. The more pressing the odds, the more likely they are to fight to their full potential." Anyway, who's to say how many enemies we'll face when the real fight begins? Right now they're simulating a situation where they have to fight a vastly stronger enemy force on limited energy reserves to see how long they can hold out. I think it's very useful for them. Lan Jue nodded in agreement. Very good. It's also integral that they learn as much as they can about alien fighting styles. You all have been working hard. Xiaosu beamed at Lan Jue. All of their progress was, of course, under her direction. Lan Jue looked back down at the others. Our offensive begins in 48 hours. Let them rest for the last 12 hours before we're dispatched. No training, let them regain their strength. We want them to be in top shape to avoid casualties. I won't be commanding them in the beginning, Xiaosu. I need you to do that for me. Of course, boss. She responded without hesitation. Lan Jue left without interrupting his soldiers' hard work. He was impressed by what he saw, pleased by progress he hadn't anticipated. He was even more confident of their chances now, when the final hour arrived. He wasn't privy to all of Lan Qing's plans, there were some aspects of the assault he wasn't clear on. He didn't know anything about how he intended to face the creatures outside the planet. Lan Jue wouldn't be involved in that part. Most importantly for him was taking care of what he was responsible for. When he returned to his cabin, Lan Jue looked more relaxed than when he'd left. Qianlin was seated on the bed in silent meditation. A pale white light hung over her. It wasn't bright, but thick with mystical energy like the aura of an immortal. Lan Jue walked over to her side and sat, but did not meditate. Instead he just sat there and watched her. Lately the sense of manifest destiny pushing things along had followed him wherever he went. Everything the clairvoyant had told them had come to pass, all but the end result. Lan Jue had been striving now for a long time to help humanity's chances. For his friends, for Qianlin. No effort would be spared to save them from a gruesome death at the hands of a heartless enemy. I dragged Qianlin into this, he thought. But she isn't the only one, everyone's affected. Everyone must be considered. She will be safe by my side. After some time, seated cross-legged across from her, Lan Jue also slipped into a meditative state. These last few days he had refrained from cultivating with her, since they were both at the border of 9th level. If they continued to work together as they had, it was likely neither would be able to hold back their breakthrough. It was better to work independently to stabilize their own disciplines and prepare for that fateful moment. They had to hold back as long as they could to get the best result. Zeta. 2 days passed quickly. For 48 hours a strange calm settled over the human armada, although troops moved consistently from one place to another. On the eve of the attack, Lan Qing had his people within view of a mid-sized planet in the outskirts of Europa's system. He moved like this to keep the aliens guessing and confound their planning. If they didn't know what the humans were up to, they couldn't formulate a plan of defense. Lan Qing also knew that many aliens were hiding on the far side of the planet, a fact he wouldn't be aware of were it not for Lan Jue's scouting data. 48 hours may have sounded like plenty of time at first, but the soldiers soon found the time vanished like a message written in water. Their preparations were done quietly and orders were often given in person to prevent interception by enemy forces. Each division, brigade and unit was only given enough information to perform their part of the plan. Only a select few had all of the information. Zeus 1 quietly slipped out of Middle Heaven's hangar. The moment it was free of the small planet's orbit, the ship engaged its blinding stone. Aboard were all of the paragons who were to participate in the operation, as well as Lan Jue and Qianlin. Zeus Amazons were responsible for piloting the vessel. Everyone's face was hard and solemn. For good reason, the task before them was daunting, perhaps more important than any other part of the plan. The main force could retreat if the situation started to sour. Lan Jue and his people didn't have that luxury. Several days had passed since their last scout mission, and it was impossible to know how many survivors remained on the planet before them. But Lan Jue held out hope that there would still be many lives to save. Innocent humans were being kept as hostages, as experiments, harvested for their genetic material. They would be saved, even the ones that had been twisted by the poison of the progenitors. Zeus 1 approached the planet from the side. A direct assault would result in failure. There were too many aliens for that to succeed. They had to slip in, and avoid psionic detection to the best of their abilities. The planet that was chosen had an auspicious name, Angel. Snow covered vast swaths of its frigid landmass, which was shaped like a seraph with its wings spread wide. Sadly, its once pure white hue had been corrupted and stained purple. The second part of Lan Qing's plan had a code name. He called it Operation Guardian Angel. Zeus 1 approached at a 45-degree angle relative to the armada. It came to a stop when it got close and cut all electronic systems. There, in darkness and silence, it quietly waited for its chance. Zhu Di had not come with them. He was strong enough that there was no need for him to use a spaceship. He had left before them to prepare, for he was responsible for taking 3 of the planets by himself. No one knew how he intended to do it, but everyone had faith that he would succeed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 779, Again the main guns brighten. Chapter 779, Again the main guns brighten. Lan Jue sat quietly aboard his ship, looking out at Angel through the window. Qianlin sat behind him with dull expression, although from time to time her eyes would flit his way. She had come to rely on him, and when he wasn't around she was visibly agitated. Lan Jue's team, Team 3, was led by the photographer. Under her command, besides Lan Jue and Qianlin, were the Arhat of the Descending Dragon, the driver, the Harbinger Fairy, and the Gourmet, 7 people altogether. Zeus 1 would drop them off on Angel first before moving on to the other planets. Because of Angel's importance to their overall battle plan, they would be dispatched first. They were just waiting for their moment. The driver made his way over to Lan Jue's side. "Are you nervous?" he asked quietly. Lan Jue cast him a sideways glance. "Are you?" His friend chuckled in response, his words heavy with pride. "Don't forget my name, I'm the driver. I've been chasing adrenaline my whole life. It doesn't look like there'll be a more heart-pounding mission for me to participate in for all the rest of my days. I'm thrilled. If you're scared Big Brother can intervene, ask the photographer to leave you behind." "We're all going," Lan Jue quickly retorted in irritation. The driver sat beside him. "My only regret is never having found a wife. I was always looking for the next adventure, keeping women at arm's length." "Ah. Are you afraid you won't be coming back?" Lan Jue asked. The driver shook his head. "Whether I do or not isn't an issue, really. I just wish I had a son of my own. Someone to pass my skills onto from a young age. I would have trained him to be the greatest driver in the universe. Who knows whether that day will ever come?" Lan Jue shrugged. "Who's to say it won't? On the contrary, it must. Did you think you would be a paragon one day? Now you are. What does that tell you?" The driver laughed gently. "This is true. You know, these ladies that follow you around are quite something. When did you plan on introducing one to me?" Lan Jue stared at him flatly. "You have a mouth, introduce yourself and leave me out of it." Introducing other men, it would spell the death of him. Those ladies were already nursing hefty resentments against him. Lan Jue didn't dare even think about offending them again. If they survived this fight, then he would have to find a way to solve his women problems, but they had to live first. Thinking about it made his head hurt. These weren't the old days, when having many wives was common practice. He couldn't just wed them all, nor was he such a man. At this time Luo Xianni also came wandering over. "What are you 2 young gentlemen talking about?" she asked. Outwardly she didn't look much older than either of them, but they knew the truth. He glanced at her and chuckled. "Auntie, we're talking about having children." Her eyes immediately lit up. "Children? Children are wonderful. Hey Ju, have you decided to have kids soon?" "You should, quickly and en masse. I'll help look after them. I'd love the opportunity since I've never had any of my own." Lan Jue cast his adoptive mother a helpless look. All right, at least wait to see if we live through this fight." He didn't dare tell her the prospect of her looking after his kids worried him. Without question the sentiment would not go over well. She said suddenly. "It's starting?" Lan Jue's pupils contracted. He shot to his feet and peered out the window toward the armada. Just as she said, 12 ships had separated from the others. They weren't moving forward, but instead were spreading out. Middle Heaven was in the lead, a bright spot against a deep black backdrop. The 12 ships followed as the East's bastion pressed forward. The other 2 bastions, Poseidon and Tyrannosaurus, were on the move as well. They slowly moved forward in a triangular formation with Middle Heaven in the front and the support ships filling in the spaces in between. They weren't fast. On the contrary, they moved at a snail's pace, but ever forward toward their destination. It filled everyone with a suffocating sense of pressure, like a rolling war machine that promised to crush anything before it into dust. The aliens reacted, with beasts surging toward the planet from all directions. They also arranged in formation. It was then a strange scene emerged. A thick and impenetrable mist gushed out around them, a violet smokescreen that was belched from beasts that looked like mutated pufferfish. They waddled to the front lines with their big bellies and spat the smog before the arrayed defenders. It took only a few moments before everything was lost in a purple haze. The keepers stared at the spectacle with furrowed brow. This smoke likely isn't just to hide their positions. It will affect our radar systems, too. Zeus 1 was still keeping its position secret, so its systems were still offline, including radar. However, the keepers' hypothesis was sound, and they knew enough about their cunning foe to know their actions were anything but random. There was a reason for this. As time stretched on, even Angel disappeared in the poisonous fog. A vast swath of space was hidden from view. But the human armada made no signs of stopping. They advanced with the same slow, indomitable pace. Middle Heaven revealed its honeycomb of guns once more, their barrels glowing ominously. As it had shown before, Middle Heaven could use these barrels to launch itself backward and out of harm's way. This time the rest of the human army was spread out behind it like the wings of a swallow, with nothing behind it. This meant Middle Heaven could advance and retreat at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the smog was only growing thicker. It billowed like a cloud of cosmic dust that no human instruments were able to penetrate. Indeed, the aliens had many tricks up their sleeves, and this was one they'd never encountered before. It was a tactics well suited to their weak-ranged fighting capabilities. Human ships could not see the enemy, nor could their systems get a lock on any target. The advantage of their ranged guns was severely curtailed. Admiral, sir. All of our scanning and targeting systems are unable to penetrate the fog. Our guns can't find their targets. Lan Jue and his people discovered the problem quickly. He nodded. Keep our scanners up, stick to the plan. Aye. Lan Jue was seated behind his desk in the control center, with 100 soldiers busily checking systems all around. Middle Heaven was different from traditional bastions. The Admiral was, of course, responsible for all of the ship's final decisions. However, he also personally managed several of the ship's systems. The control board in front of Lan Jue was large and complicated. The opposing sides were drawing nearer by the second, and human ships had all begun to shine as their weapons were charged. The battle was about to begin any moment. Yet the humans could no longer see any sign of their enemy through the fog. Lan Jue spoke through the special communications channel they'd set up. Begin. Aye. With his calm command, Middle Heaven's myriad guns blazed orange in much the same way it had before. The aliens, meanwhile, remained a mystery, though there was no sign of movement. They hid behind the screen, seemingly unperturbed by the threat of Middle Heaven's weapons. Their bastion's guns would strike the planet first, and the explosion of a planet would obliterate anything near it, including the humans. What's more, the aliens were sure their attackers wouldn't put their own planet in danger. Judging solely by Middle Heaven's size, its main guns were more than likely capable of destroying a planet. The aliens believed this without a shadow of a doubt. This was their reasoning behind using the planet as a shield. If their leaders decided to cast out their misgivings and destroy the planet, the morale of their people would collapse. It would be pointless anyway, because the humans could not know the location of the home worlds behind the 7 planets. If they dared to push through, they would be surrounded and summarily destroyed. The power of the home worlds had been revealed to the stubborn humans more than once. Finally, Middle Heaven slowly came to a halt a short distance behind where it had been during its first attack, though still within firing distance. The aliens did not rush to meet them. They just waited for their prey to come closer. If the humans fled from the mist, that would serve their purposes just as well. They would not pursue them. Their main objective was to stall for time, so they did not rush to engage. Suddenly Middle Heaven lit up, more accurately, its guns flared to life. A wall of angry red energy burst forth. They fired without pretense, not in a sustained stream but instead as a hail of energized orbs. They sizzled and burned as they made their way toward Angel. Without question, this was Middle Heaven's main weapon. Were the humans really going to disregard the safety of their own planet? Because Zeus 1 was positioned closer to the side of the planet, Lan Jue could spy some of the condition behind the mist. He saw the aliens moving erratically as the orbs neared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 780, Circular Attack. Chapter 780, Circular Attack. Of course, no alien was interested in facing a bastion's main gun. They quickly moved to the sides, trying to avoid Middle Heaven's attack. Kang Hui, who had been seated behind the control board in Tyrannosaurus, shot to his feet when he saw the red orbs. He thought he knew the plan, but it didn't involve attacking one of their own planets. Wasn't the plan to use their ranged advantage to weaken the enemy? Why, then, would Lan Jue use his main guns right out of the gate? It was completely different than what they discussed. He didn't know the full scope of Middle Heaven's capabilities, but he could guess. Lan Jue's confidence in it, he had to assume the East's bastion was formidable. Angel would be no more. Angel wasn't a particularly large planet. If Middle Heaven's blast didn't outright destroy it, at the very least the damage would be apocalyptic. It would likely never recover or be used for human habitation ever again. Yet as he watched, a scene unexpected by all revealed itself. As the orbs reached the halfway point between the bastion and the planet, they changed. Where they had been tightly packed spheres of energy, now they began to break apart. Their angry red light flared brighter, like the corona of light from a spaceship's engines. At first it was kept close but soon spread out as the orbs themselves vanished into nothing. All of that for nothing? Was Middle Heaven really so useless? Doubt filled the minds of those who looked on, let down by the spectacle. The aliens were just as confused. But the truth was quickly revealed. Indeed, the individual orbs had dissolved, but that didn't mean their energy had dissipated. The many tightly compacted salvos of energy had broken apart and merged into a sweeping blast of power. The scope of it had obviously been precisely calculated. As it collided with the wall of mist, a magnificent display was revealed to the human spectators. A breadth of misty space was burned away in a circular shape. A red light burned at the borders that disappeared as the mist receded. Then, with a burst of light and an ear-splitting roar, an explosion of red light emerged. It was so bright and so fierce that Angel was lost in its glow. What was that? The concussive force of the blast rippled all throughout the purple haze, ripping it apart. Its shockwave roared across space and burned away the fog like the crisp morning sun. The alien forces behind were revealed. The blast embraced and surrounded Angel, but caused it no damage. The aliens that had fled from the assumed trajectory of Middle Heaven's attack now found themselves in the middle of it. In an instant, scores of aliens were reduced to a field of mangled flesh and blood. Those creatures which were specialized in defense survived much of the initial damage, but only just. This was Middle Heaven's might, and destruction was unavoidable. Countless scores of the beasts were no more. The shock of what they witnessed stunned every spectator. Not only did it clear away the mist, it also ripped their enemies apart. The surprise was similar to their first fight against the alien homeworlds, though this time the bitter realization that they knew nothing was suffered by alien and not human victims. Lan Jue had pondered over a solution to the alien tactic of hiding behind planets since witnessing it in the north. Middle Heaven's primary power source was molinite. It powered the ship's engines as well as its engines, the main gun array included. Because the element was so unstable by nature, it would have been impossible to amass enough of it in a single shot. Eastern scientists then came up with a novel solution, prime diffusion. By using rare metals that reacted well with molinite, they constructed an array of guns instead of a single cannon. They were constructed all over Middle Heaven and could be used either as weapons or as engines. How they were used depended on the amount of energy used and how it was channeled. It just needed to be programmed in advance. This attack had been modeled after the burn patterns from rocket engines. If the payload had maintained their orb shape, it would have frightened the aliens, but otherwise not caused a lot of damage. At best it would have pressed them together, or had them hide behind the planet. But the humans' tactics were clever. What started as a salvo of compressed energy quickly broke apart at the halfway point, just long enough for the aliens to have moved from their path. However, they couldn't fly fast enough to avoid the detonation. Strike where it is not expected. This single surprise attack had killed far more than the 12 capital ships from before had put down. The alien forces around Angel were thrown into chaos. The human armada sped their approach and quickly charged their weapons. With high spirits, riding the momentum of Middle Heaven's opening attack, they charged into the fight. Was this the true power of Middle Heaven? Admiration was clear on Kang Hui's face as he witnessed the aftermath of Lan Jue's initiative. Scope, power, control, that attack worked flawlessly on all fronts, designed to blaze a path for them to follow. Preparing everything in 2 days had not been an easy feat, yet Lan Jue, in silence and alone, had set everything up perfectly. His opening move had not only annihilated their foes but also inspired his troops. In a blink everyone was in position and moving in to press the attack. The 12 capital ships rushed into the remaining alien forces, guns blazing. They held nothing back. Meanwhile, Tyrannosaurus and Poseidon pressed ahead without engaging. They were quietly waiting in the wings, though just their presence was a deterrent against alien aggression. Just then, an orb of dark purple was launched from Angel's surface. At first it was inconspicuous but quickly broke atmosphere and entered space. It garnered notice when it shrugged off 3 blasts of capital ship fire. It was revealed to be an enormous creature in the shape of an enormous globe. The only reactant it had from taking 3 direct hits was to flatten out, and thus deflect the shots away. This alien was over 10,000 meters in diameter, among the largest they'd ever seen. When the danger of the capital ships had passed, it stretched again to create a protective shell that warded off 5 more shots. It hung there brazenly, denying the power of human technology. All of a sudden the creature began to spin as though it were caught in a whirlpool. Several of its smaller brethren were sucked into its orbit, saved from destruction. All the while shots from human vessels bounced off its surface. For a moment it seemed as though the titanic beast collapsed in on itself, only to burst out like an overripe tomato a moment later. A host of aliens were blasted from its corpse right into the human armada, over 1,000 of them. In an instant the separation human ships were depending on was gone. But they had a plan. Once the capital ships had come into firing range and released their payloads, all the support ships had begun to slow. Lan Jue adhered to the principle of exploiting one's advantage to the fullest, and humanity's range was among their greatest assets. The soldiers slowed, then stopped, then sped up, then stopped. The timing and rhythm closely followed Lan Jue's commands. The tactic was employed to make sure all ships stayed in formation, and didn't break from the alien assault. It protected his troops from losing focus as the alien forces were flung their way. The first ship to react was Middle Heaven, and it did so without quarter. Beams of red light fired from the forward array. The barrels glowed like angry eyes, glaring at the encroaching aliens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 781, Cosmic Battleground. Chapter 781, Cosmic Battleground. In being thrown across the battlefield, the aliens had no formation to speak of. They were subject to the combined might of the human armada the moment they arrived. Among them was a 1,000-meter-long monstrosity that looked like a crocodile. It wildly swung its tail, and spat orbs of dazzling purple energy from its maw at the ships closest to it. But in the midst of its thrashing strikes an orange glow met it. The force of it knocked the creature 1,000 meters away. Although its defenses were strong enough to protect it from being destroyed outright, the explosion stunned the monster. Its attacks missed, the human ships were safe. The humans in their orderly formations were effectively defended. More than 1,000 foes were cast at them, but their ships were many and their fire concentrated. Under the sustained barrage, the wave of enemies were quickly destroyed. Vital crystals of carrying sizes twinkled like stars, marking where an alien had died. In the distance, the large shape-shifting alien had already flung the second wave their way. It had had more time to prepare this time, so this second batch was 3 times the size of the first. While the humans were busy with those, aliens from around the planet closed in on their defensive line. The orb-shaped alien had swelled to 10 times its size, 100,000 meters of undulating purple flesh. Even compared to the planet it came from, it was a sight to behold. It turned once and swallowed up a host of creatures, turned again and spat them forth. Humans may have puzzled out a way to counteract their enemies' tactics, but so had the aliens found a way to render their range ineffectual. Throwing them into the humans like this wasn't to cause damage, though it was great if they did. It was intended to send the humans into disarray, to disrupt their cooperation and make them weak. A host of monsters from the planet came buzzing toward the armada like locusts. Their main force was drawing ever nearer. It was clear they had prepared better than the humans had thought. This was not to say Lan Jue wasn't ready for them. Middle Heaven fires back like an angry hornet's nest, firing beams of saffron light into the aliens as they neared and wiping out the first 2 batches thrown toward them from the planet. The stronger ones survived, though they were shot away and barred from damaging nearby ships. The human ships quickly retreated. As they fell back, they pummeled the aliens with secondary fire. Their withdrawal was orderly, and included the 3 bastions. It was an impressive feat by itself to maintain order among the 12 fleets, more than 10,000 ships, all told. They punished the enemy as they fell back. Though individually these fleets could not compete with the destructive power of a bastion, together the carnage they wrought was no less impressive. Beneath the hail of cannon fire, the monsters were kept at bay. The defender class of aliens were too slow to get to the front and protect their brethren, while the faster attackers could protect themselves from being blasted to bits. The humans' retreat was not fast, but was just fast enough so that the aliens couldn't overcome them. The mightiest defender they faced was Middle Heaven, which remained between them and the rest of the human ships. It lashed out at them with bursts of yellow light like a deadly guardian. It pinpointed the most threatening parts of the alien horde and picked them apart, protecting the smaller vessels much the same as the aliens had done by protecting themselves behind a planet. In both attack and defense, Middle Heaven was indispensable. Despite the aliens' natural defenses and survivability, they couldn't withstand the sustained battery from their prey. By retreating and attacking at the same time, they were able to maintain their ranged advantage. Yet the aliens were malleable in their tactics. The massive orb gathered up another bunch of aliens to throw at them, this time exclusively tortoise-like defenders. They were thrown to the fore where they immediately linked together to form a tightly packed shield. Instantly the efficacy of human cannon fire was greatly reduced. However, so was the aliens' ability to attack. They remained safely behind the turtle shells, pushing them forward. The defenders were well adapted to protecting themselves but did not have the speed of the attackers. In order to protect themselves, the fighters had to push the shell before them in order to avoid being blown apart. Even so, the aliens advanced faster than the humans could retreat. The distance between them began to shrink. The creatures were adept at close-range fighting, and their goal was clear: get in close where human ships could no longer rely on their guns. From the start of the battle, humans had relied on Middle Heaven to keep them in a favorable position. However, the aliens were not pushovers. They quickly recovered from the shock of being outplayed. They came in now from all sides to surround the human, too many to deal with all at once, at least 5 times the number of warships they'd brought. None were particularly large, but they came in such numbers that they were nearly as difficult to put down. Now was the key, whether the humans could survive against the full strength of the alien horde. At present, at least in regards to strategy, the humans were not in an inferior position. Whether or not they would ultimately succeed, only time would tell. At long last, it was time for Zeus I to make its move. It moved in from the side of Angel, silent as a ghost. Now that the aliens were engaged in an all-out fight with the human armada, their numbers were fewer around the planet. Lan Jue's approach was made much easier with fewer defenders to spot him. Zeus I shot forward like an arrow under Mika's deft control. Between Lin Guogua's psionic pulses and the blinding stone, they were effectively invisible. They flit between groups of aliens rushing to join the attack, drawing closer to the planet's surface by the moment. Everyone aboard the ship knew their roles. They were ready, and anxious to do their part. Lan Jue held tightly to Qianlin's hand as he waited for his opportunity. Their task was the most difficult. The bulk of the alien force might have been directed at the armada, but the strongest ones would be amassing on the planet. Taking on the progenitor would be easier said than done, as difficult as it was dangerous. It would undoubtedly be defended by mighty protectors. Alien strength was on full display this time, mightier even than they'd shown during the campaign in the Northern Alliance. Although they were proving capable enemies against Middle Heaven and the others, it also served to prove Lan Jue and his brother right. Their homeworlds must be in the process of evolution. Were they not, no matter how clever Lan Cheng's plans, the humans would have been outmatched. If they were here, humans would be no match for the devastation they would cause. At best, they would be an irritation. As they passed through the thinning purple mist, Lan Jue's eyes grew sharp. Take care of yourself. The Terminator, who until now had not spoken, strode forward and clapped his massive hand on Lan Jue's shoulder. Lan Jue answered with a resolute nod, then walked ahead. The others of his team followed, headed for Zeus I's hangar doors. Zeus I wouldn't be able to land. They would have to disembark and descend to the planet themselves. From there they would seek out and destroy the progenitor. Boss! Go get him! The 4 Amazons cried in unison. He grinned and shot them a thumbs up. Once they hit the atmosphere, Zeus I's blinding stone was less effective. The ship appeared and disappeared in the thin purple atmosphere. The frantic glimmering caught the attention of 2 nearby aliens. They heaved themselves around, preparing to attack. But just then 2 foreboding beams of white light shot out. The 2 large creatures froze for half a breath, then split into 2 halves and tumbled away. Several figured ejected from the Sapphire vessel once the coast was clear and headed for the surface. Zeus I peeled away, leaving a contrail in its wake as it re-entered orbit. Once it was again out in space, it disappeared from view. Lan Jue tightly gripped Qianlin's hand. With his mind fixed on the task at hand, he led the way. He didn't bring out Thor, it was too obvious a target. Nor was it suitable to use with the team. The pharmacist, pauper, driver and gourmet splayed out behind him. Luo Xianni was nowhere to be seen. 6 figures shot through the air toward the far side of the planet. They didn't have time to hide themselves or evade detection. They raced ahead as quickly as they could. This was a blitzkrieg, their job was to burst in, cut off the head of the snake and retreat. They were discovered by nearby aliens right away. One of them that looked like an eagle let loose an ear-piercing shriek. It then charged at them with talons bared. The Harbinger fairy glared at it with an expression cold as ice. In a flash she was in the front of their team with her first 2 fingers extended forward. Twinkling starlight appeared around her, when all of a sudden scores of copies of her legendary blade appeared in the air. They swung and stabbed all around, protecting the humans within. Under their security they pushed on. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 782, Unstoppable. Chapter 782, Unstoppable. The Eagle-type alien was destroyed by the sword array moment after calling the signal. At present no one in the Avenue could match the pharmacist in sheer attack force. Her domain fed off of slaughter, and the more she killed the stronger she became. Many aliens from the surroundings came to heed the Eagle's cry. If it were not for Lan Chang and his army in the space around the planet, Lan Jue's team could have twice as many paragons and they would have quickly fallen. But as it was, the situation was made easier by the beast's reduced numbers. There were few enough that the pharmacist was able to defend them by herself. She was unstoppable, and the path she carved was lined with the mangled corpses of her enemies. Strangely, the vital crystals that emerged from the slain aliens vanished as soon as they appeared in flashes of pink light. Under the pharmacist's guidance, the team continued toward the far side of the planet. Elsewhere, Zeus 1 was racing for another world, bringing the next team to its target. Mika was squeezing every bit of speed from the ship as she could. She didn't know the situation her boss was facing, all he knew was that her way of helping was to put pressure on the other planets under alien control. Zeus 1's systems were operating at overloaded capacity. So long as they held this pace, they would reach their destination in a matter of hours. Once they were free of Angel's orbit, they locked into a trajectory, free from alien menace. Mika turned her head just as Satan was approaching. Right away a chill came over her face. She defiantly turned her eyes back onto the screens. Mika! His deep voice intruded. She didn't respond, as though she hadn't heard. A bitter grin spread across the former leader of the Dark Citadel. Don't be angry with me, not now. Perhaps I won't be coming back from this fight, and I wanted to use this opportunity to explain a few things. A slight change came over Mika's harsh countenance. Yes. This fight held the future of humanity in the balance. Her boss had accepted the most important and most dangerous task. So had her father. Her features softened ever so slightly. Whatever their history, she was Satan's daughter. His demonic blood flowed through her veins. What do you want to say? She offered. Satan responded with a sigh. I've made many mistakes, but few fill me with regret. I have come to understand what happened to your sister. Who did it isn't important. Whether or not we win against these monsters, Europa is gone. The citadels are gone. The chances are that I will be gone. I was hoping you might promise me to take over the mantle of the Dark Citadel. Mika paused. Eventually she turned her face back toward him. Take over the Dark Citadel? I have no interest in commanding a group of sordid, evil men. As far as I'm concerned, the Dark Citadel shouldn't even exist. When Satan looked at her, his eyes were bright, burning. You're looking at it too one-sided. Sometimes that which you see with just your eyes isn't true. Sometimes what's most important isn't immediately visible. You're right, the Dark Citadel was filled with evil and compulsion. Do you think the Pontiff and the other hypocrites are any better? What they've done is far more evil than anything I've ordered. Satan made no effort to modulate his voice. The Pontiff, seated a short distance away, heard all. However, he did not react, and sat in silent meditation. Mika scowled. Her father was right, she knew a little of the dark deeds the Pontiff's men had performed. The former Moonfiend Empress had shared them with her. None of you are any good. She seethed. When she said it, the surroundings paragons looked at her with strange expressions. The keeper outright laughed. She was probably the only person who would dare to say such a thing to these men. Satan was not embarrassed. Instead, his grin deepened. You're absolutely right. But listen to what I have to say, the Dark Citadel commands the dark underbelly of the Western Alliance. Its soldiers are powerful, temperamental, and varied. I'm not sure you've considered how much damage they could cause if you simply let them loose in the worlds of man. Mika didn't reply, but it was clear she was carefully weighing his words. He continued. They would cause turmoil everywhere. What could the mighty Dark Citadel do, now? She countered. What is stopping governments and armies from exterminating the rabble? Satan sniffed derisively. So naive, child. You believe they hate us, you are wrong. What is light without darkness? Without us, many faiths throughout the human worlds would be rendered pointless. What's more, you underestimate the world of darkness, its ability to repopulate. If there is nothing to control it, the darkness will grow and spread out of control. The chaos it would cause, while not comparable to the destruction these aliens have wrought, would nonetheless consume the worlds of man. The Dark Citadel was not created solely to wield power. It is a check against the spread of evil. It is built to manage it before it becomes unmanageable. Under my vigil the corruption of it is contained, and its deeds curtailed. So long as there is good there will be evil, it will never be eradicated. But, it can be controlled. Have you ever heard of these sordid, evil men causing problems in the West? The Dark Citadel handles these problems before they arise. Our purpose is a service to mankind, which is more than I can say for our sanctimonious counterparts. Do you still think the empire I built is so wretched, now? Mika had grown up in the Dark Citadel, but this was the first time its mission was explained to her in such a way. She didn't know this was their purpose. For years she'd wondered why the Citadel was allowed to exist, why it wasn't simply wiped away by other government leaders. At first she thought it was because of Satan's strength, but now she understood the truth. You see that the poison part of mankind needs to be retrained. If they aren't, think of what these monsters could do in the wake of this tragic time. Satan's disposition became imperatorial. You are my daughter, the blood of demons surges within you. There is no shirking your responsibility. Mika was silent. She quietly felt the weight of this responsibility settling on her heart. Do you think I'm strong enough to command their respect? She asked. Satan smiled. He knew his words had struck a chord. They will respect you, not because of me, but because of who you are, and the man you call your boss. Humanity faces a storm of apocalyptic proportions, and if we lose then there is nothing fret over. Survivors will scatter to any dark corner they could find, every man, woman and child fending for themselves. But if we defeat them there will come a period of recovery. During this period much will change, not least of which the disappearance of the Western Alliance. After all, its most important planets have been all but demolished. Who do you think, in this situation, will pick up the pieces? The North's cowardice has struck a mighty blow to their image. You can bet the East will take advantage of the power vacuum. Much of what had belonged to the West will come under Eastern control, or perhaps they will come to some agreement with the North. Already your boss is a commanding voice in the world of Adepts, for all of mankind, in fact. With his support, there is nothing you won't be able to accomplish. I am sure his accomplishments will one day surpass even Judy's. What do you have to fear, with such a mountain of a man at your back? Mika's anger flared. I will not cause the boss any trouble. Satan chuckled at her. This isn't causing any trouble, child. You're preventing it. Do you think he wants to see the dredges of society run amok? There is the Hades bloodline, she countered. I'm sure they would want to take control. Another chilling sniff was her answer. A flash of yellow light lit up the Paragon's eyes. After so long, do you think the Hades bloodline has what it takes to manage the Citadel successfully? If that were to pass, the chaos would be felt throughout all the alliances. Do you suspect that is what Skyfire Avenue wishes to see happen? Rather than put such an important task in the hands of amateurs, don't you think they'll support a family with a history of achievement? With your talent you need only give yourself to the demonic blood, and becoming a paragon would be easily accomplished. Once you cross the threshold, there would be no reason the dwellers of the darkness would not follow you. Mika paused. Uncertainty filled her heart. Satan did not try to convince her further. He rose to his feet. Think about it. Motivating the strength of your bloodline may affect your character, but you and your boss have been together a long time. With his abilities, I'm sure he would be able to find a way to help you. With all said, he turned away and returned to his seat. A realization suddenly came over Mika, and she snapped her head around. Were these going to be his last words? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 783, Commencing. Chapter 783, Commencing. Satan seemed calm as a lake surface, with no change in his expression. However, Mika could see the struggle hidden behind her father's eyes. His deep eyes were pits of blackness. The Dark Citadel had been thoroughly wiped out. How could this not be a significant blow to the King of Devils? As Zeus 1 continued to pick up speed, Mika's heart was heavy. At the end of this fight, no one knew who would be going home. She was just as uncertain whether they'd defeat their enemies. Come on. We have to win. Mika grit her teeth. Everything depended on killing the alien menace. In the distance they could still see the battle raging between the human and alien forces. Flashes of glaring light flashes over and over again. The Armada continued to fight on its back foot, retreating as its guns fired at full bore. They managed to keep the distance that was so integral to their ranged strategy, however the aliens were slowly closing in. Some of the vessels had begun to suffer damage. Rare were the aliens that slipped through the hail of cannon fire, but when they did they threw themselves at the ships with abandon. They could hardly see each through the flashing lights and clouds of gore. Middle Heaven was a resolute boulder in the center of the stream. It stayed at the rear of the retreating forces, shielding its allies by virtue of its secondary weapons systems alone. So far none of its fighter planes had been deployed. The aliens were enraged at Middle Heaven's brawn. Incessantly they threw themselves at the ship, desperate to destroy it. Only once the planet-turned warship had been destroyed could they clear away the humans. But despite their reckless charge, no matter what the sort of alien, they were all destroyed or thrown aside before the might of Middle Heaven. The Bastion's energy stores seemed endless, and it alone destroyed nearly as many of the aliens as all 12 fleets that accompanied it. From its position between the humans and aliens, Middle Heaven was perfectly positioned to punish the enemy while protecting its allies. However, the aliens' numbers seemed equally limitless. They'd caught up to where they were pressing in on the armada from three sides. As they continued to add pressure, they closed the distance to their prey. They just needed to get close. Once the distance was covered, the beasts could employ their powerful melee attacks to wreck the human vessels. All of a sudden both sides were assailed by a thunderous roar, as a blast of energy was released. The massive beam was white-hot but quickly turned red, like a laser shot but far too large. In a blink 1/100th of the alien horde was burned to ash. All that remained were their glittering vital crystals, hovering in space. As the residue of the attack's power hung in the air, the aliens were visibly taken aback, causing the pressure of their charge to ease a little. The humans were quick to take advantage of the pause and continued to fire indiscriminately into the enemy forces. The distance between them began to increase again. But what just happened? There was only one thing of human creation that could cause such destruction, and that was a bastion. Tyrannosaurus' main cannon sizzled in the cold vacuum of space as it continued to retreat. Up to this point neither Tyrannosaurus nor Poseidon had engaged the enemy. If Middle Heaven was the Armada's shield, these two were the spears behind it. As the danger to the humans increased, Tyrannosaurus at last bared its fangs. As the battle raged, alien forces had been unable to spot the northern bastion charging its guns. As a result, a gaping hole had been carved through the heart of the horde. Aliens were painfully reminded that it wasn't just Middle Heaven they faced. There were two more like it. Poseidon's guns were still dark, and since the beasts had never encountered Poseidon group before they did not know what to expect. But it was larger than Tyrannosaurus, and usually that meant more firepower. Lan Jue sat behind his control panel, watching intently as streams of data flit across his screens. He rarely gave orders as the battle raged, and when he did they were rich with code words and secret meanings. The first phase of their war plan was in full effect. Lan Jue had been careful not to underestimate his enemy, whose numbers were 3 times what Lan Jue saw in his scouting mission. The Eastern Admiral had prepared for the worst eventuality and it served them well. Why were Tyrannosaurus and Poseidon not firing their weapons like all the others? To conceal their power. If they had started the fight throwing everything they had at the creatures, their enemy would grow cautious and cunning. The likelihood of gaining and losing ground increased. Lan Jue didn't want to see that happen. It was unpredictable and they needed to create space for the Paragon strike teams. A base of operations was needed before they could push further in. Hiding behind the planets had been an effective tactic, one that had perplexed and frustrated the humans to no end. The circular sneak attack was effective, but it would only work once. These were intelligence creatures, and the only way to really punish them was in outright war. Attacking and retreating was not just advantageous for creating distance and maintaining a range advantage. It drew their enemy away from any defensible positions or places to hide, revealing their numbers and exposing them to mankind's strongest weapons. Tyrannosaurus' attack proved the efficacy of their plan. 10,000 aliens or more had been felled in a blink, and their momentum was thwarted. Lan Jue was unconcerned with the prospect of the aliens fleeing. Surely they felt they had the advantage. Recharging a bastion's main gun took time, giving them the opportunity to press the attack. If they gave the humans a chance, the next attack would hurt them even worse. As he anticipated, Tyrannosaurus' attack threw the alien horde into a frenzy. Scores of beasts rushed ahead heedless of cannon fire. They braved the hail of burning light, desperate to snuff out these puny human lives. The alien creature that had depended the planet and thrown aliens at them had also flown in to join them. It moved with incredible speed, catching up with its smaller brethren moments later. Its presence on the battlefield threatened to give the enemy an edge. Now, in the presence of the mighty leader, the alien attack was much more menacing. The human ships continued to be pushed back, and inch by inch the bloodthirsty aliens closed in. With each passing moment, the humans were in an increasingly disadvantageous position. Tyrannosaurus was still recharging for another blast. All that was left was Poseidon, but was it enough to stem the flood? Zeta. Angel. A rain of blood followed in the pharmacist's wake. The aliens continued to throw themselves at her, only to be impotently cut down by her storm of steel. Lan Jue's party was quickly nearing the far side of the planet. The attempts to dissuade them never let up. The further they pressed ahead, the larger and more powerful their foes became. Several monsters over 1,000 meters long attempted threw themselves at the humans, seeking to stop their invasion with their huge bodies. Yet it proved a foolish endeavor that only put them in the path of destruction. Faced with the pharmacist's deadly rush, they were cut apart before they knew it, and the humans had another vital crystal. With unstoppable vigor, Oxysis Array conveyed the party toward the planet's far side. Soon they would arrive at the progenitor's location. Lan Jue pulled Qianlin along at his side, gripping tightly to her hand. Their powers were in constant communication, and as Lan Jue's powers flooded into her, her powers likewise were conveyed back to him. They modified each other, fused, then shifted again in perfect harmony. Under such conditions, what could be expected to happen? Lan Jue's face bore a slight smile. He'd waited for this, waited so long and fought so hard to suppress his powers, so that he and Qianlin might advance. Now they had come to the final, integral step. In the distance they could see the aliens' numbers receding. The obstacles that kept them from their target were fewer, and in response Oxysis manifestations flung around them even faster. Under the pharmacist's direction they arrived. Not far off, the enormous and cancerous vessels were in full view. Without question, the progenitor they were about to face was bigger than any they'd seen before. It had to be, if it was funneling vital energy directly to its home worlds. Suddenly the sky went dark. A familiar sensation tickled at Lan Jue's mind from somewhere before them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 784, Infinite Violet. Chapter 784, Infinite Violet. As the light dimmed, the air around them suddenly felt thicker. Its quality changed, and the presence Lan Jue felt wasn't moving toward them, but instead toward the progenitor. A doppelganger? From Monarch. Lan Jue knew the chances of running into one of them was high, but all the same his heart began to beat faster. These monsters were at least equivalent to a Nirvana-level paragon, and if the progenitor was as strong as they suspected, this fight wasn't going to be easy. They were deep in enemy territory, beset on all sides by danger. Everyone be careful, Lan Jue cautioned. His mother was close, but they had to rely on their own strength too. A violet gold light flashed in the horizon, and a sense of foreboding that difficult to describe swept through the area. The oppressive pulse of intention even sent Oxysis' sword array into chaos, causing them to vanish and revealing the people that had been hidden within. Lan Jue stared with wide eyes. The strength of Nirvana couldn't do what they just witnessed. A terrifying thought occurred to him: what if the homeworlds were disguised as humans, and were hiding on these planets? What would they do? If this was their ploy, it would be a good one. Foregoing evolution to draw the humans in for a sneak attack, it would spell the end of their species, without question. What sort of carnage could a creature on the cusp of immortality produce? As the thought wormed through Lan Jue's mind, he narrowed his eyes. It was the nightmare scenario, but he was wise enough to know the chances of it happening were slim. Prior to evolving, they were subject to the restrictions of universal protogenia. They would be putting themselves at tremendous risk if the alien homeworlds chose to fight. But, what if? They had been surprised before. They thought the aliens couldn't teleport twice in a short time, but they were wrong. The beasts spent a great deal to do precisely what the humans weren't expecting. Who was to say they wouldn't make a similar gamble if it meant destroying the humans' final line of defense? Careful, he urged again. The pharmacist seemed to understand his worries. That isn't him, it's fine. She had had the same thought, but it was different for her. She knew Monarch better than Lan Jue did. She had come face to face with him in the shattered starfields, during her failed assassination attempt. His riposte had been weakened, having just teleported, but she could feel him through her connection to Altus. She knew Monarch's aura as well as she knew her own. What she felt from the nearby aura was very similar, but lacking in one key component. She couldn't feel Altus, and that meant this couldn't be him. At worst, the creature had powers of the infinite, not an immortal. They had a chance. Lan Jue shook off the fear that had gripped him. Excellent, this wasn't the real thing, . In the distance, the image of the violet monarch glared coldly at them. Forsaking needless chatter, it stepped forward and greeted them with a single punch. Everything between them and the alien doppelganger warped. It was like reality was compressed, then exploded in all directions. Instantly, the humans were bombarded with a painful sensation that threatened to drive them mad. The pharmacist was in front. She lifted her right hand to defend herself and Oxysis appeared in her grip, milky white like it was made of flawless jade. In response her dermic image appeared, and the boon of her slaughter domain once more transformed her into a reflection of heaven and earth. In an instant woman and sword were one. The promise of murder hung thick in the air as her image swelled. As it did, Oxysis grew and brazenly swiped the air before it. A flash of white energy tore through the sky. The power from the doppelganger's punch was cut in half and pushed to the side. In the same instant a dull grey light burst from behind the Harbinger Ferry and shot into the distance, evading the enemy's punch. It was the gourmet, infernal vanguard. Using Hades' unholy flame he'd paved an escape route for them. It removed them from the scope of the doppelganger's attack. The backdrop grayed as suddenly the humans were deposited closer to their attacker. The monarch doppelganger grunted, vanishing in a blink and appearing before the humans. Its hand shot out, fingers bent like hideous claws as it groped for the top of Lan Jue and Qianlin's head. It was incomparably fast. By the time the humans were delivered from the infernal vanguard's route of escape, it was waiting for them. A dragon's roar shook the earth, and a golden serpent coiled up around the two non-paragons. Instantly the doppelganger's attack destroyed it, but Lan Jue and Qianlin were spared for the moment. Gripping tightly to Qianlin's hand, Lan Jue didn't hesitate. Both of them became bolts of lightning and fled. Before the doppelganger could follow it was surrounded by an expanse of white energy from the pharmacist. This time Oxysis' power was deadly frigid. Monarch's doppelganger held its ground. Both of its hands lashed out, one toward the pauper and gourmet, the other reaching for the pharmacist's banishing blade. The two men were thrust away. Just as it seemed ready to grab Oxysis, its hand turned over and it flicked out a finger to strike the flat of the blade. Ding! The pharmacist and her weapon were knocked away, but the doppelganger didn't follow. It was finding Oxysis' deadly power to be troublesome. It showed the truth, this beast wielded the power of the infinite. In only this brief exchange the truth was revealed to them. The doppelganger's powers were inferior to Zhou Di, though indeed ranked among the infinite. Still, in a blink it had forced 3 paragons to retreat. Its strength was clear. Only one more of their number was close enough to engage. The driver. He engaged a step behind the others. Bolts of crystalline purple light coiled around his fist as he delivered a simple and unobtrusive punch. Captus appeared in Lan Jue's hand and his eyes burned with fervent light. Likewise there was a flash of blue by his side when Qianlin's banishing blade was summoned. The two of them looked silently at one another, looking at their reflections in each other's eyes. In perfect harmony both swords were thrust forward, toward the dominating alien. A bright light burned in the doppelganger's eyes, red and violet and angry. It stood in defiance of the driver's punch, reaching out to grab him with its own hand. Its purpose here was clear, to destroy all the humans. Of course killing a handful of paragons was certainly easier said than done. Even at the doppelganger's level a human's talent had a constraining effect. And indeed this creature was just a shadow of its true self, and did not possess the protogenic comprehension of its victims. The monstrous effigy moved in to destroy the driver, before turning its attention to the others. However, much to its surprise, the moment its hand clapped onto the driver's fist it felt lightning rip through it. As though struck by lightning the doppelganger shook and shivered from thousands of empowered volts before retracting its arm. The driver fled before it had time to recover. As its prey ran the beast lifted its arm. The hand that had stopped the driver's attack was partly hidden beneath burning coils of electricity, but the damage was clear. Of course the driver himself was not nearly strong enough to cause lasting damage to something so strong. However, it was important to remember that his combined yin-yang lightning was sanctified with immortal qi. Immortal qi, an enduring legacy from the immortal realm of the ancient days. What alien creature could match it? It bore the power of tribulation lightning in its depths. What Lan Jue and the others did not know was that tribulation lightning was created from universal protogenia. It was the foundation of that terrible, destructive force. The realm of immortals was used to shield the universe's most powerful from this. Defending oneself from the constant threat of elimination was taxing, so the wisest of the ancient conceived of methods to protect themselves. Among them was channeling universal protogenia, transforming it at just the right time into a weapon. It became necessary that one needed to know how to manipulate universal protogenia to become an immortal. Only if it was proven they could command those forces would they be allowed to serve their functions in the immortal realm and contribute to their shared protection. Thus were they able to call upon the power of the immortal realm. For the alien homeworlds, that which they feared most was what they fought so fervently against, universal protogenia. Monarch's copy could not defend itself from the echoes of tribulation lightning that lived in the driver's discipline. It had surprised the beast, for it thought it knew the scope of the human's power. Carelessness had brought consequences. Its reprieve was short-lived, as a moment later Lan Jue and Qianlin's sword attack caught up with it. Focused flow and 1,000 swords as one, harmonious blades, without reservation. Against a foe as powerful as this, Lan Jue didn't dare hold back. It was now or never, the time to break through had come. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 785, Ascending to Paragon. Chapter 785, Ascending to Paragon. Glimmers of blue and red light intermingled in the air, bound by a halo of gold. Where the attack passed through the air it left a wake of motley color. Lan Jue and Qianlin's attack quickly reached the piece of monarch. The doppelganger's face fell as it witnessed their attack coming. It turned to flee its scope. But at that moment a captivating voice called out. Take advice from Luo Xianni. A camera is all you need. Ka-cha. As the sound of a camera's shutter clacked, Monarch's avatar froze in mid-air. All the space around it was thick and still, only allowing the light of the harmonious swords to pass through. At the crucial moment the doppelganger called on its enormous power to its full advantage. An explosion of energy erupted from it, and the beast itself was lost in a violet vortex. Luo Xianni's pocket of frozen space shattered under the hurricane force that was the monster's power. No longer a man, the tempest that was the doppelganger was too large and unwieldy to avoid the attack that came at it. However, its size was a boon, and the harmonious swords could only strike a piece of it instead of its whole form. When the gold-wrapped power arrived, the violet energies around it were quickly defeated. Lan Jue and Qianlin reappeared. Then a marvelous scene was revealed. A flash of brilliant cobalt blue emanated from their location, quickly followed by a milky white counterpart. The two swelled in strength and brightness until they were interwoven columns of luminescence that rose into the sky. All of the earth and sky was caught in the splendor, imbued with an unnatural stillness. A magnificent and staggering aura swept through the area before the dual columns of light burst out in all directions. It was a strange power, once that filled the surrounding paragons with a sense of clarity in mind and body. They felt cleansed, energetically and spiritually, and empowered. It wasn't a fleeting sensation, either. The power lingered within them, strengthening them to their core. Among them it was the driver who felt it deepest. It was like all the lightning and thunder contained within him was seething, crashing in waves all through his body. More than just his energy, the transformative nature of this power seeped into his very essence. The violet light in the sky brightened and was interspersed by flashes of gold. They illuminated every minute detail of the world below. In the distance the violet light coalesced to reform the body of the doppelganger. It stared in disbelief at its attackers. What was this? Once again the telltale kacha of Luo Xianni's camera arose. The doppelganger froze again. What was different this time was that he had been injured by the Adepts' harmonious swords, and breaking free of Luo Xianni's control was more difficult. As the cloud of golden light expanded above them, nearby aliens fled. They sensed the power in it, and not only refrained from coming close but fled from the area altogether. Whatever birthed that light felt invincible, and even beasts would not carelessly throw their lives away. But could they really elude destruction? The golden cloud continued to spread, and wherever it expanded scores of aliens fell from the sky. They crumbled into ash before ever reaching the ground. On the earth below, the purple fungus that caked the surface roasted as though beneath an intense heat, eventually withering away into nothing. Even the enormous artery rising into the heavens shook, and a screech of terror filled the air. A titanic, purplish-black creature lifted itself from the depths of the earth. It looked like an octopus, and heaved itself out of the ground with its tentacles. Its body alone was 5,000 meters in diameter, and stretched to 10,000 if one included its appendages. The shadow of the colossus stretched over a wide area. It belched a poisonous black fog in the direction of the golden cloud. The beast seemed intent on containing the deadly power it emitted. However, before it got too close the mist would burn away. From the aura the creature exuded, the humans knew it had the power of nirvana. Precisely as they expected, the progenitor was the strongest they'd ever encountered. They suspected that this was the perfect specimen, the apex of its breed, in order for it to provide for the homeworlds as it did. The two columns of light piercing the clouds eventually merged into one and changed to gold. Everything around it was painted in spectacular light. Locked in the air, Monarch's doppelganger struggled against Luo Xianni's bonds. The photographer herself appeared among the other paragons. None of them moved in to fight or take advantage of the marvelous display. The power that flooded their bodies, enervated them, was so intense it locked them in place. Still it increased, growing with every passing moment. 1 second was like a full day of rigorous cultivation. The driver's reaction was most intense, but it was the pharmacist who received the greatest benefit in the moment. She was still channeling her slaughter domain, which through conflict had swelled her power to a reflection of heaven and earth. Beneath the light of the golden cloud she could sense its influence flowing through her. Oxysis pulsed with energy, and with the addition of this strange power she was surprised to feel her status as a reflection solidify. In other words, in just a matter of seconds she had broken through to the next degree of Paragon. Had she held back on her breakthrough to Paragon, there was a chance she would have achieved this on her own. However, she did not, and the bridge that spanned the two levels was vast. It was unthinkable that she should so easily rise to the next level. In addition, her breakthrough also seemed to break another seal holding back Oxysis' power. The runes on its surface flared and 2 more were added. Its aura swelled and merged with its mistress to where it became difficult to tell what was the Harbinger Fairy and what was the Banishing Blade. The surprise in the doppelganger's eyes deepened. The golden cloud actually filled him with dread. It could sense the universal protogenia flowing within it, slowly gathering together. Lan Jue and Qianlin were finally revealed, kneeling within the column of light and the banishing blades floating at their backs. Both Demortis and Captus shimmered with light, and golden runes blazed on their surface. Lan Jue sat in stillness, peaceful as a Buddha. Behind him an image had slowly begun to take shape. It was stately and ancient in appearance, from another era. Though it was only a faint outline, the aura it exuded made the onlookers want to prostrate themselves in worship. Another image appeared behind Qianlin. This one looked exactly like her. A corona of blue light pulsed within Lan Jue's chest, growing clearer with each moment. Its influence spread through him until Lan Jue looked like a glimmering statue of sapphire. The air around Qianlin was misty and ethereal and made her seem all the more like an immortal goddess. Monarch's fragments sucked in a breath and began to swell. A blinding purple light shot out from it as it called upon all of its power. But just as it was preparing to attack, a deafening peal of thunder stayed its hand. Boruawawum. All of the power the doppelganger gathered scattered. The sound frightened it so deeply that it immediately turned and fled. Glistening pearls of light twinkled in the depths of the golden cloud, hints of lightning rumbling within. Just the prospect of it terrified the beast and forced it to run for its life. The progenitor, until now only threatening violence, shook violently. All of its tentacles dropped. But it could not flee like the monarch's avatar. It was rooted here, deep in the earth with no way to extricate itself. What is that? The pharmacist stared in awe at the golden cloud above them. It was clear that Lan Jue and Qianlin had chosen to break through right after using their harmonious swords. What the pharmacist didn't understand was the spectacle they produced. No one seemed to know what the two were doing. Luo Xianyi had been ready to attack, but the thunder had darkened her features. She shook, just like the alien beasts, and her power fell away. That is the presence of universal protogenia. It seems to have taken a form similar to tribulation lightning, like in the ancient days. She couldn't be sure, either. Tribulation lightning? The pharmacist said in shock. How is that possible? Didn't it disappear with the immortals? Before she finished the thought, another blast of thunder sounded. A single bolt of golden lightning ripped through the cloud and descended toward Lan Jue. In the same instant, whether it was Luo Xianyi, the pharmacist, the gourmet or the pauper, all of them fell from the sky. It was as though an enormous, invisible hammer had come crashing down from above that none of them could withstand. It really is tribulation lightning. Luo Xianyi cried out in shock and alarm as she desperately tried to protect herself from the pressure. She simply couldn't understand why such power would appear now, or what Lan Jue and Qianlin had done to summon it. It was unimaginable. Were they even human? Tribulation lightning was a manifestation of universal protogenia, the most destructive force in all of time and space. How was it that Lan Jue was able to withstand it? Even she and Zhu Di would be burnt to ash if they were struck. It was the first time she had felt it, this fabled lightning. Although it had not been directed at her, the fear that gripped her was so absolute she couldn't move a muscle, much less save her son. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 786, Tribulation Lightning? Chapter 786, Tribulation Lightning? The sole paragon who seemed to fare well against the staggering force was the driver, still hovering in the air. As he watched the golden bolt of lightning viciously strike Lan Jue, a cracking sound surrounded him as well. His own discipline flared out of his control to create a shell of purple lighting. After striking his friend, the golden lightning released a burst of energy that crested against the driver's purple shield. Their clash made his whole body shake, but his discipline was infused with a pale golden hue. Luo Xianyi watched what was happening in the air above them with shock clear in her eyes. She expected Lan Jue to be immediately turned destroyed, but instead the unexpected revealed itself. Not only did Lan Jue survive, he was still peacefully meditating as before. The image that had emerged in the air behind him was clearer. What was going on? Tribulation lightning was somehow useless against her son? The cloud cover above them shifted, changing from gold to deep blue. The light filtered through it and spread across the ground, turning the world blue as well. The lightning was changing? Typically that was a sign that it was getting stronger. The pharmacist, standing beside Luo Xianni, gaped at the scene as well. Even under the protection of her legendary weapon, she couldn't move. Lan Jue chose this moment to break through because of what he saw from the pharmacist. She had taken the plunge in the midst of battle as well, and in that moment she had called upon Oxysis' power, summoning the gates of slaughter, which frightened away the Violet Prince and allowed them to escape. His assumptions were well-founded. Breaking through with Qianlin, they could call upon the might of two swords. If they could command something like the gates of slaughter, their combined abilities would prove even more potent. It greatly increased their chances of destroying the progenitor. What he did not anticipate was that their combined breakthrough would inspire such changes to the protogenia around them. The reaction was entirely different than what had occurred for the pharmacist. They were in an abstruse state that he had no means to control. The golden cloud became blue, but the aura it exuded only became stronger. It flashed again, and another bolt of pristine blue light lashed at Lan Jue. This time the result was different. When the golden lightning tore into him, Lan Jue was surrounded by a blooming golden light. It filled him entirely, and shone from his every pore so that everything around him was a shining gold. The manifestation of his dharma was even more distinct. Now when the blue lightning came crashing down, it struck him dead center and disappeared. There was no flash or outward sign other than the continued clarification of the image at his back. There wasn't even a blast of thunder, as though Lan Jue had completely absorbed every ounce of energy from it. The driver watched it all in awe. He couldn't help it when he spoke. "Hey, this guy, he doesn't even leave me any. I'd even take the leftovers." He could acutely feel the benefits Lan Jue's breakthrough was having on him. He had also absorbed some of the immortal chi from the thunder essence, and through it he knew that the lightning that assailed Lan Jue held similar power. It was also why he was not affected as much as the others, and obtained the greatest benefit. However, Lan Jue completely absorbed the second blast and left nothing for him to draw on. In the last few moments he could sense his powers surge through the realm of protogenia and approach reflection of heaven and earth. He was more than halfway there, and if he could just squeeze a little more from his friend's breakthrough he might be able to cross the threshold. How could he not be impatient? The corona of light around Lan Jue slowly receded back into his body. He seemed different, not just in his crystalline appearance but also his temperament. A stately and imperial air hung over him, much as it did the tribulation lightning. The cloud changed again, darkening from blue to purple. The driver felt this change most prominently, and the power within him rose sharply in response to it. His whole body trembled. This was Bruawum. A roar of thunder rattled the earth. This time the lightning was split in two, one thick and imposing, the other minute and agile. The larger one sought out and struck Lan Jue, while the smaller one arced away and toward the driver. When it landed, the driver's body was racked with shivers. The surge of power burned so badly his eyes rolled back in his skull and slowly merged into him to strengthen his aura at an alarming rate. Something appeared in the air behind him as well, the image of a black hole. Something seemed to be trying to fight its way out from within it. All the paragons below looked on, dumbfounded. 3 times they witnessed the lightning fall from the sky to strike Lan Jue, and 3 times they saw him unharmed. They could distinguish the effects of this lightning through what it did to the driver. Almost instantly the aura surrounding their friend rose to its limit. It was unthinkable. When did improving a paragon's cultivation become so easy? That's not to say they weren't affected. Each of them could sense their essence nourished by this strange power. It wasn't just cultivation, but their intrinsic knowledge of protogenia that improved. A small but hugely substantive change. It was very difficult to change the protogenia of a paragon once they solidified it. It only happened when they rose to the next level of power. That was the moment of adjustment. One could imagine how much influence Lan Jue and Qianlin were having, if they could modulate one's understanding of protogenia. After 3 blasts of lightning, everything seemed to change. Yet it wasn't over. The cloud above them changed color for a 3rd time, now turquoise in hue. Strangely it was nearly translucent, making the sky seem clear and calm. The progenitor had begun to sag under the power exuded by the cloud. It lay prostrate on the ground, never daring to move for fear it would draw the lightning's ire. What was nirvana in the face of such intensity? Even the monarch's avatar, bearing the might of the infinite, fled in the face of it. Even a true immortal would deign to elude this legendary presence. This time, 3 bolts fell from on high. Though they were all the same color, they bore 3 distinct qualities. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 787, Lan Jue's Dharma. Chapter 787, Lan Jue's Dharma. The first bolt was deep of color, with profound depths of power and a jade-like glossy shine. It was rife with vital energy, and when it struck Lan Jue the man seemed to be full of it as well. Suddenly he was a conduit of life, and the ground below which had been rid of the progenitor's pestilence actually began to sprout new foliage. In an instant the ground below could almost be described as lush. The second bolt descended, measurably calmer. However, this one was thick with a sense of righteousness. Lan Jue was baptized in the electric fires and his aura swelled tremendously. While it grew, his powers were likewise calmed, and the image behind him was clearer. The third bolt was clear as crystal. When it landed, Lan Jue was cleansed of all things negative and diminishing. It was as though the bolt that ran through him filtered away what was not needed and affixed him as the center of the universe in this moment. Zhou Qianlin was also affected by these lightning bolts, her figure shifting in hue after each one. The rise of Lan Jue's presence was staggering, and before anyone could react he had pierced the barrier to Paragon. Throughout the process the image behind him proceeded to coalesce. Now it was indistinguishable from reality. It was a man, over 1,000 meters tall, clad in a snow-white robe. Thousands upon thousands of twinkling lights shone from it like a host of stars. All of a sudden everything was illuminated as though by the rising sun. Even the lethal cloud could not conceal the beautiful skies above. However, it was not the sun, but the light of countless stars that glimmered in time with the sparkling lights upon the image's robes. Looking closely, one could see the face of the dharmic manifestation was Lan Jue exactly. Upon its head was perched a violet gold crown encrusted with gemstones. It stood with its hands clasped at the small of its back and an expressionless countenance, while cactus floated in the air before it. The banishing blade's reaction was to buzz in response to this enormous presence. For a moment it was as though sword and image regarded one another, sensed each other's essence. Neither moved. Possessed of boundless simplicity, the image peered into the distance. Where its stern eyes were cast, a murderous impression prevailed. Lifting its hand, the manifestation casually waved at the turquoise cloud. In response, the cloud shifted colors again, this time adopting many at once. A rainbow of colors roiled within it before 6 separate spears of electric light were released. All of them hit Lan Jue in quick succession. Though they were all different, they descended so quickly that no one could individuate them. Beneath the hail of lightning, Lan Jue voiced a small cry. This time his presence underwent a fundamental shift, while the clothes that concealed him were ripped apart. A pure white robe, exactly like his image, replaced them, and his head was adorned with a crown. The heroic young man, now in his robe and crown, looked all the imperial. His eyes were shut when a line of enigmatic light etched itself on his forehead. They were stars whose luminescence fluctuated in the glare. Qianlin was also undergoing her own metamorphosis. The image behind her had also begun to grow, quickly matching Lan Jue's in size. Streamers of soothing white light waved around the beautiful figure before settling upon Qianlin and covering her in its pure embrace. The girl's body shook, then rose only to settle across from Lan Jue. A halo of white light radiated around both of their heads. An arrow appeared between them, the arrow of compassion, which blazed with a blinding light. It pulled the two inexorably together until there was a flash of white light. The two merged, and all of a sudden there was a deluge of potency from Lan Jue. The sky went dark, but all was still clear by the light of the myriad stars. Beams of starlight fell upon him, through him, and for a moment Lan Jue was indistinguishable from the essence of the universe. Nirvana! The photographer gasped in surprise. After delivering the last 6 lightning strikes, the cloud that had caused such awe and terror dispersed. The oppressive energy that cowed the paragons had gone, but the shock remained. None of them could comprehend the extent of what they'd witnessed. How was it Lan Jue could advance so far so quickly? Nirvana? Was it even possible to rise to such heights directly? If so, it would be the first time in all of human history. It is not just his power, Luo Xianni determined. It is the two of them. Just as it had been before their breakthrough, once Qianlin joined with Lan Jue their powers increased. It was a terrifying prospect for adepts, and much more so for a pair of paragons. Undoubtedly the two were at least reflections on their own. First it was Lan Chang, now Lan Jue and Qianlin. Without question the next generation of paragons had already surpassed their predecessors. They were the new masters. Luo Xianni found Lan Jue's dharmic image to be somewhat familiar. Although she couldn't put her finger on it, she was certain it was no less potent than Lan Qing's Vairocana Dharma. They were different, certainly. Vairocana issued a sense of calm, its light illuminated all things, and it was full of a boundless compassion. Lan Jue's image was towering as the clouds, grandiose, supreme. That deadly aura and scornful stateliness was in precise contrast to the calm of Vairocana. Lan Qing's Dharma was mighty, but not vicious. It was a power of forgiveness and benevolence. It was power delivered through the Buddha. Yet Lan Jue's was entirely different, his Dharma was as imperious as it was deadly. Even tribulation lightning moved to its command. Even in ancient times, the appearance of this incomparable power was rare. What precisely his Dharma was, only Lan Jue and Zhu Di knew. Lan Qing also must have had some inkling. If Lan Jue did not understand it so thoroughly, could he have succeeded to completely in his breakthrough? Lan Jue's dharmic image pulsed with an overbearing aura that filled the onlookers with abject fear. At last the starlight dimmed and the storied scene had passed. The image lifted its massive hand and cactus rose from above Lan Jue's head. It released a flood of angry red light as the weapon grew to massive proportions in the image's grip. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 788, Master of Stars, Supreme Emperor. Chapter 788, Master of Stars, Supreme Emperor. It brandished the weapon almost casually, then a red light arose that filled the spectator's eyes. It stretched to the horizon where an eruption of red light lit up the skies. It collapsed upon screens so loud and desperate they seemed to spread across the whole planet. Ever since the golden cloud had appeared, no aliens dared come near. The only creature that could not flee was the one Lan Jue's Dharma target, the progenitor. The artery that connected the earth to the sky disintegrated beneath the power of Captus. Waves of vibrant vital energy rushed out from it in waves, then were directed back into the ground with a wave from Lan Jue's mirror image. Only a crater remained where the Nirvana-level progenitor had lain. The jagged indentation looked like it had been carved away and swallowed up by a black hole. Lan Jue's dharmic representation peered onto the surface of Captus, peering into the golden runes etched on its blade. A frightening and enigmatic power surged from the weapon. With a smile, both man and weapon shrunk. Eventually the image vanished into Lan Jue, and Captus returned to hovering above his head. The runes had concealed themselves again and left behind 7 twinkling lights. They were clearer even than what Oxysis had produced. Was it done? The surrounding paragons swallowed and fought for words after the spectacular scene. Was this mighty beast felled with a single stroke of the sword? Only the Harbinger Fairy, bearer of Oxysis, had an inkling. She sensed that Captus' power had awakened in the hands of Lan Jue's Dharma. Thankfully the strength of it was enough to rein Captus in, otherwise its power was enough to split the planet in two. Luo Xianni understood it from another perspective. She recognized Lan Jue's Dharma as an inherited legacy, and these kinds of innate dharmas awakened ancient wisdom. These hints of forgotten knowledge solidified one's comprehension. That sudden period of enlightenment allowed the paragon to perform great feats, like destroying the progenitor. Put simply, a display like that would not be happening again anytime soon, not unless Lan Jue could attain the power of the long-lost immortals. Or, alternatively, if he were to somehow tap into the ancient knowledge again. Lan Jue remained in meditation as though all the chaos around him passed outside of his comprehension. After a while, his eyes opened. He could sense everything that occurred, felt the changes. He awoke an entirely changed entity. The energy within him was unchanged, not increased, and in fact reduced. However, now he was a part of the universe around him, as inexorably tied as the stars. Protogenia was molded by his every thought and gesture. The power of reality was at his fingertips. Control. Control over everything. At last he had arisen to the status of paragon. Like his brother before him, he did so in large strides to emerge as a reflection of heaven and earth. No, he had gone further. When he joined with Qianlin, he felt the energy of the stars, the planets, and all living things as a part of them. He could feel them as clearly as he sensed himself. With a thought he knew all that was happening in the nearby battle out in space. His consciousness stretched out into the vast expanse of deep space. But something made his expression change, a suffocating sensation of pressure coming in from all directions. It hit him so hard he lost his breath and threatened to break his mind. With a heady sigh, Lan Jue retracted his perception. Immediately he felt better. Universal protogenia? He was stunned to discover he could sense it so soon after breaking through. He turned and drew his eyes to the spot where the progenitor had been, now a whole 1,000 meters deep. The red light of Captus had consumed it and any residual sense of the creature's presence. As far as he could see, the fungal growth it had produced was quickly withering away. Even more stunning was how quickly things were returning to normal. As the poisoned earth was cleansed, new life sprang up. Wild explosions of vegetation arose from the desolation. This must be a result of his dharma, he thought, redirecting the progenitor's vital energy back into the ground. Although some of the devoured energy was gone forever, what remained was enough to restore a large amount of land to its former splendor. Success. The first part of their plan had been accomplished. The enemy was stronger than they had predicted, but it had all worked out. Things would be easier now. Lan Jue descended from the sky. The other paragons were below to greet the newly awakened paragon. The driver sighed emotionally. Missed it by just a little bit, a little more and I would be a reflection of heaven and earth. So unfortunate. Indeed, in the end he was not able to employ Lan Jue's emulsion of power to push him into the next level. However, he was guided to the border of the realm of protogenia. He need only solidify his dharma, then he would be able to take the next step. He was not the only one who learned from the experience. The gourmet, whose progress since his breakthrough had been slow, could sense a qualitative improvement. The pauper could feel growth as well. His dharma was inherited just like Lan Jue's, and his comprehension of it was deepened. He was also just a step beyond becoming a reflection. Just as a normal paragon's ascension was beneficial to adepts, Lan Jue and Qianlin's breakthrough was a great boon to the paragons nearby. It was an unforeseeable but welcome circumstance. Lan Jue smiled. Don't be greedy, how many people do you know who have improved as quickly as you? The driver chuckled. Hanging around you was one of the best decisions I've made. Ever since training yin-yang lightning with Lan Jue, his discipline had skyrocketed. It was so fast even he could hardly believe it. With time his strength had grown to glorious heights, he'd become a paragon, and now he saw the next step looming on the horizon. None of this had been within the realm of his imagination just a few years ago. All of this was made possible by Lan Jue, and though he didn't often say it, he was deeply grateful for the friendship they shared. Luo Xianni smiled happily at her adopted son. All of us were aided by your breakthrough. But why would this process summon tribulation lightning? It is supposed to come when one crosses the threshold to immortality. Lan Jue shook his head. My breakthrough has nothing to do with tribulation lightning. That wasn't what you saw. That was a thundercloud, and the lightning was there to help me through the process, not impede it. Luo Xianni's curiosity got the better of her. What is your dharma? He grinned at her in response. Its name is even longer than my brother's. I'd rather not say. Her eyes sparkled. What are you doing? Keeping secrets from your mother? This earned a sigh from Lan Jue. He muttered his answer. Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Pole Star of Purple Subtlety. 1. For a long moment the others just stared at him. The gourmet was at a total loss. He'd grown up in the north, and though he came from Eastern blood he was never taught the history and mythos of ancient China. The driver was similarly flabbergasted, though he had some inkling as to what it meant. The pharmacist and the pauper stared at him with wide, unbelieving eyes. Both of them had inherited dharmas and were possessed of deep historical knowledge. Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Pole Star of Purple Subtlety? What in the world was that? This ancient deity had many names: Master of Stars, Attendant of the highest stratum of heaven. In ancient times he was lauded as guardian of the Golden Gate of Immortals. It was also said he was a transformation of the great Yuan Shi. The one who made Captus, Celestial Master Lingbao, was one of his contemporaries and a pure one. Respect for the heavenly emperor was loftier than the North Star. He was among the greatest deities of the Taoist pantheon, hence his position as the North Star, master of the purple subtle enclosure. His Buddhist name was the Blazing Light. Taoists called him the mysterious celestial of jade. Master of great learning and integrity. Gatherer of all under heaven. 2. Among the Taoist pantheon he was ranked just under the Jade Emperor. Known as Master of Stars, Supreme Emperor. When the pharmacist realized what Lan Jue had inherited, she grinned from ear to ear. No wonder Captus was glad to reveal its full splendor in the hands of his dharmic image. It was the Emperor of Purple Subtlety. Immortals who existed in the realm of Daluo could call upon the full might of Captus. How much truer was it for a heavenly minister? It was as powerful as the underlying truth that composed the universe. Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Star of Purple Subtlety, and the Palm of 5 Lightnings. With that thought, the cloud of heavenly lightning began to make sense. The first golden bolt destroyed ignorance, the way of execution for the 5 lightnings. The second blue bolt was Lan Jue's specialty, all heaven lightning, created when Pangu split heaven and earth. The third purple bolt that was shared with the driver because it was his own primordial lightning. The fourth were the 3 turquoise bolts as one, triple purity. At last were the 6 lightnings employed by the palm technique to punish evildoers. Individually they were heavenly thunder, earthly thunder, cloud thunder, water thunder, demon thunder, and war thunder. Thunder magic was a gift of his inheritance, and what allowed Lan Jue to possess and employ his dharma. He held back for so long, and allowed the magic to gestate within him. When it was released, his explosive growth was nothing short of astonishing. The Emperor of the North Star was no less potent at dharma than Vairocana, and in fact in combat was more advantageous. After all, the Emperor of the North Star was noted for his prowess on the field of battle. 1. This is the real name of one of the 4 heavenly ministers who, as far as I'm aware, are in charge of managing all things in heaven and earth. They are just under the 3 pure ones in terms of hierarchy. 2. To any true Taoists out there, I apologize. I absolutely butchered the many titles this guy has. They defy translation, hence why I can't find official names in English for him anywhere aside from the long one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 789, 11-word title. Chapter 789, 11-word title. Zhou Qianlin blinked sluggishly at him. This is your father's doing? Lan Jue nodded. Chi Bupong, you won this one, she muttered. Lan Jue's protogenic manifestations had changed over time. His discipline was Thunderbolt, so he chose the moniker and likeness of the god of lightning Zeus. When he re-emerged onto the scene, although his ascension agreed with his powers, it lacked the tempering needed. Becoming a paragon was always assured for Lan Jue. The question was how far he'd go afterward. Under Judi's tutelage, with the thunder essence and the immortal chi within, he was guided to the source of the Emperor of the North Star. With help, Lan Jue was given the most suitable dharma for his powers. It seemed like the long months of suppression had finally paid off. After his breakthrough, Captus seemed less mysterious and inscrutable than it had been. Its secrets had begun to be revealed to him. Of course, he would need time to stabilize his newfound powers, but right now there was a mission to complete. Lan Jue's communicator had been destroyed in the process. Only Thor's promise and other metallic and moisture-containing items had survived the electric fire. His modesty was preserved by the coagulation of his energy into the robe of the Emperor of the North Star. Zhou Qianlin gave her communicator to him. He immediately dialed in his brother's number. It's done. His report was 2 simple words. You broke through? Came the response. Yeah. He was about to hang up when he heard his brother speak again. Alright, Middle Heaven, Great Emperor of the North Star of Purple Subtlety. 11 words, not bad. Don't worry, I won't tease you too much. Lan Shang hung up before his brother could respond. He was speechless. Karma, it was revealed, was a real bitch. He had been merciless in the abuse of his brother for the name he inherited. Now look what that got him. Can we just call me the North Star? Did you help when father gave me my name? Fine, you win. 1. 11 words was 11 words, what's the big deal? All that had occurred on Angel had been visible even out in space. When the golden cloud appeared, it lit up the far side of the planet. The aura it produced had frightened all the aliens nearby and sent them into a panic. That alone positively influenced the battle in humanity's favor. Out in space, humans had been in the weeds. An overwhelming number of alien enemies had been closing in on them inch by inch. Despite the pressure, they'd held ranks and maintained their range advantage. Although humans were fighting on their back feet, the aliens were the ones who took the most punishment. However, if the aliens broke their line, the situation would have quickly reversed. It would likely have become a massacre on par with the loss of the North's 7th Fleet. But would Lan Qing give them the chance? The moment that powerful, globular beast joined the fray, human tactics changed. Or, more accurately, Middle Heaven rose to the occasion. Deep blasts issued from the war planet as it rushed into the enemy's midst. Like a monumental cannonball, it tore through their ranks. The humans watched, stunned and alarmed. They weren't aware this was part of their strategy. Although the Bastion's strength and defenses were formidable, the aliens were also more than your typical foe. Enough ants could kill an elephant. Once it was surrounded, how would Middle Heaven protect itself from destruction? What's more, they relied on the Bastion for the success of the mission. The aliens would not give up an opportunity to finish the fight in one strike. Middle Heaven's brazen charge crushed a number of aliens, but scores more came swarming in to replace them. They came at Middle Heaven with their strongest attacks. Then, all of a sudden, the Bastion lit up on all sides. The honeycomb cannons that had been on just one side now appeared on practically every inch. It blazed like a star that was birthed in the center of the alien horde. The red light that poured from it threatened to outshine the nearby sun. The heat and pressure warped everything within a certain radius. Red eventually gave way to incandescent white. Any alien caught within the scope of the blaze were immediately charred, their defenses incapable of withstanding such intense temperatures. However, the range of the burn wasn't overly large, perhaps 3,000 meters in every direction. After that, the heat quickly dropped off, in sharp contrast to its earlier attack. But don't forget, the aliens were adept at close combat. In order to cause Middle Heaven any damage, they had to crowd in, so the area around the bastion had been thick with enemies. The intensity of it was so sudden and so overbearing that what wasn't immediately destroyed was temporarily blinded by the light. Countless numbers of alien creatures were killed in a matter of seconds. In fact, the force of it was such that even the temperature on Angel increased by several degrees. Shocking was the only way to describe this sudden change. The other bastions and the 12 fleets had only been given one order: shield your eyes. It was an important order to follow, lest Middle Heaven's daring act blinded their own people. The white-hot fires easily consumed all beasts within range. The thick press of aliens that had rushed in was now a field of ash. The light continued for a whole minute before eventually dampening. It left behind a smoldering Middle Heaven that seethed red and angry like a ball of flame. Its entire surface was an undulating field of golden red that warred with the frigid environment of space. The heat was so acute that it didn't need defenses. Any alien that got close would sure burst into flames. All around the bastion, vital crystals twinkled in the red glow. They were all different, some large and some small, and they glittered like gems laid upon black velvet. Suddenly there was an ear-piercing screech. The titanic beast that had nearly rushed in to attack Middle Heaven shook with rage. A powerful vacuum force was directed at Middle Heaven, not in the hopes drawing the bastion near, but to gather the scores of vital crystals around it. The creature had made a quick and effective choice. It had rushed in like the others to try and put the bastion down, but its reaction had been quicker. Once a living creature reached a certain level of power, it could sense dangerous intentions no matter who the enemy was. When Middle Heaven charged into the horde, the beast had made to meet it, but an ominous sensation stayed its reciprocation. This moment of hesitation had saved its life. Its smaller brethren, who rushed in to block its progress and attack, were no more. Middle Heaven hovered in the pocket of clear space, making no attempt to recover the vital crystals on behalf of humanity. For the aliens, so long as they didn't lose the vital crystals, the destruction of a body meant little. The vital energy held within could fortify their numbers quickly. Then space lit up once more. This time, though, it didn't come from the bastion, but instead from behind it. A beam of burning white light 1,000 meters in diameter pierced the darkness, and where it passed, reality bent from the disruption. Rippled spread out all around them. The beam was well aimed and struck the alien orb dead center. The creature's vision and perception had been affected by Middle Heaven's blaze, and so it didn't have a chance to evade. Though the ominous sense had remained, without vision the monster assumed it was still Middle Heaven. The attack was too sudden. The white light ripped through its enormous body instantly, slicing through it like the beast wasn't even there. Its passage swept away any smaller aliens caught in its path, and though it persisted for less than a second, it had erased a huge swath of foes from existence. On the heels of the beam came 6 crystal-clear blue orbs. Their approach had been concealed by Middle Heaven's girth until spreading out once they reached the battlefield. Each one of them was at least 500 meters around, not terribly impressive to look at, like small crystal asteroids caught in Middle Heaven's orbit. It appears he forgot that Lan Jue hung up. Unless they're sending snarky texts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 790, Soft Water Bomb. Chapter 790, Soft Water Bomb. The crystal orbs floated silently through the darkness of space and toward where the alien forces were thickest. The aliens, meanwhile, were in total disarray. Middle Heaven's sudden charge and attack was so fast they still hadn't recovered. When their senses returned, the highest order of business was protecting oneself by any means necessary. Then, the spear of light erased scores more of their brethren and destroyed their leader. All of a sudden they were a snake without its head. How could they not be mired in chaos? So it was that when the orbs arrived, the aliens didn't know whether to advance or retreat. They glimmered prettily as though they were comprised of gemstones. Within them were ripples of power, like a world of water was contained in each one. They looked slow, but it wasn't long before they penetrated the clusters of aliens. Once surrounded by enemies, they quickly swelled to several times their size. There was no violent explosion or blinding flash. The orb's expansion was silent as death but spectacular to behold. Whatever it touched instantly froze solid like an ice sculpture. Alien victims hovered in air unmoving. The creatures looked like the orb had, crystalline and transparent. However, the state was short-lived, for moments later they dissolved into water and melted away. Only their vital crystals remained. The blue light was like an exfoliating current that washed their bodies away. After expanding, the 6 orbs covered a huge area, even larger than Middle Heaven's blaze. They so dazzled the spectators that every eye was locked on them. In a matter of minutes, the situation had turned. Under the weight of sudden disaster, the alien forces collapsed. In a blink, 1/5 of their forces had been destroyed, not something that could be easily shrugged off. Screams of terror filled space as the beasts fled for their lives. The human armada had begun to move after the appearance of the crystalline orbs. They halted the retreat, and with guns blazing, turned around and pressed the attack. There was too much happening at once for anyone to keep track of, but the end result was clear. The alien forces were routed. All of this was part of Lan Jue's plan. From the beginning, the humans had been in an inferior position. In the hearts of these soldiers, a fear had begun to creep into their hearts that the enemy was too much for them to overcome. But was that the truth of it? Were these alien monstrosities invincible? Lan Jue used his own prowess, his own masterful command, to show them that the aliens were not to be feared. Their foes were not the perfect predators. Like anything else, they had their weaknesses. Indeed, Middle Heaven revealed its true strength in transforming itself into a small sun. The war planet itself was its greatest weapon. Its solar flare was one of the Bastion's most potent attacks. All of its cannons had been flooded with molinite and fired simultaneously, putting the newly discovered element's potency on full display and thereby obliterating everything around it in spectacular fashion. It was the first time an attack like this had been attempted. During the research phase, this wasn't intended to be used as an offensive maneuver. Solar flare was designed as a defensive technique to escape encirclement. As could be expected, the powerful attack also had its detriments, most important being its limited range. It wasn't that the scope was limited by design, the amount of energy it consumed was nothing short of stupefying. Middle Heaven's molinite core couldn't sustain it for long without becoming unstable. If they tried, it would likely result in a cataclysmic explosion. Thus was the solar flare attack limited in scope, and reserved for instances like this or when facing the alien homeworld's tentacles. Lan Jue had used his enemy's advantage against them. With Middle Heaven as bait, he drew them in, and solar flare did the rest, with tremendous results. What's more, while the enemy was blinded by the glare, it had given Tyrannosaurus and Poseidon enough time to charge their main guns. Typically, it was difficult for a Bastion to effectively use its main guns in the midst of battle. For one, the energy it consumed was prohibitive. Also, it left them open to counterattack since they couldn't employ their weapons again for a time afterward. Timing was imperative. Lan Jue had carefully studied all of humanity's previous clashes with these alien creatures. The two he paid closest attention to were their defeat in the scattered starfields, and the disaster in the Northern Alliance. He learned that the aliens feared their Bastion's main cannons. Humans had managed to discover weapons of great destructive power, possibly surpassing even universal protogenia. But because Bastions were not living things, they weren't constrained by the same restrictions the alien planets suffered. Lan Jue noted that the aliens did whatever was necessary to prevent the Bastions from using their deadly weapons. And they were successful. Lan Jue could not find a single instance when a Bastion's attack actually hit an alien homeworld. His enemy's fear of these weapons could only mean they were effective against the aliens, and against the living planets they came from. He formulated his plan so that the Armada could employ these weapons of mass destruction to their fullest capabilities. In this way, they could turn the tables and punish their foes. Originally, the aliens had been spread out, specifically to avoid having large numbers of their troops caught by Bastion fire. They also understood these human weapons, and knew that they needed time to charge before use. It was obvious when Bastion ships were preparing to use them. Frightened as they were by the power of these ships, the aliens learned effective ways to prevent them using their weapons. They became so good at it, in fact, they began to look on them with disdain. Their hubris was viciously punished this time. Firstly, the aliens knew little to nothing about Middle Heaven. They didn't think its fighting systems would be so different from its predecessors. What's more, the ship had recently used its main guns and wouldn't be able to again for some time. At least so they thought. But how could they know Middle Heaven was replete with molinite, and possessed stores of energy that put any other Bastion to shame? The time needed to charge its guns was significantly shorter. Nor was the circular blast Middle Heaven's real main attack. They were caught entirely by surprise, much to their dismay. Under the cover of Middle Heaven's impressive display, Tyrannosaurus was able to furtively charge its own guns and in one fell swoop put down the enemy leader. Its white beam had destroyed no small number of smaller aliens as well. The 6 orbs had, of course, come from Poseidon. Just like Middle Heaven, the aliens did know what to expect from the mysterious bastion. The orbs themselves were called soft water bombs, a name that didn't inspire fear by any measure. However, they were also sometimes called Poseidon bombs, as they were the bastion's main attack. Soft water bombs were the product of the group's own military research and development. Using their own secretive methods and materials, they were able to create a unique material they called soft water. It was especially adept at assimilating all sorts of matter, especially living things. This meant that if human ships attacked Poseidon, its bombs would do little to the attacking vessels themselves. However, all life within would be consumed, leaving them empty husks, ghost ships. Even more terrifying, by its nature the soft water bombs slipped past most defenses effortlessly. This was Poseidon Group's secret weapon, one which only its highest leaders knew of. Even Emosha was only made aware of its existence once she was chosen to bear Hua Li's child. Poseidon Group's decision to participate in this fight was about confidence, but not confidence in Lan Jue. The group had great confidence in itself, and held nothing back to prove it. They had already done their research to ensure the soft water bombs were effective against alien forces. The 6 shells it released far surpassed Middle Heaven's solar flare in enemies destroyed. It was particularly suited to contend against the aliens. Like the beasts, the soft water consumed what it touched and turned it into harmless dihydrogen oxide. Only their vital crystals, protected by its vibrant life energy, survived the baptism. Middle Heaven remained still, never moving from the spot where it ended its charge. Meanwhile, Tyrannosaurus and Poseidon went on the offensive, following the 12 fleets as they chased down the fleeing alien survivors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 791, Defeat. Chapter 791, Defeat. After sitting in stillness for over 5 minutes, Middle Heaven began to move again. It chased after its own armada in pursuit of the enemy, back toward Angel. Solar flare was a strong attack, but it had its drawbacks. The heat it produced was so intense all of the ship's systems overheated after use. The ship needed at least 5 minutes to cool off and come back online. This was only possible because of Enluan's rocky surface, which acted as a heat shield. Without it, the situation would be worse for the bastion. Middle Heaven would have needed over an hour to let the heat radiate off. Right now, solar flare could only be used 3 times in a day to ensure it didn't damage important systems. Poseidon's soft water bombs bore similar restrictions. They cost the ship a lot of energy to produce. The ship even had a specialized area where volleys were made and prepared, but even then they could only be used 3 times. Afterwards, they needed 3 days to replenish energy stores and prepare another battery. The problem lay in soft water's inability to be stored. It had to be used in a short time because there was no way to contain it safely. In this way, the balance was maintained. The stronger something was, the more serious its consequences or challenges. It was the same for universal protogenia. The aliens fled quickly and with wild abandon. They made the wise decision to try and spread out and run in all directions from the danger. The human pursuers could only clip off the stragglers, leaving the bulk of the alien force free to make their escape. Still, humans made gains at their enemies' expense. The value of the vital crystals they harvested was hard to measure. They simultaneously shot down the fleeing beasts and took their precious crystals, for the future betterment of their species. Once the fight was finished, the crystals would be divvied up among the 3 factions that had participated. How, precisely, had yet to be discussed, but it all hinged on surviving the encounter. Zeta. A dim light brightened the sky, and Lan Jue lifted his eyes to observe. They could not know the state of the battle from their vantage on Angel, but there were clues that alluded to Middle Heaven's solar flare. It certainly wasn't normal for half the sky to suddenly light up like the birth of a new sun. Extensive tracts of the planet's surface had already recovered from the progenitor's poison touch. The release of vital energy from the creature's destruction had reinvigorated it. The paragons all gathered together. No aliens remained nearby, frightened away by what they'd witnessed. The cloud that looked so much like tribulation lightning had filled their enemies to the bone with terror. Just the presence of it conjured images of their bodies being turned to smoke and ash, and inspired them to run for their lives. Even Monarch's avatar wasn't spared. "I wonder what's going on up there," the pharmacist said in curiosity. There was still a long way to go before a final human victory, and they couldn't know what was happening on all fronts. Lan Jue grinned. "Don't worry, I trust that guy. He's always got an ace up his sleeve. If we really didn't have a chance, he wouldn't have brought us into this fight. Anyway, on with the plan." Now that the progenitor had been taken care of, they were responsible for helping the ground assault team take Angel and save the survivors. This included the humans that had already been turned, so that they could be brought to Middle Heaven for treatment. The first part of their mission was done, and as of yet they hadn't been met with a large number of alien forces. This hinted that the battle out in space was still being fiercely waged, that humanity was holding its own. Zhou Qianlin spoke up. "Let's go take a look. I'm sensing powerful waves of energy, and that means there's a strong enemy nearby. I checked and I can't get any communications through, the interference is too great." As one they shot into the air, high above the ground so that they might get a clearer picture. From their vantage it was even more evident how quickly Angel was recovering. It virtually glowed with life. What was more surprising to the humans, however, was the lack of an alien presence even from their overwatch position. They were gone entirely. "It looks like those beasts are really scared of you," the pauper said with a chuckle. "No," Lan Jue replied, "they're afraid of the cloud. It's gone, but none of them are interested in making sure. Unless I'm mistaken, our armada is also on a winning footing." The pharmacist's heart raced. "I'll go take a look and confirm." There was no fighting on the planet's surface for them to concern themselves about. Strong as they were, paragons weren't best suited for gathering up survivors. They had the ground team for that. The turnaround on Angel was faster than any of them would have anticipated. No enemies remained to contest their control of the planet. Where they fled to, though, no one could say. "Don't engage them yourself, and be careful on the Monarch's doppelganger," Lan Jue reminded her. "Let's wait for the ground team. If they get here soon it means we've taken this sector. If not, then there's been some kind of problem. We should be ready to go in either event." Lan Jue decided. As much as he wanted to help save lives, he and his team were the core of humanity's strength against the aliens. They had to keep up the pressure in order to win. Saving their strength and directing it wisely was more important than gathering survivors. They could protect more lives that way. Just then, the communicator on Lan Jue's wrist buzzed. He answered the call. "The alien forces have been routed. The ground assault team will be arriving in 10 minutes, prepare to join up with them. Once the planet is secure, continue with your mission." Lan Qing's voice was cold and even as ever, as though their victory was insignificant. But even his brother's simple report caused Lan Jue's spirits to soar. The faces of the paragons around him lit up. Lan Chang went on. "Junior has confirmed that Angel is in no danger of exploding. The Terminator has also led his team to their destination and Zeus 1 is landing as we speak. Father's situation is as yet unclear." "All right, got it," Lan Jue answered, in the same sparring manner. He hung up and pumped his fist. The others grinned and chuckled, pleased with their initial victory. Winning any ground against these monsters is no easy feat, Zhou Qianlin remarked. Lan Qing's words may have been calculating and simple, but the fact of the matter was that this had been humanity's greatest victory against their attackers to date. The bulk of the aliens' forces had gathered here to deter the human armada. They had to be dealt with before Angel could be retaken, and at present it seems like that's precisely what Lan Qing had achieved. If this didn't bring joy to the human fighters, what would? "I don't know how he did it." Lan Jue sighed in relief. His brother hadn't shared all the details of his plan with him, so he wasn't sure what had happened while they were dealing with the progenitor. Zeta. Tyrannosaurus-class bastion. Admiral Kong Hui's face was a sea of emotion. This was an incredible victory. When he saw the aliens turn and flee, his legendary calm broke and he roared in triumph. They had been waiting for a victory like this for a long, long time. A series of painful lessons had put humanity against the ropes, but now they were fighting back. Tyrannosaurus' presence here was in defiance of the people's wishes and without government support. Northern citizens demanded to be protected, ignorant of the fact that they were simply waiting to die. They'd risked much to disobey the government and the people, but Tyrannosaurus and the Terminator had come to see this situation realized. Lan Chang had demanded all information regarding their bastions from Kong Hui and Hua Li while making his plans. In truth, Kong Hui had hesitated. After all, this wasn't just asking for secrets of their strongest weapon, it could reveal much about the North's construction and research processes. After discussing it with the Terminator, they conceded to Lan Qing's requirement. Then Prometheus made his plans. Only Lan Qing, Hua Li, and Kong Hui knew the full scope of their battle plan. They had been aware from the opening salvo, to drawing the enemy out, up to the sudden counterstrike. All the while Lan Chang was the invisible hand that moved pieces across the board at just the right moment. Kong Hui considered himself a first-class commander. However, in the face of Lan Qing's victory he felt small and ineffectual. The Enluan super soldier, god of wisdom, led his troops with the skill and finesse of an orchestra conductor. He was in complete control of every aspect of the fight, and they won with strength to spare. He thought back to Middle Heaven's omnidirectional blast, like the sudden birth of a small sun in the midst of the enemy forces. His soldiers had followed Lan Qing's instruction and shielded their eyes, but not Kang Hui. The admiral's discipline lived in his eyes. He could modulate the effect of light on his cornea. He had stared in awe as Middle Heaven seared a path through the enemy, an attack on a planetary scale. That was the moment the tides changed in their favor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 792, Confidence, Resolve. Chapter 792, Confidence, Resolve. Admiration for Lan Chang and his abilities filled Kang Hui. Not only had he brought them victory, he restored humanity's long-lost confidence. Through action he proved to everyone that their enemy was not invincible. What's more, it was the first time Kang Hui had seen such cooperation among bastions before. Cooperation he didn't know was possible. Without Middle Heaven's cover, Tyrannosaurus and Poseidon wouldn't have been able to conceal their preparations from the enemy. What's more, they never would have been able to put down so many aliens in the crossfire. It was amazing to think that the East never had enough bastions for this commander to employ until now. How did he even think up this plan? Never in the history of humanity had there been a battle where cooperation on this level was necessary, leaving Lan Chang no precedent to lean upon. The bastions were so strong on their own there had previously been no need to think beyond dispatching one into a fight. Lan Chang showed them what they could do if they worked together. Kang Hui believed that the experience of this battle had opened his eyes. If he had to describe Lan Qing's fighting style, he could only think of the ancient Chinese phrase, inscrutable as the spirits. Lan Chang's tactics didn't adhere to a single set of rules. Sometimes it was radical, sometimes it was conservative. Sometimes he charged the enemy front lines, sometimes he appeared when he was least expected. He treated the battlefield like a chessboard, and he knew every maneuver 10 moves in advance. The aliens had been routed. They weren't even fleeing to Angel, instead opting to abscond to farther harbors. They had other planets they could run to, but now humanity had broken their defensive encirclement and gained a foothold. It was the first, crucial step. Whether what came next was good or bad, at least they'd won one victory and made the alien creatures hurt. Next they were faced with recovering Angel and constructing an operating base. Now that they were in the lion's den, there was no going back. Despite their impressive triumph, the aliens were not in an inferior position. They had created conditions that left humanity unwilling to blindly proceed, up to and including the possibility of facing the alien homeworlds. Today's success was only the beginning. Still, the significance of it was enormous. The human fighters were filled with confidence and momentum, morale ran high. For soldiers facing such overwhelming odds, the importance of high spirits was evident. The 12 fleets had spread out into surrounding space. 8 of them were faced outward to stand guard against approaching foes. The 3 bastions remained in the center, maintaining triangle formation as they moved in on Angel. When they got within range they stopped, and their entourage formed up in an impenetrable wall of deadly technology. The ground assault team had long been ready, awaiting deployment from Middle Heaven. Over 500 assault ships were dispatched and burned their engines for Angel. Aboard these ships was more than 30,000 troops, a combination of fighters from all 3 factions. Among them was the universally lauded Star Division. Majesty led the ships to the planet's surface, the vessels in its wake glittering in the light of the distant sun. 200 battleships flanked them, serving as an escort in the event of alien attack. Of course, the chances of that were low. The aliens had not only fled nearby space, but Angel's surface as well. They had given up the planet for lost, going to extreme lengths simply to ensure their own survival. An encrypted signal hailed Majesty. It was connected, and Lan Jue's face appeared on the screen. A cheer rose through the ship. Before the operation they knew Lan Jue was infiltrating Angel before their arrival. "Boss, how are things on your end?" Su Xiaosu's face was red, not from embarrassment, but from excitement. They'd all watched the fight from screens within the belly of Middle Heaven. After watching the creatures flee for their lives, the soldiers were elated. Lan Jue smiled. "We've taken care of the progenitor, everything's fine. Land at the coordinates we gave you and proceed with the mission. It's an arduous one. The aliens have retreated, but they left behind many infected areas and mutated humans. Be cautious, some of them may explode on contact, and they're dangerous fighters. Make sure you let our allies know, Stott." Aye. Xiaosu immediately relayed the report to the other officers. It seemed as though their mission would be somewhat more relaxed than they anticipated. No powerful aliens remained to impede them. "Boss, did you break through?" "The light we saw on the planet was that," she let her question trail off. Tang Xiao, Tang Mi, and Jin Tao had gathered around the monitor. They were all invested in the success of their commander. Lan Jue nodded. Another cheer burst from the crowd. They'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Ever since Lan Qing's breakthrough, they had been waiting for Lan Jue to do the same. This made him the youngest paragon ever. His compatriots Huali and Xu Cheng had also advanced, making Lan Jue the last of his crew to succeed. At the time it had troubled them, since they knew their teacher was a prideful man. For everyone around him to become paragons while he did not must have been difficult, they surmised, but they didn't dare ask him about it. And then, before the operation began, Lan Jue had told them of his imminent breakthrough. They were ecstatic, overjoyed for their teacher's future success. A smirk split Lan Jue's lip, and an ice-cold glint flit across his eyes. "We'll talk more about it when the fight's over. Be careful." A familiar face appeared on Lan Jue's screen, the savage goddess, Tan Lingyun. The two of them stared at one another. He broke through? He was a paragon? Still so young, it was hard to believe. He was Lei Feng, the same man even without the mask. He was that man. She took a deep breath, an attempt to get herself under control. She turned her face away. Tan Lingyun knew this man would never be hers. It was true whether or not he wore the mask. Lan Jue cut the connection, then turned around to survey everything around them. He stood in the center of the stadium they'd visited during the scouting trip. Not aliens were gone, for the beasts created by the progenitor which thrived on its corruption had nowhere to go. Without their master, the creatures were mindless, out of control. Eventually they withered and died. However, the mutated humans remained. When they saw Lan Jue and the others, they raced ahead to try and rip them apart. There was no time to lose, these poor souls could explode at any moment, and were dangerously feral. The plight of these innocents dampened everyone's spirits. If they found survivors in the midst of their rampage, the results would be unthinkable. Every moment that passed there was the possibility that the survivors were being picked off. However, in their flight to this place they had performed some quick checks. Up to now they had found no one that had been spared the mutation. Nearly if not all remaining humans had been changed into mindless beasts by the progenitor's poison touch. Scores and scores of them had been left behind. Zhou Qianlin used her interdimensional abilities to freeze the ones in the stadium. However, that only stopped them from attacking, their sickness remained. The Keeper's research had reached an impasse. Human genetics was mysterious, and returning them to normal would take time. Nor could they remain sealed in Zhou Qianlin's powers, that way led to death. What's more, there were more of them than they could count, thousands upon thousands just on a single planet. It was possible their numbers could reach into the hundreds of millions, if not higher. This posed a real problem. Don't think on it too much. Rest, you just broke through. You don't have time to solidify your powers completely, but you can't continue fighting with an unstable base. Zhou Qianlin gently patted his shoulder. Yeah. Lan Jue replied. He took her advice and removed himself to one of the observation platforms on the arena. He found a quiet corner, but did not immediately meditate. A strange look lived behind his eyes, revealing concern. Indeed, he was hesitant, for what he was about to see could affect him all the rest of his life. Among his reasons for wanting to break through, one of the most important was returning his love to consciousness. Yet now that the time had come, he was filled with anxiety. He and Qianlin had trained together, grown together. Now they had broken through as one and risen to extraordinary heights right from the start. So far, everything had gone right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 793, Idiot. Chapter 793, Idiot. What Lan Jue discovered during their breakthrough was a sudden and intense emotional and psychic shift in Qianlin. He reacted by fusing the two of them into one. Clearly the breakthrough had had an effect on her, perhaps she even recovered her consciousness. But there was a chance she didn't, or even gotten worse. In that event he didn't dare release Qianlin into perilous surroundings. If it was revealed she wasn't better, it would influence everyone, affecting their mission. Humanity had won an important victory, but what would he do with Qianlin? Would she remember anything about how they got here? Moreover, he had barely spoken with her since learning the truth about her and Hera. This made things far more complicated. Now wasn't the time to help her remember. Nor was it the time to discuss their relationship. Nothing was more important than winning this war against the aliens. And yet, if he didn't help her through this period, she couldn't fully recover, and the harmonious swords would be inaccessible. Without cooperation between them, he feared they wouldn't stand a chance against the alien homeworlds. Taking a deep breath, Lan Jue's expression finally became resolute. Whatever the result, he had to face it. He couldn't run from the truth. A light flashed in his eyes, and gradually a lithe figure emerged from behind him. The figure was white as snow as it separated from his body. It was Qianlin, but in contrast to before when she separated without clothes, this time she wore the robes that had concealed her during their breakthrough. The flowing gowns made her look all the more like an angel, stunning in her beauty. He didn't know why, but for a moment Lan Jue hoped she hadn't recovered her memory. Yet he did know, he knew that he feared how she would react to him if she knew it all. Her reaction to the whole truth was important. They cooperated well now, and the harmonious sword technique they'd learned together showed that. What would happen when she got better? Zhou Qianlin stood there silently. She seemed no different other than the potent waves of energy that pulsed from her. All was just as it had been before their breakthrough. It didn't work? Her consciousness had not returned? A sense of loss, of pain, filled Lan Jue. Qianlin, he softly pleaded. Her eyes slid toward him, calm and indifferent. Nothing different. Reaching out with his perception, he sensed no changes in mood. The burst of psychic energy he'd experienced when they became Paragon had given way to the same steadfast calm as before. A calm that broke his heart. As they stared at one another, moisture gathered in Lan Jue's eyes. His hopes were gone, like a popped bubble. What he'd strived so hard for had not come to pass. It was small consolation that he and Qianlin could continue to use the harmonious swords. A small and unsatisfactory comfort. He took a deep breath and calmed his aching heart. He stepped forward and gently pulled her into his embrace. She was surrounded by a sweet fragrance he couldn't put his finger on, comforting and gentle. As he held her, he felt the swirling energy within him, vestiges of protogenic power still agitated by his breakthrough. They suddenly grew calm. It was the influence of the Queen of Heaven, he suspected, helping to stabilize their respective abilities after reaching Paragon. He would rather have her mind returned. I'm so sorry I couldn't bring you back, Qianlin. It breaks my heart, did you know? All of this is my fault, I did this to you. But don't worry, I'll be by your side forever. Only you are my wife. Hera is gone, and you are all that remains. I'll be with you until the day we pass, caring for you, loving you. When I come to the end of my life, I'll help you pass too. You and I will leave this universe together, so that no one can harm you to get back at me. Qianlin, I will love you no matter what condition you're in. His body shook with silent sobs. The day he'd looked forward to for so long had not come, and his love was still lost behind a haze. The pain it caused him was unspeakable. Qianlin's hands had risen and encircled his neck, unnoticed during his vows. Her face rested against his shoulder. Do you really want a woman who lies to you? A soft, somewhat hoarse voice answered him. I do, of course I do. You never deceived me, it was nothing but a white lie. After the clairvoyant explained everything to me, I just needed to straighten out my thinking. I held Hera's love close, and I do the same now for you. You are not her substitute, not. Lan Jue spoke excitedly, obstinately swearing his love when all of a sudden he stopped. His body straightened and he held Qianlin out at arm's length so he could see her face. Qianlin stared back at him with a dull expression. There was no change. Am I hearing things? That wasn't her just now? Lan Jue stood, confused. He grinned sheepishly. Maybe I miss her too much. Idiot. Qianlin suddenly spat, then jumped forward to wrap her arms around him. She pressed her lips to his in a desperate kiss. As their lips touched, Lan Jue felt her chilly, trembling flesh. It was followed by a surge of something inexplicable. All of a sudden his world was turned on its head. His mind went blank. She kissed him passionately, venting all of the emotion that had been bottled up for so long. In her mind the words he'd said reverberated over and over. When I come to the end of my life, I'll help you pass too. You and I will leave this universe together, so that no one can harm you to get back at me. They weren't beautiful prose, but the sentiment filled her with warmth. Lan Jue eventually recovered from his stupor. He no longer passively allowed her to kiss him. Instead he channeled all of the love, the loss, the pain and expectation into the kiss. He embraced her with all the strength of his affection, holding nothing back. This time they didn't merge. They remained two people, filled with love for one another. All the unhappiness, misunderstandings, and misgivings were dissolved with this kiss. Their bodies did not combine, but in this moment their hearts were as one. Everything they had gone through was absolved as this singular, heart-bursting moment arrived. After an indeterminate period of time, a cough interrupted the two lovers. Luo Qianni looked at the two of them with a faint smile on her face. Is this how you young folks stabilize your domains these days? Qianlin dropped her reddening face, suddenly unable to meet the woman's eyes. A blush also crept into Lan Jue's cheeks. Yet he never let Qianlin go, as though he were afraid that if he did she would disappear. My domain is stable, mother, he said awkwardly. That's emotional stability, Luo Qianni chided. Fine, I won't bother you two. You two go on, Ui? She stopped mid-sentence, and in a flash was at Qianlin's side. Lan Jue jumped. Mother, what is it? Qianlin lifted her head. Despite her pale cheeks painted red with embarrassment, her beauty was still breathtaking. Your aura. This is, Luo Qianni stared at Qianlin as though deep in thought. She muttered the words. Lan Jue confirmed. I felt it, too. Qianlin's aura is especially gentle, I felt it when we held each other. When I said my domain is stable, it was because the protogenia within me reacted to her aura. She calmed it, and as far as I can remember from father, that means it's stable. Luo Qianni nodded. Just so, your protogenia is being released in steady waves. It's incredible. I've never seen anything like this, arising from the Queen of Heaven discipline ascending to Paragon. There probably never has been a Queen of Heaven Paragon before. Child, can you sense any new powers? Qianlin answered in somewhat of a dazed tone. I'm not sure. After breaking through, she had merged immediately with Lan Jue. When they separated, her mind was on other things. She hadn't even thought about exploring her newfound strength yet. All she knew was that she was stronger, that she seemed able to sense all the world around her. Other than this, nothing seemed different. But at Luo Qianni's suggestion she began to feel it, a subtle difference from who she used to be. A rippling wave of protogenia spread from her. Lan Jue and Luo Qianni were also paragons, and she could feel the protogenia that came from them. However, when their powers interacted with her own, they softened. She didn't know how or why, but all their energy seemed to assimilate as they mingled together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.